Good morning. It's always a good morning with the ag crew because everybody's up bright and early. They arrive early. They're ready for breakfast. It's in your DNA. So thanks for being part of that. I'm Laura Appenzeller. I'm the Executive Director of the University of Illinois Research Park, and we are thrilled to have you back for the 7th Annual AgTech Innovation Summit. This is our 7th annual event, and it's hard to believe that it's been this ongoing and how many familiar faces that we've been able to get to know during this time of getting together to talk about this topic. I'm going to thank our sponsors, but I'm going to come back to talk to you a little bit, and I just want to say a little bit about this group. This group, as we gathered today, we heard many people say, it's the first time I've been to a conference or a gathering since the last AgTech Summit, because it was March 2020 that we all got together and talked about what was happening in agriculture innovation, and of course, science and higher education became incredibly important during the pandemic, but also agriculture and food and feeding the world. So as I'm going to show a few pictures, you might see some familiar faces in here. Many of the companies that began as startups, we announced what they were doing here in this crowd. We've had many corporate guests, we've had many investors here, and of course we've had our leading faculty and researchers on campus and students who have gone on to work in many of the companies as well. So it's a fun crew for us. It's one that feels very fortunate to have so many speakers and experts that really lead us and inspire us of what's possible for agriculture to think differently. And yes, we are excited to be back on campus. I probably shouldn't be using this image, but I'll say there's some rules, but you can't bring people to the stadium and not be excited about having the Big Ten champs going into the tournament. And we have a #1 seed, which seems important that we're seeding good things here today at the Agriculture Summit. So ILL for all those out there. Awesome. So the doors are open. If you want a selfie outside in the stadium or get a little bit of swagger of fighting Illini, feel free to take a call out there or just get some fresh air. You're also welcome down into the first floor if you need to take a call. There's an atrium space there that's quiet. It is kind of a big cavernous space, so feel free to go to the end and use that. There are restrooms in 2 places in this facility as well. So as we said, we planted good seeds here years ago, and in 2016, when we began this, there was a lot happening in ag, and ag was really beginning to have a lot more digital transformation with things like artificial intelligence and an evolution beyond just precision agriculture of many things that have made possible by groundbreaking research, but also the legacy that we recognize of this university of being a place that's had the modernization of agriculture since its very beginning. Here is a land-grant institution. And we'll really make this possible, this event, to celebrate with a lot of people who put in hard work. So I would like to thank a few people. I'd like to thank Laura Blyle, Desiree Clayton over here, Kathy MacArthur you've seen around. I'd like to thank our friends at the EDC, I just saw, Carly, for AgTech Week being possible, Stephanie Stewart at Parkland, the Office of the Corporate Relations team that's here, Beth Connerty at IBRL, and the College of ACES whole team that comes together with us every year to plan this. And these events are never, so I'll say, if you want to go to any of these events that all those friends are helping to plan, there's more going on this week. We got started on Monday, so go see Parkland tomorrow. If you need a tour or something else, talk to us about that. There's a whole lot of things that are going on that you can see and touch what's happening here in ag. But none of this is possible also without sponsors, and we have many, so thank you to all of you that have supported this event. Our title sponsor, Bayer, thank you for being here and speaking today. John Deere, AGCO, Corteva, Granular, Cargill, ADM, World Business Chicago Friends drove down to see us, Sikich, and the Center for Digital Ag. So thank you for all of you that have financially supported this event and continue to make it a free offering. I'm welcoming you to the Research Park as well, and the Research Park we're not physically sitting in, but it's across the street. So that 200-acre area that was agricultural land that we've transformed into an innovation community is a mix of corporations and startups and students working en masse all year round to help advance industries, tech professionals, and applied research. We have a 20-year history, and we are continuing to grow, and AgTech is our biggest growth sector. Some of the growth that we're experiencing includes companies that are expanding in our research park. And in 2022, we're really excited with these 4 companies that have made a large commitment, and we'll be announcing further details on these later. But EarthSense will be on the agenda, ADM, AGCO, and Genetically, all companies that have made the research park home for some of their leading research or even headquarters for these companies as well. So stay tuned. You'll get more details as these events unfold. We are grateful for their operations and many of the companies that are here in the research park. We also support many new companies, and this last year we had 2 cohorts of the Illinois AgTech Accelerator. You'll hear about that work that's being done by a number of partners, and Generator and Sarah Venture's role in making it possible here in our community. Some of those companies that have been part of this that were selected amongst hundreds globally will be our speakers today as well. So we're excited about the growth of that accelerator and a 3rd one coming soon. In addition, we continue to see investment, and in our own community of Champaign-Urbana, we have Sarah Capital, and they announced just in January a $45 million AgTech fund. So we can't support new companies without money. Exciting to see this really based here in Champaign-Urbana and the tremendous support they've had from other partners like Busey Bank and AgriFab and Brandt and the Treasurer's Office for the Illinois Growth and Innovation Fund. And we need to keep launching more companies. And to do that, that includes additional follow-on funding. I'd like to highlight Intellinaire, which is on the agenda today, a company that started here at the University of Illinois Research Park and went on to raise a Series B of $20 million last year. And you'll be hearing about that success and journey as they add employees in the Midwest. We also want to support companies getting federal funds, and this is our bread and butter, that we get a lot of this funding out of federal agencies through what's called SBIR and STTR awards. And in our history here in the Research Park, we've had more than 500 of these awards, so it is a hub of where this activity occurs. Some of the companies that we celebrate are certainly in the ag world. I know I saw Gabriel Burks on the way in, and that's him testifying to Congress about working in AgTech and getting NSF more than $1 million to support this new company with his co-founder, Manfredo. And so you'll hear from them later today as well. We support companies all across the state, actually, and a number of companies in Chicago, Southern Illinois. I think we've been helping companies in more than 50 cities in the state of Illinois now. And we want to continue to grow. So we have a master plan that's ambitious. We want to continue to build and have new facilities for companies and groundbreaking research. Last year operationalized this RIPE greenhouse, an advanced phenotyping greenhouse that lights up pink at night, but that is growing crops, and it is really incredible science happening here at the university, and Professor Steve Long will be telling you more about that today, as well as a plant transformation facility that they added in our newest commercial building. We are looking forward to advancing research in swine with hopefully new facilities, and the Dean of the College of ACES will probably give you brag points of many things about the college, but we're happy that they've supported the ability to move those facilities out of the research park in the coming years. And then the feed mill came down, so demolition happened last year. It was a legacy on our campus for 100 years, but it gave way to a new facility that's really incredible, the Feed Technology Center, and I really love that project in that not only is it wonderful way to feed animals and to do feed research, but it was supported heavily by industry. So just thanks to companies like ADM and Cargill, and Bueller is here today that helped support this project. AGCO supported the project, so it's been a nice convergence of how we can do big things together. And we're looking to build more. So if you have a company that wants to come into the research park, please talk to us about it. We've got new lab space we're building thanks to a grant from the state of Illinois, and we are ready to serve your business. think we're doing, am I doing Chancellor before? Okay, all right. Do I have another? Nope. Shoot. Okay, hopefully we'll fix that. We're going to come back to our surprise on the agenda there. Okay, no surprise in the room is our wonderful leader, Chancellor Robert Jones. It's my pleasure to introduce him. He is a crop physiology scientist, and many of you know that he started his career and his scientific accomplishments in agriculture and has a history that's near and dear to this topic. So every year we're incredibly enthusiastic to have somebody who's a champion of land-grant institutions in agriculture with us. The Chancellor also is very proud to lead this campus since 2016 and be a real champion of economic development, inclusion, and ag innovation. So thank you for being with us, Chancellor Jones.
Well, let me start by saying thank you very much, Laura, and thanks to all of you for being here this morning. And I can already see that we're practicing seating charts according to the church scenario. If I was in Minnesota, I would say the Lutheran doctrine, but since I'm not in Minnesota, I'm not going to say that. But let me start by saying good morning on behalf of the entire University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign. It is certainly my great pleasure to welcome each and every one of you to the 7th year of the AgTech Innovation Summit. And I don't know about you, but it is a very, very, very good feeling to be able to come together again this year in person. And I realize that the past 2 years have really demonstrated a lot. It taught us a lot about ourselves. It's taught us that we can do a lot remotely. It has taught us that we can continue to foster relationships and collaborations virtually. And it has taught many that doubted that higher education and ag-related institutions couldn't move fast and nimbly. We've shown that we can turn on a dime if we have to. And I can tell you this is very, very gratifying. After nearly 2 years of being very quiet and a lot of solidarity, and sometimes to me it felt like being in solitary confinement, while some people love the virtual environment, that's not Robert Jones, that's not what I was made for. And so I began to realize how much I miss and really value the energy that's created when we can come together in person. And just as a side note here, I just think that there's no better place for us to reconvene our face-to-face gathering than here at the University of Illinois, here at Memorial Stadium. So I know that this is kind of an unusual room, but this is a great room and a great, I think, forum for us to come back together again. And as Laura alluded to, you can fact check me on this if you want, but I'm almost willing to bet you that in 2020, this was the last public gathering that I participated in. Because if I remember correctly, it was a Wednesday, and Thursday morning I had the dubious honor and task of going to President Killeen and the rest of the chancellors in our 3+2 meeting and tell them that we had been reading and following everything that's going on regarding this SARS, COVID, whatever it was, and that we had evidence that it was critically important that we shift to remote learning. So that would be, will be 2 years ago tomorrow. And so we've endured a lot during this time period, but I can tell you, there's one thing that happens during a pandemic, and that is the things that you really value. They don't get stalled. If you're fortunate and if you're strategic, they get moved all along and they move to the next level of excellence. So it's my great pleasure to welcome you back to the AgTech Innovation Summit and to do so in this stadium in a very, very big way. It really is a personal pleasure for me to take part in this event, and I think I've taken part in it every year since I've been here except one. I think some of you know that I'm in my 6th year as leading this great university. And as chancellor, I find myself speaking a lot at a lot of different types of groups and a wide range of events. And most of those events, most of those gatherings, and most of the comments that I'm asked to make are really kind of tangential or not related at all to my so-called academic area of expertise. And as was mentioned, I'm really excited to be here and always enjoy participating in this event because I did start my career as a crop scientist and spent the better part of 34 and a half years at the University of Minnesota. And I took that job because it was a new position. It was one of the forerunners, if you will, for multidisciplinary approaches to driving the sector that we all care about, and that is the food production sector. So for more than 34 and a half years, I ran a research program there with the sole purpose of using basic and applied research to improve crop yield, to improve the yield of major cereal crops by clearly defining for everyone and providing the baseline information even before the word was coined. We didn't have, it wasn't part of our lexicon to talk about global climate change the way that we talked about it today. So I framed my research around understanding what are the underlying physiological, molecular, biological factors that allow crop plants to be more resistant to high temperature stress and water stress. That is what we now call global climate change. So you can see from that, I hope, that agriculture technology and innovation has been the touchstone of my career, and it has been the thing that has anchored me to higher education institution, and the thing that has really anchored me because there is nothing that's more fundamental to the future of innovation and economic development of this country, the nation, and I think the state in the world than this ag sector, and particularly the focus on ag technology. And I'm glad, as Laura said, that ag tech is the fastest growing sector, and I think it's clearly one of the most important sectors. So it's always joyful for me to come together and to come back home to be again among people that I clearly understand the value of your work. And it is very, very exciting once again to be here. And it is you, those of you that are in the audience, that are so absolutely critical to the future of agriculture, innovation, and economic development for the state, the nation, and the world. So if we're going to innovate, if we're going to continue to revolutionize this sector, it will require a combination of collaboration between entrepreneurs, the private industry, the public sector, university researchers, growers, and producers. And this university, and I will go so far to say this community, is at the physical and intellectual intersection of all of these partnerships. It really creates and requires an integrated ecosystem, if you will, across all of these sectors for us to move forward. This summit grows in size, and I would add importance, every single year. And not even a pandemic that has basically changed everything was able to disrupt the momentum and the progress of this AgTech Summit. It has become abundantly clear to me since I joined this university in 2016 that whatever the future of agriculture, innovation, and development that may lead this world forward, the path of that future is going to run inextricably through the University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign, and through Central Illinois. So I am certain that this means that we're going to have some amazing conversations once again, and some important new connections are going to come out of today's event as occurs each and every year. Agriculture, technology, innovation, and research were the very first priorities of this university, the University of Illinois, when it was founded 155 years ago. And I remind you, we were among the original 34 land-grant universities. And so, to put it succinctly, I think it is very, very loud and clear that this remains a hallmark of excellence for this university, and it is certainly in our DNA, and there is nothing that's more important to our future as a land-grant university, as the largest university in the state of Illinois, and one of the world-class universities that has a fundamental responsibility to educate more people and to do it better and to continue to innovate around how we must step up and lead the world. And I can't wait for you to hear more about what Stephen Long and Don Orton and colleagues have been doing. That is a prime example of how this university has stepped up and used biological agriculture-based technology to provide the best opportunity to bring about a significant increase in yield, not only of commercial crops across this country, but staple crops along the world. So food security, addressing that and feeding the world is at the core of what we do. And I could not be more proud to be in my 6th year of serving the best university in the world. So thank you for allowing me to be with you today. And so not only am I supposed to do this, Laura, or are you doing it? Huh? Okay, well, sometimes I don't get the right notes, so I want to make sure I'm not stealing your thunder. But you've already let the cat out of the bag, if you will. It is really very, very exciting to be here today and, again, to welcome you. But it's also exciting to have the opportunity to present someone that I've had the chance to work with closely over the last few years, and that is, I like to call her LG. It just sounds nice to me. Lieutenant Governor Juliana Stratton, the first black woman to serve as lieutenant governor in this state, and in addition to really spearheading a number of administrative issues from justice to equality opportunities as lieutenant governor, she also leads a dozen or more councils and commission and board and agencies and in her role as chair as an executive liaison. She has numerous awards and honors, as you might imagine. She was recently named as one of the 50 most powerful women in Chicago, and they need to expand that list to say in the US of A, and then we'll think about where she fits in the global context. But I can tell you, she is a lieutenant governor that understands and is deeply passionate about agriculture. And Kim Kidwell will tell you there's not a time when we haven't ran into her at the Farm Progress Show or the State Fair where she didn't want to talk about how do we position ag as very much core and central to the universities and to the state, and her passion about food and food security, and about how ag needs to be at the core of what we need to teach young people in urban environments about so that we can continue to help them progress. So it's my great pleasure to introduce and present to you virtually our Lieutenant Governor, Juliana Stratton.
Hello, everyone. I'm Lieutenant Governor Juliana Stratton, and I use she, her pronouns. Thank you, Chancellor Jones, for that warm introduction. More importantly, I'm so grateful to you, Dean Bolero, and the entire University of Illinois system for your support and collaboration in our mission to cultivate an agriculture industry as vibrant and diverse as the state of Illinois. We've convened here today because we all know how important the ag industry is to every person in our state, from the biggest city to the smallest town. And we know being forward-thinking is how we continue to be global leaders in agriculture. The exciting developments in precision ag, for example, can elevate our state's food systems in ways that we're still realizing. We are on the road to feeding even more people per acre with advancements in artificial intelligence, drone technology, and food processing. Skilled, passionate change makers are finding solutions to tend to the land sustainably so that generations to come can experience the bounty Illinois produces. So while we think about the technology that will help the industry progress, it's also just as important to think about the people who operate the machinery, who explore tech innovation, who run the farms that can benefit from these ideas, who feed and grow Illinois. Because the fact is that it's the farmers, workers, educators, the people who dedicate their time and energy to this industry that have made ag a driving force in our state. So when it comes to the future of ag, ensuring that we have a stable, diverse, and talented workforce is how we keep moving forward. And that's why my office launched the Agricultural Equity and Food Insecurity Initiative called Ag Connects Us All. We're traveling across Illinois as part of our mission to expand pathways in agriculture for historically underrepresented groups, while also addressing food insecurity affecting communities throughout our state. Just last week, my team and I were on this campus listening and learning from leadership and students at the College of Agricultural, Consumer, and Environmental Sciences. We got to see firsthand the future of ag in Illinois and the bright young minds who will lead it. We got to see the sheer brilliance and determination of students who are members of the college's Minorities in Agriculture, Natural Resources, and Related Sciences chapter. These students represent a wide array of ag majors dedicated to bringing their insight and experiences into the field. And thanks to the continued partnership of the University of Illinois, as well as other institutions and corporations invested in making an impact through this initiative, we are exploring solutions that will help open up more doors. From workforce development and education to recruiting diverse leaders and, yes, AgTech, we are all in on making Illinois' ag industry stronger than ever. I'd like to thank the University of Illinois, ADM, John Deere, World Business Chicago, and all of the event sponsors so that we can build a vision of what comes next. So much is possible when we join forces and work together. Thank you to everyone in attendance for your commitment to seeing our state's largest industry ascend to even greater heights. And I hope you enjoy the rest of the 2022 AgTech Innovation Summit.
You just heard our Lieutenant Governor brag about our College of ACES, our College of Agriculture, and so it's my pleasure to welcome to the stage Dean Herman Bolero. He is a crop scientist, and he is going to tell you more about exciting things that are happening in our College of Agriculture and Consumer Economics and other areas that they address. He was the Associate Dean of Research and has been a speaker at this event before, so it was nice to see you return and give us an update of what's happening in education, talent, and workforce. Thanks, Dean Bolero.
Good morning. Oh my, I hope people back there in Savoy can see me too. So, anyway, thank you very much, Laura, Desiree, for inviting us here. This is super exciting for us. This is what we do, and you heard from the Chancellor and the Lieutenant Governor of a lot of the things that are happening. We do have our heart in agriculture, and we spent last week time with the Lieutenant Governor, and we're working with her team in trying to explain that for us, agriculture is food, agriculture, and natural resources that expands a lot of great careers and future of our youth here in Illinois, and expands into the workforce that we want to develop for those jobs. So I think the partnership with the Research Park and the companies that are here are really helping us to look at that future together. And I think what is important for me is just to talk a little bit about what we're doing from the college to generate the workforce and some exciting things happening in the college in terms of research. I think the Lieutenant Governor brought something, and the Chancellor brought something that is dear to us, is to say, how do we talk about agriculture to audiences that are urban, and how do we recruit students from areas that are urban? How do we bring them into exciting careers? How do we convince them that those careers exist within agriculture and that we can create a diverse and educate a diverse workforce that will fulfill the jobs that we are developing in agriculture. So I need this. So thank you. So again, thank you very much for having us here. And what I'm going to focus is on that workforce. And this is something that hasn't started yesterday or the day before, has started for a few years now. I want to thank Kim Kidwell for that too, in terms of how do we think about attracting students into the college that, in my mind, never thought of careers in agriculture. And of course, I have to show you some numbers, and I hope you can see them, but these numbers are a little bit of the numbers that the current enrollment in the college, and you can see that we have increased the numbers in the college in the past 4 or 5 years. There was a little of a dip during the years of the year of COVID, but we're back, and we have a really, I'll talk about later about that, a very healthy class coming into next fall, which is get us all exciting. Again, I want to emphasize the fact that how do we recruit and how do we attract students into the jobs in agriculture that reflect the makeup of the state and create a diverse workforce that you can hire from. So this is a little bit just to give you an idea of where ACES stands with respect to the other colleges. There is a lot of, this is from the freshman class from fall 2021, about 8,300 freshmen came to the University of Illinois, and we have about 6% of them came to the College of ACES, which is exciting for us. We have a large group of undeclared students that we like to convince them that are exciting careers into agriculture. They're already here at the University of Illinois, and we can present to them all the great opportunities that exist in agriculture. Part of those opportunities, of course, is working with you in partnerships for workforce development. So, sorry, I'm trained as a statistician, so I need to show numbers, right? That's but the one thing is, it catches my eye here, and is what I did here is, in the college we have about 88 different counties out of 102 counties represented in Illinois. But what I did is I looked at the freshman class from last year, and I looked at where about 82% of our students come from 6 counties: Cook, DuPage, Lake, Will, Kane, and Champaign. Right? 82% of our students come from pretty much urban or suburban environments that probably never thought of a career in food, agriculture, and natural resources. So the point is, again, how do we talk to them? How do we present ideas of exciting careers within agriculture? And then I looked at ACES. And I looked at ACES in terms of where those numbers come from. And this is side by side the same fall 2021 data. And what you see is that the numbers are very similar. We got a very similar makeup of students coming to this university. This is a very impressive university. We recruit the best in the state coming here. It's tough to compete for those. We're talking to diverse audiences. We want to bring them in, and there it is. That's a numbers game in many ways. How do we bring those students into agriculture? And then, you know, I did it. This is very quickly to show you where all the different departments in the college are, from ag and biological engineering to human development and family studies. You got all different careers within agriculture that are available for students to have. And within that, you also have an undeclared degree in ACES. And I met this morning Shannon. She's undeclared in ACES. I'm going to convince her to do something exciting in the AgTech world so you can hire her. Shannon is right there, so you can talk to her and get her to do that. But more importantly, let me tell you a little bit about that transformation that happened in the past few years in terms of degrees and how do we prepare that force that you can hire. And among those, we have now that is kind of an old degree, the computer science plus crop sciences degree that was established 4 or 5 years ago, and it was a pleasure for me to see the first graduate of that program walking through the stage in December. After 3.5 years, this kid finished. We also have a computer science plus animal sciences degree. These are standalone degrees. And it's attracting students, technically, they have an interest in computer science, never thought a career or agriculture as a domain. And that's what we want to make the effort into making agriculture and our college the domain of a lot of things that are exciting for students. There's a transformation in what it used to be the old TSM degree. Is now engineering, technology, and management for agricultural systems that is attracting more students just because the combination of engineering and technology. Crop sciences had developed a standalone plant biotechnology major that for us is really important because as students apply to the University of Illinois, they see that as a standalone major that can apply to, and it has attracted a lot of students, again, that didn't think of ACES as a place that they wanted to come here in college. I also want to point out the standalone degree of agronomy. You know, agronomy was probably the oldest degree on this campus. And they got, with the reorganization of the college in '95, that degree became crop sciences, now stands alone in agronomy. Personally, I think agronomy is one of those old things that get new, right? Because we're going to need agronomists out there to work with all of this technology, to understand, to put it all together. And an agronomy of the future is someone probably that has a lot of tech behind it. So we're very excited about that. And you'll see in the college as well that a lot of our degrees are turning into 4+1s. You know, 4+1 meaning 4 years plus 1 year. Get you a master's out of here and put in, for people, for students to be at a master level, more manager level positions. And we're working in developing a series of certificates because we believe that in AgTech, and it is in many other disciplines, the reskilling of the workforce is very important. People will weave in and out of education from different jobs, and we need to be ready to offer the certificates that will bring them up to date in certain areas that will would like to grow or get additional education. So that is from how we think about recruiting, how we're going to attract those students. But then there is this excitement. What are the things that are what it makes it cool? What is it that is really exciting for those students to come to the College of ACES? And Chancellor Jones mentioned the RIPE project with Steve Long, Don Ort. There's CABI projects there, IBRL. There are all sorts of large awards and projects in the college. We were able to create the Center for Digital Agriculture that attracted AI farms and other projects. But I want to today emphasize one particular project that just came to us just in the past few months. And, yeah, that's it. And this project is called CROPS. And the lead for this project is Steve Moose, and Steve will be around here today. I exchanged emails with him yesterday, so you can talk to him more about this. But this is led by Steve Moose, Tony Studer, Vikram Madve from here, Cabral Gibman, and it's in partnership with University of Cornell University, the Boyce Thompson Institute, and the University of Arizona. From Cornell, Susan McCooch, Abe Struck, and Becky Mosher from University of Arizona. The CROPS stands for, I love acronyms, right? So I have to read it. It's Center for Research on Programmable Plans Systems. And what it is to summarize it, is can we talk to plants? Can we talk to plants? Can we break the genotype to phenotype conversation? Can we develop plants that are programmable and break the rules of life in between genotype and phenotype? What I like about this project is it was just not only a simple technical project, but what it is interesting about this is that from the beginning, its focus is on educating scientists, engineers, and the public on the transdiscipline of digital biology. So I think it's important that from the get-go, this project has focused on developing an opportunity to educate the next workforce of students that could get into this, educate the public into what digital biology is and the technologies that will be developed through this project, being able to be understood by the public and accepted by the public. This is a project that is funded through the National Science Foundation, and it's one of those science technology centers. Those science technology centers are funded for 5 years at the level of 25 million, and they will be renewable after 5 years. So we're very, very excited about that. And it really has created an ecosystem of a large group of different disciplines, from biologists, technologists, computer scientists. We have a large group of communication people working on this. I think communicating the developments of this project will be key. And also there is a lot of emphasis in best practices in science with this project. So with that, I'm going to also tell you a little bit about how do we go in the future. I think this particular slide was formatted for widescreen, and we're in a smaller screen here. I need to wrap up, they tell me. So I'm just going to say something very quick here in terms of the number of applications. Again, we have had a large number of applications this year. We're very excited about that. A lot of your companies tell us that the students are technically prepared when they're hired. But let me tell you a little bit about the core of the ACES academic experience and what we believe in as students go through ACES. And very briefly, I'm going to say that beyond the technical part of that they learn in our different majors, the ACES academic experience relies on experiential learning, global engagement, leadership enrichment, and inclusive intelligence. Those 4 components are key for developing whole students coming out of our programs, developing an awareness of the global nature of agriculture, an awareness of diverse audiences and a diverse society, and prepare for them, and leadership, and clearly an experiential learning which involves internship in some of your companies to learn the real world. So with that, I'm excited to talk more during the day with you, and thank you very much, and we'll have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you, Herman, and welcome, Jed and Chris. I always say the first person who was telling me that carbon credits were going to be a big deal is Chris Harbert. He was the founder of Programmable, a startup company that I'll maybe tell you sold to Nutrien. He's been involved with numerous ventures before coming into Indigo, and Jed Taylor from the Granger College of Engineering and the NSF I-Corps program. Thanks, Jed and Chris.
All right, there we go.
There you go.
All right, thank you. Good to be here. welcome Chris. There's no better person to start the panel discussions with today than Chris Harbert. Just a quick, very brief bio of Chris. So Chris has worked in the AgTech industry here in Champaign for 20 plus years. Upon graduating from the University of Illinois, Chris jumped into the tech industry here, which was the intersection of agriculture, business, science, and engineering, and worked for about 20 years. He went to work for Waterburn Environmental for about 20 years, for about 12 years or so, launched the office here in Champaign, grew that, and then after that went and worked at Agrable and launched Agrable Inc., and worked there for a few years and grew that company, and then went on to be acquired by Nutrien. For those that aren't familiar with that, that acquisition was one of the largest acquisitions that has ever taken place here in Champaign. So after that, Chris was involved with several startups, invested in them, ran those startups, was involved at the university, and I know he loved what he was doing, so right? I mean,
That's right.
and so I know whatever pulled him away from those had to have been something pretty appealing. And Indigo, what you're doing now, has been called one of the most innovative and disruptive companies in the country. It's been listed as one of the 50 disruptors by CNBC for the past couple of years. So why don't we start by telling us a little bit about what Indigo does. You're the Chief Strategy Officer there and over their carbon market. So why don't you start off, because this panel is about how the ag sector is involved with carbon or interacts with carbon markets. So why don't you start off by telling us a little bit about Indigo, what you do there in carbon markets.
Yeah, happy to. You know, big picture, I drop my youngest son off at school, and as he walks away, he says, save the world today, Dad, or whatever you do on Zoom, you know. So I think it's a mix for me of what I'm trying to do there. But legitimately, you know, what we're trying to do at Indigo overall is one of the conundrums of AgTech. You know, being involved in that for many years, all this wonderful technology coming into agriculture, weather technology, modeling technology, aerial imaging, satellite imagery, analysis, all with the hope of improving agriculture for the farmers, and challenging adoption. You know, I've often said that one of the big challenges in AgTech is maybe we need to not have accelerators but decelerators because of the long cycle of agriculture to make sure the businesses succeed. But one of the challenges is we're selling savings overall. This model will help you use a little less nitrogen. This model will help you if there's a drought. This model will do that. And selling savings, we all know that's very difficult, you know, because these little changes, using a little less nitrogen fertilizer, that's a risk. It's a risk balance for the farmers. You're asking them to take more risk. What we're doing with Indigo is flipping that model around and saying there is an additional product that a farmer can actually participate in a market. That market's outside of agriculture, that market's across industry. So there's a structural and economic change coming driven by the IPCC reports and the global challenge that we're all facing about climate change and climate rise. We're pumping all forms of hydrocarbons, solid liquid gas, out of the ground and putting it into our very thin atmosphere and really never paying the tax for that overall. And we have an opportunity in agriculture to address that in the near term. And that's really what we're trying to do. We're focused on activating a new market, bringing revenue to agriculture. That revenue drives change. That change is largely circled around just the adoption of cover crops and the utilization of photosynthesis, and saying that's a technology that we can apply today. That's a technology at scale. There's an industry out there that can deploy photosynthesis across the planet. That's something that we can do today. You know, now we're going to need all types of things. There are direct air capture methods, and you may have heard about these big fan systems that suck carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere and shove it into rocks. I can't wait for that to happen, and we all need that too. But until that comes online, until that industry exists, we need to have agriculture. Agriculture has a role to play if it can get out of its own way and get going quickly. That's the big challenge. There's a short-term need or desire to move fast in agriculture to say we can, at scale, address some portion of the climate crisis coming as those companies, all companies, change the way in which they do business.
Excellent. Thanks for that opening. And one thing, let me just point out, we'll talk about this for about 20 minutes or so, and then we'll have a Q&A opportunity for the audience to ask questions. And there are QR codes placed around here that you can scan and submit questions. So a couple of things that you just said there that are interesting to me. You said that farmers can participate, there's opportunities. It seems like there's opportunities for startups, farmers, big companies.
Yeah.
I may be missing some as well. So let's talk a little bit about that. And I believe that Bill Hamer from Corteva will be talking a little bit after lunch, so he'll talk a little bit about farmers, but perhaps you could address the opportunities there for farmers, startups, and
Yeah,
businesses.
absolutely. So, if you think of this as a new commodity opportunity being brought to agriculture, to say, if a farmer changes their practices slightly, they adopt no-till, they move to a cover crop, they change the nitrogen application, they might put down a microbial, or any new technology that comes out. I like to think of it as like magic dust number 17. And I hope somebody out here is developing that you sprinkle on a field and it sequesters more carbon. That's an opportunity out there. As you can measure and quantify that, there's an opportunity in it. So as we think about the role that Indigo plays, I'm activating that market and making sure that we have a buyer and the producers of the commodity, this greenhouse gas sequestration. In order to do that, we have to model it, and we call that quantification and measurement technology. You gotta think of us as like a transaction element in the middle. We're talking about taking an invisible gas out of the atmosphere and sequestering tons. Does anyone have a feel for what a ton of carbon dioxide equivalent gas is? There's 3 of them in this room. That's the size of a ton of carbon dioxide gas. You could have 3 tons in this room, for example. That is a hard thing to communicate to the public. It's a hard thing to communicate to any number of businesses that have complex supply chains that are utilizing different fossil fuels. And it's a hard thing to communicate to farmers that, what you mean, I can sequester a ton of that per year, per acre? I can't see it, but we have to prove to everyone that it actually happened. So that's the role that Indigo is playing. We're activating that market and proving to the buyers, the sellers, and to the public at a high bar with rigorous science, literature out there, public open science, that this is real. So in that, now there's opportunities for any number of startup companies to say, we've done the studies, we've looked out, we've made a change to a farmer's ground, magic dust number 13, we invented it, we put it out, we trialed it, we can put that into our models, and then we can turn around and pay farmers for it and have companies actually pay for the creation of it. So there's a revenue generation opportunity coming for your technology. The thing that's really important, though, and back to like farmers and tech companies and what's really important here, it has to exist in a digital twin, right? Because you can't see this. Like, think about corn. If I'm a farmer, I'm doing a corn soy rotation out here, and it's middle of July, and I'm driving around in my pickup truck, and I look at the corn, and the leaves are all cupped. I know it's drought stressed. I might make a decision to say I'm not going to put down an extra fertilizer. I'm making sure things are going well here. You can't see what you're doing in terms of carbon sequestration. It's invisible, right? So how do we ultimately start to teach farmers how to do better, how to sequester more? We want this to be performance-based, not just practice-based, where I do a cover crop check. Well, it could be a bad cover crop. It might not even grow. That's not really doing anything for our environment. So the key is to make it performance-based. But the opportunity for us is just ultimately for those groups to think about that digital twin, think about the way that we can represent that benefit that the new technology brings in an electronic world, because there is no physical analog to this. It's an invisible gas. It's quantified electronically. So the creation of that digital twin, making sure the science is there to actually back up what's happening in the digital twin. The digital twin is what you get paid for, right? So there's a lot of data collection and other things that we have to do to back up that justification for the quality assurance behind a successful digital twin. You could even think of it, maybe we're on the verge of something like an augmented reality view of what's happening in a field, where you see the corn growing and then you put on VR goggles and you can actually see bubbles of carbon dioxide gas either going down or coming up. We may need technology even to start to help people visualize what's happening and how this commodity is being created.
Interesting. So we've got about 5 minutes, and then we'll go to questions after 5 more minutes. Any thoughts on how larger companies can get involved in these markets?
Yeah. So, one of the first reactions to this was, wow, this seems like there's a lot of money in this, Wow, there's carbon credits all over the place, and everybody said, well, we want to have a carbon program, and we want to have a carbon program, and it was like an episode of Oprah, We get a new car, and we get a new car, and everybody had a carbon program spinning up, and, it's hard work, and it's a long-term commitment. We're talking about asking a grower to fundamentally change the way they farm, to add no-till. That's a change in equipment. That's a change in culture. It's almost a religious change in some senses of what you're asking a grower to do. Adding a cover crop, the risks of that to a business, to say, I'm going to add a cover crop and maybe not be able to terminate it at the right time, and that'll interfere with my primary crop. A lot of really challenging things we're asking them to do.
Mm-hmm. Excellent. Questions? Yeah.
Because I think I'm just not sure how many of us just. And that purpose driven. So I think there's some opportunities that are that messaging and make sure
have policies or have.
I'm gonna catch the restroom really quick before the big show.
Have insurance investors that are dealing with that.
Yeah.
Do you see that we also need innovation in the analytics for that data so that we can use it effectively? If it just stays on farm, it's not going to go anywhere. But if we can get it into the insurance policies or into the investment policies, then we actually might be able to move this faster.
Oh,
How do you
absolutely.
see we do that, or do you see some gaps where we can fill with new policies or things that you're seeing even in the industry?
Yeah, no, it's a great question. It is a risk calculus for a farmer. When you think about the biggest risks, particularly in the U.S., it's a nearly optimized agriculture. Farmers are really good at what they do and really good at what they do on that particular field. The big variable is the weather and addressing weather. We have multi-peril policies and other government insurance vehicles to be able to defer that risk to a certain extent. 85% coverage would be a maximum, for example. There are new policies that are just out. There's one that just hit called PACE. And the PACE policy allows for the delay of nitrogen fertilization from the fall into the spring and reduces the risk of potentially a drag on yield, giving opportunities for a grower to make a decision to say, okay, well, I can actually get paid for a carbon credit or carbon offset as part of delaying the nitrogen. I'm doing the right thing, and there's actually some insurance and get that risk happening. So there's obviously a connection there. One of the other areas that we see, and we've been trying to spin up these programs, concepts of green bonds and other ways that we can get industry to spur the change and get that flywheel effect going so that the grower isn't taking the full burden. One of the things I like to say is we are all kind of responsible for the carbon, hydrocarbon use. It's not Shell Oil's fault. It's us. We're using it. Shell Oil wouldn't exist if we didn't buy their products. But you think about what that means, overall in terms of our ability to think about the total carbon accounting of what we're doing. It's a way to decide or reduce the footprint, and any way that we can do in a risk sense to reduce the exposure there of a farmer is a very helpful thing. There's a number of financial things when we think. Let's just talk about equipment, for example. If there was a piece of equipment that a farmer could buy to help them on this journey, high clearance sprayers are one. No-till planters are another. If we had financing for those up front at attractive rates, if the grower promised to do it, and we're already collecting data off those machines, that's one of the outstanding features of modern ag equipment. The data's already being collected. If that could be streamed in, a combination of a reduced cost to acquire a piece of equipment and then a data stream that comes off of it, that's another advantage where AgTech can really play into activating this market.
We have a question that came in online. I'm going to step behind the speaker so we don't get feedback. But from Rebecca from Hickory Grove, this isn't coming on. You got me, Bill? Okay, thank you. Okay, this question comes from Rebecca from Hickory Grove Farm. And she said, will farmers who have been using cover crops for years be afforded the same opportunities with carbon credits as those who start using cover crops in response to the market?
Yeah,
Why or why not?
yeah, it's a great question. And this is one of those classic challenges with the way the rules, so I don't write the rules, right? I'm executing on the rules as Indigo. The rules are set by those who are buying the carbon offsets. And one of the three kind of main things that has to happen in a carbon offset, they have to be real and prove that they're real. That's the modeling and everything I talked about before. They have to be additional, which means something new had to happen. You had to change something. It can't just be business as usual. I promise not to light the forest on fire. You know, that's not good enough. You should plant a new forest. You know, that's the concept of additionality. And then permanence. You know, permanence is that it sticks around, because if you undo the change in the following year, did we really impact the atmosphere long term? So there's that long-term need and desire. So when we talk about no-till farmers and those who have been doing cover crops for some time, the work that we have today, or those tools in our toolbox right now that we can bring, they've already been doing. It's a challenge for them to participate in the strictest interpretation of a carbon credit program. What we're doing to address that is working within the supply chain. So carbon credits themselves are a standalone piece that has to meet that realness, additionality, and permanence criteria. Those 95% of agriculture are not doing these practices right now. That is targeted at that 95%. For the 5% of farmers that are already doing these practices, they have a leg up, and they're creating actually low carbon commodity crops already. And we can position those with the typical buyers, the General Mills and the Post and all the different CPG, consumer packaged brand goods, are desiring those products in their supply chains, and they will pay more. They will pay a premium per bushel for those products that come from those farmers who have historically done that. So in our carbon program, no, we cannot actively help both the long-term no-till farmers and the new to no-till farmers, for example. But in our overall program as Indigo, we are absolutely able to handle both of those and welcome those growers into a long-term relationship with us.
Great question.
One. Chris, I'm wondering a couple of things. One, how do you measure the carbon? I take it that's really hard to do. And what is that standard, if there is one? Yeah. And then, is it possible to take a suite of things that producers are doing and use that as the way they enter the carbon market, as opposed to you're measuring it directly? And I'm wondering where the industry is pointed at this time. It looks like it's a little scattershot still.
Yeah, you know, there's as I mentioned before, a lot of new entrants and a lot of groups figuring out that this is really, really hard to do and hard to do well. The modeling technology that we use is a model called DACENT. It's the Daily Time Step Century Model. It comes out of Keith Poshton's lab at Colorado State. There's a 30-plus year publication record. It's his entire career of a model. We use that model. A number of other groups use that model as well. That is a greenhouse gas accounting model from beginning to end. So it looks at carbon dioxide, it looks at nitrous oxides, it looks at methane, it looks at organic carbon, and the gas exchange in the soil plant environment, and quantifies that. That is deployed in what we call modeling domains, and those domains have to be rigorously checked through a series of reports that we have to submit around the applicability. And it can't just be that, well, that model works in that area. It has to be researchers have actually done work to show that those particular sequence of practices give an actual outcome that is different from zero. You know, there's a significant change. So the model is used in combination with soil sampling on our program, and that's all backed up, only applicable in areas where there's been great work by the land-grant universities and science in general through time, and we're only relying on the open literature and published works in order to build that confidence. Everything that we have to do has to be open. We have buyers going to their public boards, having to say that they're buying a real offset. that realness concept that I talked about, and that requires this piece together. I think when we think about the groups who are kind of watchdogging this, USDA has talked about coming in and establishing something like an organic standard. It's really not necessary because we have an international groups already called the registries. Climate Action Reserve and Vera are two of them. They already participate and have for the last 20 years in forest trading credit programs. We're following their rule sets. They've established an extremely high bar that we're following in all of that rigorous way to make sure that the buyer and the producer know that they're producing something of quality and that that's beyond reproach when it comes under public scrutiny. And I'm not sure everyone's doing that. You know, I think that's the challenge. What I'm saying to the world is, we've done that. It's possible. We know it's possible, and we're open for business. Let's work together. You know, that's the partnership attitude across agriculture that's so important.
Excellent. I think we have time for one more question. Yes, over here.
Yeah.
Thank you. So one thing I've kind of studied closely is Alberta and what happened there with their agricultural carbon markets. And I know it's different there because they have a different policy environment, but one company I spoke with there, when this all first kind of started there, they had 10 companies doing this, and now 3 remain. And you mentioned earlier that a lot of companies here have gotten into this. So I was wondering, what's kind of your projection on long term, what's going to happen here? Are we going to see consolidation? Are we going to see some companies change their mind? What's your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I think, you know, what we're going to see overall in terms of the market development here, just like, let's look at another segment like Visa, MasterCard, American Express, and there's Diners Club, and there's a few others. You know, they're like industries settle in on a number of main players. I think we'll see that to some extent, consolidation. The other element at some point, the programs as they get larger, the way the statistics work, you actually generate more credits per acre as a result of the statistical weight of what you're doing at scale. So as the programs get larger, they're going to have an advantage over new upstarts in a sense. So I think we'll see a few large groups emerge in different areas. There's a local aspect to agriculture that is not to be like swept under the rug. You know, when we're talking about cotton in the south, or we're talking about soybeans or wheat out west, the difference between irrigation and not, I think we'll see some regional groups that are more tailored potentially to those different nuances of agriculture emerge. We also know globally, if we look for areas, we call it carbon prospecting, of where we can go globally and actually start to find more carbon, or the ability to produce more carbon, right? That prospecting concept. It's not necessarily where you can produce the greatest crops. You know, when we get equatorial, the winters are too warm, and there's biological activity that decreases the actual effectiveness. So, you know, when we look at a global map of crop production, that's not necessarily a one-to-one indication of where carbon programs will emerge. I think we're going to see, you know, a little of that too, of like a redefinition, and hopefully we're able to show you at some point a map of the globe and where are the best places to actually go and sequester carbon. The U.S. is one of them.
Excellent. With that, we're out of time, so let's give a hand to Chris. He'll be around the rest of the day if you want to reach out to him.
Thanks, Ed.
I'm going to give you the blue one. It's real blue. Oh, sorry, got lovelier. Yep. Okay, well, thank you, Jed, and thank you, Chris, for teaching us more about carbon credits and carbon markets, which is a really hot area. It's my pleasure to go to our next fireside chat. I'm going to go ahead and sit down. Or mic Duff working? I think we're good. We seem live. So my next guest is a trustee of the University of Illinois, so the Board of Trustees. It governs our University of Illinois system. Tammy Craig Schilling is Also, importantly for us, on the Research Park Board. And she is North America Knowledge Transfer Lead at Bayer, which Bayer is one of the companies that we're privileged to have here as a sponsor and in the Research Park. But Tammy has a really interesting story. And so today I asked that we talk a little bit more about her own personal journey to get into agriculture as a field, which started well before she was probably even born, that she was predisposed to be there. 5 generations of farming, Southern Illinois, and talk to us about, Tammy, growing up, what was it like to be in agriculture, and what inspired you to continue in that career as you grew up and came to the University of Illinois?
So my first memory of agriculture was showing sheep at 3 years old at the DuQuoin State Fair. And I will tell you that growing up on a sheep and livestock farm is not the quickest way to get rich, but you live a rich life. And as a young person, I didn't know any different. I literally did not understand that friends of mine went swimming in the summer because we went to county fairs. And I didn't think about that friends of mine didn't come home after school activities or running around on the weekends with friends and do the lamb check to make sure that the moms that were getting ready to have babies were okay. You know, that didn't hit me like that. Not everybody did it, because in my community, pretty much everybody had livestock of some kind. And then I got involved in 4-H, and that was really the first time that the Block Eye came into my house, was through Extension. Every month we got our newsletter. The newsletter was stuck up on a refrigerator with a magnet, and my mom was a 4-H leader. And so, I mean, our lives really revolved around agriculture. But when I got to high school, in the 8th grade, I told my dad that I was going to be a cheerleader and wanted to try for student council, so was not going to take ag class. And if you knew my dad, he was about 350 pounds, 6'4", filled the door, and could run really fast still, was quite an athlete from the Newman area, just south of here. And he said, I really appreciate you thinking you have a choice, but you don't. And you are going to take agriculture class in high school 1 year. And at the end of 1 year, if you change your mind, we're good. Well, that was 35 and a half years ago, and I didn't change my mind. And through livestock judging contests on South Farms, I had the opportunity to come to the university, come to FFA convention that used to be at Assembly Hall, come to these experiences, and that's when I was recruited to come here to school. And that point, the next phase was trying to explain to my parents that I was not going to Olney Central College, the junior college, that I was coming to the University of Illinois. And my mother said, you are very ambitious, but we don't have money for you to go to school. We've given you love and skills and support and opportunities, but we don't have money. And literally, it was through the Jonathan Baldwin Turner program was the first scholarship I got. And it meant the world, right? Because it proved there's a path. And the second step was my dad was a veteran and had been in Vietnam and the child of a veteran tuition waiver. And at that point, I was coming. And I had blue jeans with a line eye on the back. I had a hat. I had a coat. I had a scarf. I was coming to school here, and I did.
Awesome. Well, I can't think of somebody who's a prouder Illini than Tammy. And if you follow her at all, you'll see she's in orange all the time. So it was clearly impressionable. So she talked about 4-H and maybe FFA. Are there any former 4-H or FFA people in the room? I see some students here. Oh, we have a whole bunch. Woo woo. Okay, so maybe you showed animals. Maybe you can talk to Tammy more about your experiences. But one of the things that we've talked about is just the grit that's needed to do that. And I think it really taught you probably a lot of the hard work that was foundational in your career. So you were saying about, that means getting up and taking care of animals early, and on Wednesday nights going to show them. What's so hard about raising animals that people who have never done it don't know?
Well, Laura, that's a funny thing too, because I've always done it. I had to convert species. So when I married my husband and I met at the Illinois State Fair. I mean, you want to talk about my parents met at a county, well, they met going, my parents were in 4-H in Douglas County, Illinois, south of us, in Champaign, just south. They met going to the a national show in Chicago when they used to have the big international event in Chicago. They then showed sheep against each other at the county fair. My dad had started because of his ag teacher. My mother was multi-generational, you know, and my grandpa farmed crops. And I mean, it was like, I was destined to do this. And I mean, frankly, growing up you didn't have choices. You really didn't. You go out and you do this because this is what you do. And you're committed to do it, and you do it till you're done. And so my husband farms full time in Oakville, Illinois. And if you are from Illinois and you like basketball, Oakville is really into basketball. Like, we start in kindergarten competitively. My 3rd grade granddaughter just played in 2 tournaments this past week and a half. But we also farm a lot. And there's something about that. I mean, my son he's just coming a senior here right now, and he's going to go back to the farm. And one of the things that he used to talk about, one of the things that the coaches talked about was you just work till the job's done. And that's what we did at our farm. That's what my husband and his family do. That's what, frankly, the many thousands of people I work with at Bayer, you work till the job's done, and it doesn't matter if it's early or late, and you work together and do it. And I think that spirit flows through, and I think it shows up at the university. I mean, I've loved having Chancellor Jones with his background. I think there's just something about that. And it doesn't mean you have to grow up on the farm to be like that. If you grew up in town, you can be like that too. But it is part of agriculture. And I think we're very fortunate in the US that we have, because if you're in South America, agriculture is the same. You have to work till it's done. But in many parts of the world, farmers don't have the voice, they don't have the support, they don't have the infrastructure that we have in the US. And I think that's one of the things that I love about, I feel very fortunate that I was born here and get to be in this industry.
So you talked about how going to the University of Illinois became very impactful in your life and go on to your wonderful career at Bayer that you'll tell us more about. Going to college was not a given. And at the University of Illinois, each year it's usually 1 in 4 or 1 in 5 students are first generation to go to college here. So we're a prestigious university, but we're also a place that gives access to those that might not otherwise have had higher education. And that happens through programs like Illinois Commitment and Illinois Promise that allow youth in the state of Illinois to come to college for free now. But it also happens because we're a land-grant institution. And so Tammy's really passionate about that, of why the land grants mattered. We were one of the original 34, as we heard, but that was a really bold idea back in the 1800s. What does it mean to you as a trustee to think about being in leadership at a land grant? Why do land grants matter?
Wow, I could spend hours, and I won't, but I could tell you why land grants matter. So, in FFA, you learn about the Morrill Act and land grants in ag class. You learn about it in high school. Okay, so I learned about it, and that was cool, right? So then you come to the university, and you're like, okay, I'm at one. This is cool, right? The Jonathan Baldwin Turner program has a lot of history in land grants, and being a real thought leader in that entire space. I mean, if you read the story, I mean, it's just a story of, the East Coast had education, they had colleges, they had universities, but they were really that liberal arts. I mean, there was no place to do the hands-on engineering, agriculture, and business. I mean, we think about business being an East Coast thing, but business was really wasn't that original land grant, but became quickly, let's bring it into the country. Let's bring this education into the country and teach the vocational side. Well, so let me share with you how it's played out. I've been very fortunate to get to travel around the world and gone to all but 2 continents, and spent a lot of time with agriculture and farmers around the world, with media, folks from around the world. And it hit me after a trip to Brazil that one, they don't have land-grant universities. That was the aha moment, right? I mean, I'm a small-town farm girl from Clay City, Illinois. I didn't understand how other parts of the world, I never met people from other parts of the world until I went to college. And so I'm sitting in Brazil on a farm, and I'm like, where's the little town? Where's the little town that's around? Well, they don't have little towns around. They might have a no-till club. So we were down there in conservation tillage. They had a little no-till club that had a ball diamond and a community center. They didn't have little towns. And so I began to think about, okay, why do we have little towns? Because little towns and land grants, to me, are just part of the infrastructure that I talk about in agriculture. Because I'm like, okay, why do we thrive? And Brazil has excellent agriculture, but they are not, they just don't have the years. They don't have the innovation. They're getting there, and they're great. I mean, the farmers there are just tremendous. But it is still, it is still not quite the same. And I thought, what's going on? Like, why are there not ag people? Because I kept talking to the people that I worked at Bayer. I was Monsignor at the time, but I was talking to my peers, and I grew up in Sao Paulo. Oh yeah, I grew up in Sao Paulo. Yeah, I grew up in Rio. And I'm like, where are the people that grew up in the small country in ag? Well, they aren't really there because they didn't have railroads that had small towns, because you needed a small town, so the railroad needed to stop in the US and have steam engines. They had steam engines, so they had to stop every 6 miles. And you didn't have land grants that pushed education into the country. And Asia, same way. I had a woman from Indonesia, was a reporter, and she could not believe, she was completely flabbergasted at dinner when I explained to her that I worked at Monsanto in the city, I drove home to a farm, and my kids were educated in the local community and went to universities. She's like, oh, that doesn't happen in Indonesia. We built Jakarta and a few other cities, and the country folk and the rural folk are just left to fend for themselves. Well, that's not how we do it here. And to me, the land grants, and one of the things that I tell people, and I told people long before I was a trustee and extension is a gift that if we do not take care of ag extension and extension conceptually, we are doing our state and our country a huge disservice. Extension builds young people, it builds research, it builds mindset, it builds technology transfer. You want to talk about the ultimate technology transfer. It is extension. And that model does not exist in other parts of the world. And farmers are thriving, are just dying. They want content, they want information. I work with other knowledge transfer folks around the world. We have it. We have it through our land grant, we have it here, and we cannot let anyone take it away. And it's hard, right, when you've had something that long? But, to me, land grants and railroads are part of what made America.
USA. So we talked about the land grant also as it brought innovation in a way that was really important to our state. This university, as we heard, was an early leader in both agriculture and engineering. So we've been doing ag innovation since we started 155 years ago. Well, Tammy, one of her expertise is human-centered design and really thinking about what the farmers, growers need around the world. And I think that's why she has a different perspective that she brings to bear. Bayer's been a leader in a number of different fields. One of the things we were talking about is Climate Corp and how that mattered about weather data and how it's being used on a day-to-day basis. I thought, Tammy, you could tell us a little bit about, because you do go back to a farm at night and because you are married to a farmer, how does that shape and inform the way you lead a global corporation?
Well, let me tell you, when prices go up at Bayer, my farmer husband ain't happy. So it gets as basic as that. But I'll go back to, so I never have to check the ticker. I never have to check the prices online, where a lot of my peers do, right? They have to go on their phone and look at the corn price. I can tell you almost daily what the corn and soybean and wheat prices on the market. I can tell you what the basis is doing. I can tell you what policy is happening and how it impacts my husband. I can tell you, whether it's equipment. It's just when you are a farm wife, because that's what I am at night. I am a farm wife. I do not farm. I'm not allowed to drive the equipment unless it's just like, it's really bad. And there's nobody else to do it. But it's part of our life. It's part of our life being a farm wife. But let me share with you something that I noticed. And it is really interesting because my husband, full-blood German, and some of you in the crowd know him. He's pretty hardcore. Like, when we got married, he said he was not using hybrids that Bayer sold. He was using soybeans, but not corn. And I was the sales manager for a big part of Illinois. And my sales reps were saying, well, if you can't sell your husband, how do you expect us to sell other farmers? So one night, he told me that the other company that he did business, the only company he did business with, that his family had like a 50-year relationship with, that he'd been by our farm, and we're friends with them, right? The dealer had been by our farm, and he said, yeah, I got my seed order in. And I said, that's great. I said, you left me some room, right, to put a few bags out there? Oh, I guess I could put a couple bags out. And I said, okay, well, I really was thinking of more like a planter full, like a planter pass full, so 16 rows worth or something. He's like, ain't gonna happen on my farm. And by the end of the evening, his comment to me was, you can run your company, but you ain't running my operation. And I slept in the guest room. He since is now 100%, but it was not because of me, it was because of technology. And I started to watch, and so a lot of what I get to watch firsthand is how farmers make decisions. And keep in mind, in our community, all of our friends farm, all the people we go to school or go to church with farm. Like, our circle is farm people. And 5-6 years ago, I started to notice something. Well, it was probably more like 8 years ago, frankly. So my husband did not like computers and did not want an iPhone and had one of those, remember those really big durable flip phones? I mean, they were like super durable, and if you ran over them, sometimes they still worked, and if not, they gave you a new one. My husband was a huge advocate of that. And he kept saying, we need to buy a few more, so if mine goes bad, that I can just change my SIM card. And I'm like, yeah, well, first of all, he didn't say SIM card. He wouldn't have known what that was. He called me this morning getting ready, and he's like, I need to search something in my email. How do I do that? Like, okay, one more time, I'm gonna tell you how to search in your email. However, he got an iPhone, and he was like, this is amazing. I don't ever have to call 411 and get information for a phone number. This is like a great technology. I can look at farm bids. I can look at what's going on. I said, yeah. So then he got a laptop, and he'd cuss it, and he would hate it that it took so long to turn on and click the wrong button, have to go back, but it was on his lap every night. And then he got a new piece of equipment, farm equipment, and the dealer, it was actually our John Deere dealer, said, you know what, I know who your wife is. You're gonna wanna sign up for this thing called Climate Field View. And you are going to want to have access to this, so let's just go ahead and set it up, and you're gonna need to buy an iPad. And he looks at him and he's like, oh, great. So he calls me and says, we gotta go buy an iPad. That was 8 years ago. That iPad never leaves his hands. We now, all of our cattle records on the iPad. We have barn cameras. He will get upset. So, like when you get a new iOS and you have to do the update, well, you just have to do the same thing with apps, right? And you don't like to put your password in again, but you do, right? My husband got really mad after rain one time, and he threw the iPad at me and he said, this piece of shit doesn't work. And I said, okay, well, it's turned on. Oh, click the Field View app. I can't get it open. I said, well, let's just put your login and your password in again. Well, I don't know what that is. I said, I do. Let's get it. Let me get it for you. And he said, forget it. I don't even want to look at it. So I said, okay, I just set it aside, right? It was evening. I thought, I am not working for the company right now. I'm a farm wife. And the farm wife says, I'm not going to take this abuse. And I'm just going to keep doing what I'm doing. So he comes back, picks up the iPad, and he says, will you please let me get into Field View? I need to see some things. And it's been funny, Laura, to watch that, and then to work in agronomy, knowledge transfer, in this work, and watch the trend. And the iPads, this data is 2 years old, but the iPad in agriculture, according to Farm Journal, the Farm Journal research that they do, is the fastest growing individual technology in America, in farming. In about 4 to 5 years, more than 70% of farmers had iPads. I mean, that's pretty damn fast. And my husband had a colonoscopy. I had a colonoscopy. My husband did not. I did. So yeah, I mean, we're just telling it all, right? I'm a very open person. And I go into the doctor's office with him. He had to take me. And there were 12 people in the doctor's office, and 2 of the people had iPads. They were both farmers. One was a farmer from Carlinville that was a friend of ours. That's just like so weird. He was there with his parents. And my husband. That iPad never leaves his hand. It is a gateway. And my husband can use field view, and he can do all the things he needs to do in there, and he can draw the polygon around a field and compare 2 hybrids and look at the yield in that space. Now, he can't search his email. No joke. But he can do that. And the technology grows because it helps him farm. Because I asked him, I said, why do you hate this machine? Why do you use it? And he said, I can't farm without it today. It's part of my farm, and it's a data point that I never had before.
So Bayer, as a company, has helped really advance software that is making better decisions for farmers, allowing more precision, and you're thinking about advances for the future now that are going to be more dramatically thinking about what individual seeds, as you were saying, selling seeds, how that is in the exact place it should be. Can you give us a little preview of what's happening in seed companies, Bayer in particular? How are you going to make better yields for farmers by making more accurate decisions?
Yeah, so we're doing it in a couple ways. So I graduated with an ag communications degree. And let me tell you that people in agronomy, so I don't know how many of you maybe have the ag comm degree, but those of us that do feel a little inferior when our peers tell us, well, you didn't have to take chemistry. And I'm like, you're right, which is part of my reason to be an ag comm major. Short-sighted, I must say, but still part of the reason. So to lead a group in agronomy, I was on our technology leadership team, worked for Dr. Fregley for several years, and was literally in the inside of the pipeline. And that was so awesome, having been on the end of the pipeline, seeing products come out for growers, and then to be on the very beginning, like the 10 years, 12 years down the road, and making decisions. I mean, I was voting, making decisions about whether we should address aphid problems, and when we bought the Climate Corporation, that's now part of Digital Field Solutions. And it was really interesting because I also could bring a farmer perspective to that. But one of the things I'm excited about today is the merging of human-centered design or farmer-centered design, digital tools and technologies and innovations, and the good old basics of plant breeding. And when we call it plant breeding 3.0, at Bayer, that's what we call it. Because it's almost a design, well, it's not almost, it is a designer hybrid, not designer blue jeans, but designing hybrids for the needs of growers in a different way than we never have before. And we're using crowdsourcing data. We're using information that's available to all kinds of people, but looking at doing this differently. And when you think about a grower and the challenges that a farmer is facing, whether it's the crops they grow, you've got to, if you start with them and understand their experience and what experience do they want to have, and how does the digital experience enhance the human experience, and blending those two, and then how do you build products for that? And how do you build information delivery for that? And we literally have developed what we call an agronomy calendar, agronomy wheel, and we've done data mining with our own agronomy information as well as lots of agronomy information online. And we know per region of the country and Canada, which I'm responsible for, we know which topics in agronomy are the most important at any point in time. And it's really interesting because you think, okay, well, that's really simple, right? Well, I mean, we hadn't done it. We hadn't done it in my career. And when we started doing it, we now are so much better at being proactive and planned. And we also, because we've got that on kind of an automated approach, which still our field people can go in and change that, but it's that ground truth and automation at the same time. But then our people can worry about, are we going to have a weather event? October 9th, a couple years ago, we got a huge freeze. So we were able to then deploy information very quickly about, okay, what do you do when it's snowing on your soybeans and you're ready to harvest? How do you deal with it? What do you do? And farmers will tell you, my husband tells me this, I don't keep all of that stuff in my mind because you have it and you're going to provide it to me. I don't have to fill my mind with that. I have enough to think about with taxes, running the operation, keeping things going financially, but I know you have it. And so that's what I'm excited about, is how do you do genetics different, and how do you do information different, and how do you use all the tools and technologies and people to make it happen?
I think Tammy showed you really the authenticity that can occur here in Illinois. And when you take a farm girl and turn her into somebody in a leadership role at a major global company, of thinking about what really serves the needs of farmers. So we're excited that Bayer has an innovation center here in the research parks that's giving students that opportunity as well. I don't know if Blake Giles is here, who leads that center, but we have a lot of great students who get the chance to work from Bayer. So if you're interested in being a part of this exciting field, please talk to Tammy or somebody else from Bayer. And as you can tell, she'll be helping to inspire you, I think, and she's a very proud Illini. So thank you so much for being a trustee and serving us at the Research Park as well on our board. Thank you, Tammy.
Thanks, Laura.
I'm just going to introduce Catherine Rayburg to begin with. I'll say Catherine's going to lead our discussion with our esteemed guest from ADM. For those of you who are not from this area, perhaps you don't know that there's these massive bioprocessing facilities of a global leadership of ADM in what is our community. And their residents are often, their employees are often here as well in our community. But ADM has really been at the forefront of many relationships we've had at the University of Illinois to grow agriculture and food. But Catherine came before coming to Office of Corporate Relations from ADM with a great career, and we've been really fortunate to have her as a Director of Corporate Relations that helps many of our companies here on campus, and to any of the companies who want to engage with the University of Illinois. Catherine's a great champion to help you find all the places on campus to discover new things. Catherine, thanks for leading and telling us more about ADM.
Thank you so much, Laura. And I loved you and Tammy's talk just a little bit ago. Love hearing the stories of farm girls. I'm also a farm girl from Central Illinois, and it's wonderful to be here and amazing to be leading this conversation. As Laura mentioned, I'm not only an alum of the College of ACES, I'm an alum of ADM and have made such good friends with some new ADM employees. So James and Yui, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself? Let's get started.
Hi, my name is Yui. It's actually a shorter version of my name, much easier to pronounce. I'm Manipan Giratiurai. I recently joined ADM for about 6 months now. I came from a CPG industry. I'm working in wide varieties of, whether or not going to be prepared meat industry, a nutritional industry, or even, some of these leading company in whether or not going to be dairy or plant-based alternative type of products. So I'm really, really excited to be part of ADM and be part of these, food revolution, how we can help to do from the other side as a, food product developer, food scientist, incorporate our knowledge in this area and help to further change this drive that everybody's working towards this food supply chain.
I'm James Scher, Director of Sales, Specialty Sales for our Milling and Baking Solutions Division. Been with the company for about 18 months. Came with a background in sales and marketing for a range of food companies, both in the dairy space, baking space, and flour space as well. My job here at ADM, brought on about 18 months ago, is to build sales and opportunities to expand our portfolio beyond patent flour. beyond the commodity flour business? What are the specialty products that our mills can produce? As well as one of my responsibilities is taking the lead on our sustainability, regenerative ag, and carbon neutral programs within the Milling and Baking Solutions division.
Thank you so much for those introductions, and we're really excited to dig into two key areas here today. We're going to talk about the carbon neutral flour business, as well as UI's role in food product development and food innovation at ADM. But I did think it was important to take a step back and think about some of the global consumer trends that the food and agricultural space is facing. And ADM made the prep very easy. They had an incredible document they pulled together. You can check out their website. But these might be good trends to note for everybody in the room. So ADM is thinking about nourishment for the whole self. They're thinking about plant-based lifestyles, microbiome as the root of wellness, clean and transparent sourcing, the humanization of pets, precise and responsible animal feeding, sustainable goodness, and advanced renewables and biosolutions. And I think I was drawn to these 8 key trends because they're all very similar to areas that we're working on here at the University of Illinois. So a nice parallel, but let's dig in a little bit more. James, it's fascinating, the news that came out from ADM last fall, a big industry first, that you now have a completely carbon neutral milling business. You and I had an opportunity to talk more in detail about this, and it's amazing when you think about the supply chain that ADM is involved in and the impact that you have from the farmer all the way to the end user of the flour at the loading dock. So talk us through the process. What was it like? How big of a lift is it? And as other companies think about doing this, what are some suggestions you would have?
Sure, it's been quite a journey. About a year ago, I was challenged in my role to determine if we could get to carbon neutral for our flour mills. We had the benefit of a kind of a groundbreaking initiative that ADM actually entered into with the U of I and the Department of Energy to implement a carbon sequestration program in Decatur, Illinois. In that project, we capture carbon emitted by our mills and facilities in Decatur. We capture about 500,000 metric tons a year. We concentrate that and pipe it about 1.5 miles, 2 miles underground into the Simeon sandstone layer. This project was an experiment. It was a test of concept to see if this could actually work and actually achieve the goals and the objectives of the test. And we're happy to say that it has turned out tremendously successful, kind of exceeded all expectations, I think, both for the university, the Department of Energy, and ADM. And in fact, we're actually expanding that and going to start to pipe carbon from Iowa over to our facility in Decatur to capture and sequester. That's the foundation that we built our work to get to carbon neutral for the mills upon. The other 2 steps to make that come to life were to demonstrate that we are actually preserving and reducing our energy usage in our mills. So over the last 10 years, we've implemented a number of projects to reduce our energy usage in the mills by about 25%. And then the final leg of that stool was to purchase renewable energy certificates to demonstrate that the energy that we do have to buy and use in the mills, that we're making an effort to make that green energy as complete as possible. So that gave us the foundation of the carbon neutral mill footprint, and we're, as we pointed out, we're happy to say that it applies to our 22 mills in the U.S. We're working to expand that into Canada this year. The next step in the process is to get to carbon neutral flour. And in order to achieve carbon neutral flour, we need to overlay that carbon neutral mill claim on top of the regenerative agriculture projects and initiatives that we're doing in the field with growers across the United States. Working with the growers to implement things like cover crops, no-till. I think Chris laid out a lot of what's going on the farmer side to get to that carbon reduction in field. Through those efforts, we can get to a point where we can get to a negative carbon footprint on wheat, certified and verified by third parties, that then compensates for that little bit of carbon that comes from the trucking from the field into our mills to get to that level of having a carbon neutral wheat product at our doorstep. And again, it's groundbreaking. Nobody else has done this yet. We're seeing tremendous demand by our customers to help them achieve their goals of carbon neutrality. I think most of those customers are putting a goal out there of 2030, 2050 to be completely carbon neutral. There's no way for those customers, for our food industry to achieve that without addressing their Scope 3 emissions. And what we're seeing more and more is that although there's a need for carbon offsets, the demand is just too high, there's also a real need for that carbon inset and for our customers to be able to demonstrate a direct linkage within their supply chain for efforts that they're making to reduce their carbon footprint. And we're able to bring that to them through our direct linkage to the farms.
Thank you so much, and I think it's amazing, even as Chris brought up earlier and you mentioned, that ADM truly is capturing the carbon. It's not getting out into the atmosphere and really making that impact from the field all the way to the fork. So thank you for describing that, a fascinating process. Yui, thinking about how consumers are becoming more aware of carbon and taking steps to reduce their own environmental impact, how does that drive the work that you're doing in food innovation and wholesome nutrition, and how are you kind of approaching food product development now?
I think as James has addressed it, I think most of our consumer, when we're looking at a food product that's available in the market, one of the things that our consumer have as that information is, their food packaging, right? We're looking at nutrition facts panel, we're looking at the ingredient decoration. When you read through all of those words, in some food application or food product, they can be a shorter list of ingredients, it can be a longer one. But when you're looking at the amount of energy and effort of many of us who are working in this food supply chain, this is a tremendous effort. The way we, extracting our food together, the way we put our food back together. For me as a scientist, I really want to leverage the knowledge that I have learned in the field and then rethink how can I help to formulate our food in much more efficient way. There's a lot of energy involved. We have to think further out. We're talking about we could run into some food security in 2050 where, we could have this 10 billion population and the way we're growing our food today. We don't have enough land, we generate these, carbon footprints. And for me, as someone who helped to put this product together and serve all of our consumer, this is something that I feel really strongly that I can help to contribute and rethink how we can make it more efficient, how can we leverage what we learn and what we know and then apply it accordingly, right? There may be some ingredient that, instead of taking it all apart to these different fractions, to these different components and re-put back together again, how we can do it more efficient way, applying the science that we learn and know and work directly with the farmer events, right, to understand how we can help to build a better ecosystem. Because one of the demand that consumer has can also have this ripple effect throughout the supply chain, but it's coming from all of us demanding, wanting to help to build a better world, but we also care about ourselves and our planet.
Thank you so much. I noted a couple of the trends earlier. I think it's really exciting seeing the plant-based lifestyles. So Yui, maybe talk a little bit more about the work ADM's doing in the plant-based area. We all experience this pandemic area as well. The consumer trend also have changed tremendously. And when we're looking at the consumer, it's also depending on geography, where we live, the culture where we lived in, the local food that we, familiar with, the accessibility of our food. In some area, there may be a group of consumer who may not have this access to a lot of animal type products. They may be malnourished because they won't have this access. So for us to be able to provide the nutrition through these plant-based lifestyles also help to also promote the newer consumer, that we call flexitarian. They want to be part of this revolution to also help to make the change. It's part of the thing that, they also feel good about it when they start adopting those type of diet, because everybody help to make this change and further drive the industry, and you can start seeing more changes throughout the food supply chain. Thank you so much. James, a question back to you. Thinking about the U.S. mills and now being carbon neutral, And you talked a little bit about how your customers are really interested and it's driving some demand. Can you talk a little bit more about that? How is this changing some of the conversations you're having with your customers?
Sure. I think, you look at the pressure that's happening in our industry, the food industry, and I guess in industry in general, to reduce carbon footprint and to demonstrate some progress. For a while we were really focused on regenerative agriculture. Consumers don't really understand what regenerative agriculture means. It's hard for the average person in the grocery store to really translate that into, am I doing something to benefit the environment? Carbon neutral gives that claim in a little bit more understanding by the consumer that they're actually having an impact. So as you look at our customers are reaching out, they're getting pressure both from their stockholders, their shareholders, their customers, the industry, and now even their employees to make an impact on the environment. One of the easy ways for them to do that is to demonstrate changes in carbon footprint and their carbon footprint, I guess, in general. In order to get there, they focus on the easy things first, changing light bulbs, reducing some motors, that sort of thing. But in order to really achieve this idea of trying to get to carbon neutral, again, they have to get to that scope 3. So that's where they come to us and talk about how can we help them achieve that goal? What can we do in their supply chain to help them get to that carbon neutral, or at least demonstrate improvements in their carbon footprint? Now, through Regen Ag, as Chris pointed out, we can demonstrate a reduced carbon footprint from the field, from those crops. But again, without wrapping that up and getting to that carbon neutral, it still leaves a big gap for those folks. And through getting to carbon neutral mills, we're able to strengthen that message. The problem that we're facing, and I think the industry as a whole, is how do you pay for this? Mm-hmm. As Chris pointed out and others have pointed out, it's not free to the farmer. It's not cheap to go and add cover crops or to move to no-till practices. They have to change their equipment. They have to pay for seed. There's a perceived higher risk level. And growers are a stubborn bunch of folks. They've been in the business for a very long time. They don't need somebody like ADM coming in and telling them how to do their business. So how do we encourage them? How do we educate them? How do we give them the information so they can get to that decision themselves is one of our challenges. And through incentive programs where we're helping to offset those costs, whether it's helping to offset the cost of new equipment purchases, seed acquisition for cover crops, and then guaranteeing them an outlet for their crop. When they do grow that crop, they can turn to ADM, we'll purchase that from them. And then for us, we push back on our customers and say, if you're serious about this, if you want to achieve carbon reduction, if you want to achieve a commitment to improving the soil and water and air quality, then invest in it. And we're going to take that investment, we're going to ask you to share in that cost back to those growers to encourage these changes. And it's worked pretty well. The struggle that our customers now are having is convincing the consumer that there's value to this and that the consumer needs to pay more. We're in a period right now of high inflation, food costs are going up. Our customers are caught in a tight spot of understanding, how do I pass this cost on to the consumer and justify it? And it's a problem that we're all facing right now, is that there's a demand to make these changes, but there's a disconnect on how do we pay for these changes as a society. And it's a real challenge, and we've had some success, and it's part of an education process. I think there's been some push as to how do you communicate that out to the customer, and I think this idea of the carbon footprint reduction is finally resonating with the consumer. And all the data and statistics show consumers will pay for it, but it's hard to get some of our customers over that hump.
Thank you so much. I know probably don't have all the answers today as far as how to market this and price it in the market, but great to bring it to light to the group here.
If I did, I'd be the president of ADM.
That's right.
And I'm not.
Tell Juan, you're coming. Well, we'll wrap up here. I do want to highlight Yui and James and I had an opportunity to share dinner together last night, and I said they are making history here in Research Park at ADM in the Innovation Center. We're so excited. Yui, do you want to just talk a little bit about the new space that ADM is creating here?
Yeah, so hopefully by mid-year, we can have this Food Innovation Center open at the Research Park, so we are very, very excited about it. Those areas would be designed so you can do kind of food prototyping. We have a demo kitchen. We have a focus area. We would love to be working closely with many, many talent here at that UIUC. I think also have that type of close collaboration and work closer with even new generation as well to really understand what they value, what problem that the food industry is also trying to solve. I think it's such a great privilege to be part of this program and be at the research park at UIUC. So thank you.
We're very excited about it. Yui made a great point. This is going to give ADM an opportunity to be very close to the next consumer, the next generation of consumers being right here. So thank you both. Was there any questions from the group? All right. Well, thank you. We'll close it up. I appreciate you joining us today, and enjoy the rest of the day, everybody. Thanks.
Well, thank you, Yui, and thank you, James, and thank you to ADM for making a commitment to grow here at the Research Park, as you heard. So food innovation is a great way to think about the bridge that we have between agriculture and consumers. And ADM's also a great example of how we can work together in the state of Illinois. So ADM headquarters in Chicago, working on building a food and ag community there, as well as here in Champaign and in Decatur, Illinois as well. So really unifying us as a state, I think, is important in our leadership in food and ag, and I think they described how they're doing that in really novel ways that are increasing sustainability as well. So one of our leaders here at the University of Illinois, perhaps one of the most recognized faculty members on campus for his research that has global impact, is Professor Steve Long. And Steve Long's going to be giving us an update on what's been happening with RIPE. He told us probably 5 years ago about what might be possible, and we're starting to see the realization of that more and more with the groundbreaking work that they're doing, much of which is right here in the Research Park. So Steve, thank you for being the Eikenberry Chair of Crop Sciences at the College of ACES and for leading work that really gets us recognized at the University of Illinois.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity to be here as well. I've always wondered what the Colonnades Club is, so I'm the first time in 20 years to be here. The Foundation for Food and Agricultural Research and also the UK Foreign and Development Office as well. It's an international project, so we're spread over 4 continents, but it is led by the University of Illinois. If I get the right changer. So just want to quickly tell you what the motivation is for engineering the process of photosynthesis. First of all, Illinois, for the last half century, has probably been the leading institution in the world for the study of photosynthesis. So fortunately, we were the go-to place for the Gates Foundation when they thought about the possibility of engineering this. The reason why we see this as important is we think about one of the biggest yield bumps the world has seen came from the Green Revolution, where we made genetic changes in crops, particularly in their ability to partition more of their biomass into the part we care about, the grain of wheat, the seed of soybean, and so on. And if we look at what genetically determines yield potential, i.e. what a crop can achieve at a given location, from its genetics, is determined by the product of 3 things. How good it is at intercepting the radiation that's available, how good it is at converting that radiation into biomass, and how good it is in partitioning that biomass into the part of the crop we really care about. And if we look pre-Green Revolution, we can see that partitioning into the grain, the efficiency of that was about a third of what we think the potential would be. Today in our major crops, we're almost at 100%. You know, wheat, for example, 60% of the biomass ends up in the grain. So it really isn't much room left for further improvement. Interception efficiency has also improved, but conversion efficiency, which is the process of photosynthesis, has been hardly changed. So why do we think we could do something about that now? Well, because we understand the process in great detail. We can simulate the whole process computationally, work out where we need to intervene. And of course, with gene editing, genetic transformation, we can also attack the process in a way that wasn't possible before. The way we work is, first of all, to predict from computer simulation where we should try and intervene in the process, and then try and do that. And we do that, first of all, in tobacco, which will sound very odd to you. The reason for this is that tobacco is very easily modified, and it produces a lot of seed. So we can go from genetic transformation to trial in just 12 months. So we use that to really filter, okay, does our computational idea really work in practice? If it does, then we go on to the much harder crops of cowpea, black-eyed pea that is, cassava, soybean, and also maize. And so we've had some successes in tobacco, and indeed we've now managed to transfer one of these to soybean, and in field trials on the farm, that showed about a 20% improvement. So we're pretty excited by those results, and the Gates Foundation is now discussing with us going into a third phase. But the other thing they've also done is to fund on the research park 2 new facilities which are allowing us to accelerate this movement of our successes in tobacco into food crops. And the first of these is the crop transformation facility. This is a state-of-the-art facility which allows us to generate our constructs robotically, then put those into soybean, which is our major focus on there, but there's also work on cassava and maize as well. Of course, when you're generating all these plants, you want to know quickly if your transformation is making a difference. And so the other facility that we've now built on the research park is the high-throughput phenotyping facility, which some of you may have seen this, what looks like a large greenhouse, which has been developed there. It's using geothermal wells to cut down on all the costs of heating and cooling of that. But in this facility, each of 400 plants is sat on a load cell, so we can monitor immediately how much water that plant is using every day, how much it's growing. And we also have above there sensors which are also looking at the development of the canopy. Now, if things are successful in here, we then move them forward into the field. And some of you may have seen this. It's by Race Street and Curtis. And there are these 4 pylons, which are about 150 foot high. And strung on those is this thing we call spider cam. So if you've been at the Bears Stadium, for example, you see this camera whizzing across the field. Well, this is exactly the same technology, except hung on here, we have a series of sensors which are monitoring things like the growth of each individual plant over a 10-acre plot, and also some of the photosynthetic characteristics. So with that, I just mention our most important, well, I should mention that we've had quite a lot of media attention, and in fact, on BBC World News this Saturday, this phenotyping will actually be featured. BBC has a series called Follow the Food. extremely popular in Europe, but it's now having an impact in the United States as well. We were also featured for a large chunk of a PBS Nova program earlier this year. And we also had a large feature in the New Yorker magazine. I should just mention our most important facility, though, is the team. And we've been really lucky to assemble such a dedicated team of colleagues who have really made all of this possible. Should also mention that the Gates Foundation has established a new unit which has funded these facilities on the research park. It's based in St. Louis, called Gates Agricultural Innovations. And their job is really to take our inventions and actually get them into seed systems for some of the poorest farmers in the world. If you want to know more, we have a website, very simple, ripe.illinois.edu. Thank you. Is there any time for questions?
We have questions. We have time for a few questions if anybody would like to know more.
It's not on, yeah. I could say, I can repeat the question. Yeah, so the question is about carbon neutrality and what this project might do for it. Clearly the motivation of the Gates, primary motivation of the Gates Foundation is to get more productive crops into the poorest countries in the world. But of course, whenever you increase the productivity of a crop, there is also going to be, if you like, more trash on the field. There's going to be bigger root systems. So you are adding your potential to add carbon to the soil goes up. But another possibility we're investigating through the US Department of Energy with these technologies is, well, in the West, if we want to start thinking about putting more carbon into root systems, if you have more photosynthesis, you are assimilating more carbon. So you could put more carbon into, if you like, more less labile parts of the plant, which would stay on the field without reducing yield. And,
Yeah, here we go. I think Jim Lenz has a question over here.
So when I think about evolution and the efficiency of photosynthesis, I'm wondering, why do you think nature didn't achieve what you're trying to achieve?
Yeah, that's a great question, and obviously we've thought a lot about it. And we have some of the answers, not all of them. But of course, one thing is, if we think of our crop ancestors, evolution is about getting your genes into genes getting themselves propagated into the next generation. And there are some very successful plants which are hugely unproductive, but they're just very good at dispersing their seed. So productivity is not the primary selective factor under evolution. Two other changes is, we found, for example, that many of our crops, photosynthesis poor in shade conditions. Now, if we look at, like the ancestor of soybean, it was a climbing plant where nearly all the leaves are in sunlight. Today, we're growing it in dense canopies where 75% of it is in shade. And so photosynthesis in shade in soybean is quite inefficient, and that's something we can address as well. Most of our crop ancestors were actually sun plants. Today we're growing them in shade. The third factor that we found was we found that we could, if we upregulated an enzyme which was really a very small component of the protein of the plant, we got an increase in photosynthesis. And we puzzled about this. So we then went back and we ran our model at pre-industrial CO2 concentrations. This enzyme had no effect. But when we ran it at today's concentrations, this enzyme was a bottleneck. And CO2 has more or less doubled since the start of the Industrial Revolution. Half of that increase has occurred in my lifetime, which is very few generations, really, for a crop to actually adapt to that change. So I hope that's a partial answer to a really challenging question.
Thank you. Do we have other questions in the room? I'll get you a microphone. While I look for hands, I'm going to see if Steve can tell us a little bit about, this improvement in photosynthesis is made possible by a lot of the biology, crop science work, but it's also computing. And I think NCSA, the National Center for Supercomputing Applications, has had a role in enabling these advancements. Can you talk to us about the intersection of those two factors that are important here?
Sure. We're lucky in that the process of photosynthesis, just about every step in that process is known. We know all of the genes involved. We know the protein products. We know a lot about their kinetic properties. So what this allowed us to do with NCSA was literally simulate the whole process. So basically we could, every discrete step from capture of photons to conversion of carbon dioxide into sugars and starch, we could represent as a system of differential equations, which you could then numerically integrate. To do that, you need a supercomputer, which was perfect for Illinois because we had one. So what we could then do was to simulate the whole thing and then start changing each of these proteins in turn. And of course, 99 times out of 100, you just make it worse. But one of those, it actually makes it better. And so that was what we were homing in on. Out of all those things you could change, which are the ones which might actually make it better? And then with transformation, we could then see, well, does this work in practice? And we've now had 3 of those which we've been able to demonstrate. I should say, before we could do that, there was a lot of skepticism, as you were saying, well, surely evolution would have already done this, or breeder selection would have already done this. And so this has really changed minds because we've shown 3 very different ways we could actually achieve higher photosynthetic efficiency. And in tobacco, each of those has given us about a 20 to 30% improvement in productivity. One of those has now worked in soybean, another one has worked in potato. But we're moving all of these to soybean and to cowpea. So, okay, thanks.
Oh, Manfredo's got a question. We'll do one more before break.
Yeah.
Hi, Steve. Just a question. Plants are within the environment. Photosynthesis depends on many factors in the environment, like fertilization, water, and now microbiota, that they are able to regulate genes in the plant and affect photosynthesis. Mm-hmm. So if you can tell us how the project can, how integrate all these factors to have an impact on the photosynthetic efficiency that you are doing.
Yeah, we don't know how environment is necessarily going to affect that. We do know, whenever we improve yield potential, that it isn't just in the best environments where we get an improvement in yield. You can see this with soybean and with wheat, for example, historically, if you look at that. We are, now with the soybean, we are doing multi-location field trials, so across a range of environments, to really see, can we get this yield increase in a range of environments? How does drought affect it, etc. Obviously with soybean, we're not adding nitrogen to those, so it's M-fixing. one of the exciting things we saw on the trials here was that although we got over a 20% increase in yield, the protein content of the seed was not affected. So we assumed the plant must be using some of the extra photosynthesis to feed the bradyrhizobia to get that nitrogen. Some of the traits we're looking at as well give us more photosynthesis without costing more water. So we are, at least in one case, making the plant more water use efficient, which we think will be beneficial in lower water environments.
Again, thank you to Steve for being such a global leader in this research and this work, and for having that work take place in the research park has been really great, as he said, to see that greenhouse light up at night that's doing this work, the new plant transformation facility, and the investment by the Gates Foundation in this work on our campus. He talked about global impact, and I just was reminded, as he said, about some of these crops, whether it's wheat or potatoes, and our friends and people that are in our thoughts and prayers in Ukraine. It is one of the largest producers of potatoes, wheat, sunflower oil, that we just think about our fellow people that are in the agriculture community. And with that, I'm going to say, I know there's a lot of conversation happening right now in the back. You're officially allowed to do that. So please go to the back and take a little less than 15 minutes, and then we'll be back with Kim Kidwell and Intellinaire with an incredible story of a startup journey. Okay, we're going to encourage everybody to move back in the room and this way, and I know that's tough because networking is one of everybody's favorite things to do. But I'll get started with an introduction of our two next speakers. It's a real privilege to have Kim Kidwell back with us for another AgTech Summit. She's in a new role now, Associate Chancellor for Strategic Partnerships and Initiatives. She's working around the state on issues like economic development, furthering the ag industry, and thinking about innovation opportunities that we can partner with different groups and companies and universities. Kim was the Dean of the College of ACES when she was recruited here to Illinois. She has a very impressive background in crop breeding, and she's from this part of the state originally. So having grown up in Vermilion County, I think she knows a lot about central Illinois, the impact that farmers have here, but also she's a real leader and champion of, as I said, ag innovation. We also are having Tim Hassinger, and I'm sure Kim will introduce Tim as well. As I was saying to Tim, I met him, I think, in 2005 when he was opening Dow AgroSciences' new center here in the Research Park. He was CEO of Dow AgroSciences, and he is a proud U of I alum. And now he's running a startup company, which began in our incubator. So it's been a really neat full circle to see his career go from big global company executive to now running one of our thriving new startups that I mentioned this morning, Intellinaire, which launched with an engineering faculty member who wanted to impact agriculture. So innovation happens all across our campus, and we think a lot about opportunities in ag, whatever field it might be that's deriving that new technology. So Tim's going to tell us about this growth, maybe the new funding, and where they're heading as an organization in the Midwest. Thanks so much, Tim and Kim. We're getting live? Okay. There we go. There we go.
That was definitely live. I think Tim and I are in a very unfortunate situation. We followed Steve Long. He and his team are solving world hunger. We had a break, and people that haven't seen each other for 2 years are having a party back there. So please, thank you all for showing up to actually listen to us. So I'm excited to have this conversation. It's a unique moment to have an opportunity to talk to you. You're one of the most unique people that I have met in my career because of your career pathway, right? So 37 years in the business, 33 with Dow, working, on more traditional things, seeds, chemicals, things like that. And then you pivoted to the Lindsay Corporation in Nebraska, worked for them for 3 years, and that's more of a irrigation infrastructure group. And now for some reason, and for you young folks in the room that are thinking about your first job, this young man is 2 months in a new role in a startup company. Wow, that's quite a journey that you've been on. And I think you have a unique perspective in that you worked in a big ag conglomerate for a long time. Then you went to kind of a medium-sized company. Now you're launching a new one into the world. And I'm really curious about, the differences between those experiences and kind of comparing and contrasting what that life's been like for you. And congratulations, by the way, on your new job. And welcome home.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Well, I have gone through these changes, and I've always gone down about 10 times smaller, so I was kind of joking with someone, I'm convinced nonprofit is my next opportunity after this, but no, I appreciate the opportunity. It has been a big change. I told my wife when we moved back to Indianapolis from Nebraska that I wanted to do something different at my stage in my career, and I can truthfully say definitely achieved that objective with the role, but it's been a lot of fun, and I get asked the question a lot of, hey, what's different between those? And I always like to say first, before I answer that question, what's similar? Because I think it's easy to just focus on the differences, but even though I've been in big, medium, and now a startup, the similarities are there. I always think of, look at it from an employee standpoint. What do they want from their leader? They want a leader that cares. What do they want from the leader? They want a leader that can tell them the direction of the company. Those fundamental things are the same, irregardless of what size. But there are some differences, and a few that I would highlight that I've noticed in the area of decision making. In a bigger company, you tend to have some layers, which allows support, different perspective. I think it's really critical in a startup that You've got that mentality of willing to make the call. Another one that jumps out at me in addition to that is in the area of being recognized, being able to influence, because you still don't have that brand awareness on your side. So you've got to be able to get yourself established. So that is a key factor. And the other one, Kim, that I think jumps out, and again, this is important in any size of company, but I think it's more pronounced the smaller you are, is that need for simplicity. In Dow, we used to call it the bang for the buck ratio. What are you getting for the dollar you're spending? I think in a small company that becomes even a more critical ratio, just because you typically don't have as many resources.
Absolutely. When you think across the spectrum of employees, I think you said something that's really important, that, what works everywhere. For people that are thinking about what their next career step's going to be, are the expectations of employees similar across those three structures, or are there differences there in a large, medium, and small company?
Again, I'll go high level. I think there's a lot of similarities. I mean, at the end of the day, you're there to create value, whatever space you're in. There's going to most likely be an expectation of collaboration, an expectation around problem solving. So I think what you want to achieve is very similar, but I think how you go about doing it can be very different depending on the size of the company.
Something to perhaps, talk to people that are in those contexts when you're thinking about the job before you jump in. So you've taken on a great new challenge with Intellinaire, and there's a big history there because it started here, right? So now suddenly you've decided to venture into managing a startup as the CEO and president. I'm curious about what inspired you to embrace this challenge at your point in your career, and it may be a little bit of an exploration of like what you're really excited about and what causes you a little pause when you think about this, knowing that you've only been at the helm for 2 months.
Yeah. Well, what excites me about it is different. It was a great combination when I saw it. I was able to say, it's ag. I want to be an ag. It's serving the same customer base that I've served my entire career. So that was exciting, and I knew I could build on those experiences I've had before. But that next layer was completely different. And that was really what attracted it, it was the fact that it was different, and it would require new learning, new experiences, et cetera. And that's the exciting part, and sometimes that's the frustrating part, because some of these things, you're doing it for the first time and trying to learn as you go from there. So that's kind of why I got into it.
When we first talked, you talked a little bit about mentorship. Mm-hmm. I'm an advocate and a fan of that too, and I've had people in my life that have been pretty special. Can you tell us a little bit about who's mentored you and how that makes a difference and how you pay that forward now?
Yeah. Now, I've really benefited from good mentors throughout my career. I mentioned to Kim when we first met, I have two really critical mentors that have, I think they retired 20, 25 years ago, and I'll try to have breakfast with them every 6-8 weeks, and oh my gosh, as soon as I sit down, I haven't even had ordered a cup of coffee, and I'll be like, I read the agri-marketing thing, and how come you guys aren't in this one, or what are you doing here? And, I just think the key word in leadership and in mentorship is care. I mean, if you care, if you feel like that person cares about you, your career or your personal life, it's amazing how helpful that can be. So I've been a great example of a recipient of really good mentors throughout my career.
That's really fabulous. So Intellinaire has quite a story, and I know a lot of people ask you about, how it started, where you're at now, where you're going to go. Mm-hmm. Would you share that with us, kind of the trajectory that the company's been on and where you're going to go next?
Yeah. So we've gone through a couple big changes in our company. The first change was before my tenure with Intellinaire, but we actually started as a drone company here in Champaign. And there was a pivot in the strategy to the data analytics side, the company that we are today. That happened about 5 years ago. And then the next big milestone in the company is the one we're in right now, which is moving from an early stage startup to a startup in the scale up. And I would have told you a few years ago that probably isn't that big of a difference. The reality now, seeing it and living it on a daily basis, it is a dramatic difference. And it was just my naivety of startup world. And so we're in the middle of bringing the different cultures. We brought on a number of people last year. Many of them had a bigger company background, because that transition from early stage to scale up, you really want to keep that entrepreneurial spirit, that high ownership, but you got to start bringing in some processes and some additional discipline, kind of moving away from, I would probably call it a hero mentality, where there's a problem and somebody goes and solves it, as opposed to it's more systemized, there's more of a process. And so we're going through that. But Kim, as a company, what we find exciting is right now we've established a base in the Corn Belt. We're predominantly in Illinois and Indiana. That's our core market. So there's growth here with our product that is today, it works very well on corn and soybeans. So there's growth there. And we have roughly 20 crops that we've done the work. We've either completed the work or we're well on our way to getting it completed. So that opens up another growth opportunity of being able to go into other crops, which will bring geographical expansion, not only within the U.S., but global.
You know, when we talked to you, you mentioned that you merged a couple cultures, you know, some folks that had been with the company from day one, and some folks that came in from a very different perspective. Can you talk a little bit about how you've co-cultivated synergy with those groups to make it work? Because that's a tricky thing to do.
It is a tricky thing. We went into it, the founder and I can remember it was in a car drive talking about this, it's tricky and it's got risk. And I don't minimize the risk associated with that, but I think if done well, you can really shave a few years off your journey of being able to take advantage of both sides. And the first thing, and this would be an employee meeting on this topic, is, you know, we're going towards startup, scale up, and we've got the early stage and we have the folks that are coming from larger companies. So the first thing I say is everybody's moving in this change management journey. It's not like we're doing this change so we can look like this big company or look like this other company. Everybody's going through change management. I think, first of all, when people realize that we're all going through it, one group's coming from the, you know, from the right moving left and the other group's coming from the other direction, I think it puts everybody at ease. But I think the critical part here is really explaining that vision of why we're going through that change management. And we've gone through some turnover of people, which every transformation I've ever been involved in typically will include that. So we've got the team in place, the structure is in place, and now we're moving to bringing that culture to align to where we want to go to. And that's what we're in the middle of right now.
Very good. I think those are important things to think about. You know, I think for a lot of folks, the question is, you know, so the startups come, it's exciting. You know, I can't even tell you how many students say, I want to be an entrepreneur. And you say, what do you want to do? And they're like, well, I don't know, but I want to be an entrepreneur. So, you know, it's very exciting. And you get in the trench. How does a company know when to scale up? Like, how do you know you're ready? You know, it is a bit of a risky business, and that's a big step. What are the things that help trigger that?
Well, I'm not sure how you present yourself as an expert on stage when your database is one. So I've got one data point here.
Two months n equals one.
I'll talk real strong about my one data point here. I think first you got to be past the proof of concept. You have to have demonstrated some commercial success to consider going to that next step. But I'll tell you what it's been for me. It's been quite easy to recognize we need to do this, because the investor questions change. They go from high, vision and what do you ultimately want to be and become to starting to be more performance-driven type questions, bringing in metrics to that, which is what I'm used to as someone talking to your typical Wall Street investor. That is the discussion. So I have seen I was a board member almost last week. I think it was the 1-year anniversary. So I've been in the company as a board member and then just the last 2 months as CEO. But just in that 1-year time frame, I have seen the type of questions we get asked from existing or potential new investors to moving more towards that, what I would call more scale-up type questions. So those were the two big indicators for me that give me a lot of confidence to say our company is ready to, and our company needs to move to that next stage.
When you think about how that evolution is going to go, what are the milestones and the indicators you think you're going to start to encounter so that you'll know it's working? Or maybe things that get thrown up the air and you're like, oh, we might want to redirect. So as you move forward, thinking about establishing on a bigger platform, what are you looking for?
Well, I'm looking for a couple things. One, looking for commercial success. You're making these changes because you believe you have the engine. I mean, what I've seen in my experience of the early stage startup in Intellinaire was a great example of this, is most of the money went to build the product in early stage because you got to have a product. And then you had other people doing things, but it was highly preferential for the innovation side. Now, as you move to a scale up, now you become a company. And so first, for me, the first milestone is, do we have the talent in those other areas? Okay, for us, feel real good, yes. That's where we brought on people, also some development of folks, so I feel real good about that. Then you got to start to talk, do you have the processes in place? And for us, we targeted 3 key processes. And I think you got to walk your way into this. So that's what we did. So I think that's a big milestone from that standpoint. And then the other one is, have you lost what you had? You can do all these things, but if you kill the innovation engine, it wasn't worth the ride on that. And so I watch very closely, do we still have that early stage fire, so to speak, on the innovation side? But now it's become part of a larger company that has more skills and capabilities attached to it. And those are some of the key things that I'd say I watch and monitor on a regular basis.
Yeah, very insightful. So you talked a little bit about talent, and any folks thinking about entering the AgTech industry in the next couple years, maybe? Everybody's like, nope, I'm good. No. So I imagine there's some people that are really thinking about this. Well, what advice would you give folks that are thinking about this? And maybe we can expand it a little bit too. If you really want to be an entrepreneur, whatever that means to somebody, like how should you skill up? How do you gain experience to really make that work?
Yeah. Well, I'm going to give eye contact to the one brave person that raised their hand, okay? Although I think there's probably some others in there. The first thing that jumps out at me is just go all in. Don't just tiptoe into this. And here's why. I think if you're early in your career and you're thinking of doing this, I think there's some key questions that are important for you to start to answer to yourself. Do you want to be in ag, or do you want to be in another industry? Do you want to be in a startup, or do you want to be in an established company? This is a great chance to figure that out early in your career. But there's also a chance to make connections. And I just talked to someone in our company that's just several months graduating from college. And I said, here's one of the questions we want to address, and here's the type of folks that I think can give you the answers. And his comment was, well, I don't have any connections with those people. I get that, but you know people. You have connections with people who have connections with them. And that's the key. And that's one of the things that has been a driver for me to stay in the ag industry. It's amazing how small of an industry it really is and how interconnected, and somebody who's been in it their entire career, many of the, any type of deals or strategic arrangements often comes in a discussion with someone that I've worked with before in maybe a different company, or I got 2 calls on Intellinaire from 2 people yesterday that were competitors back in my prior life. So, there is that connectivity. But I think that making connections is really important. But an area that's differentiation for me and something I look for in that person early in their career coming into the company, are they learning their job, or are they taking the time to learn the company and the industry? And I think that's a big differentiation. You won't see it or feel it for the next year. You may not feel it for the next couple years, but you will see it over a career if you take that attitude.
Absolutely, good advice. My grandson just quit a very lucrative job to be an entrepreneur, and his mother's freaking out. And I said, he's young enough, it won't ruin his life if he fails. Just be encouraging, right? So, I think in some ways, risks are easier to take when you don't have as much to lose. That's true. Right? Maybe even starting becoming a CEO of a company at the, kind of end of your career, that's brave. And not as risky as it might have been if you were, mid-career in Dow. So with that, I think, do we have a couple minutes for questions maybe, Desiree? So if anybody has any questions for Tim, please grab a microphone and ask. There's one there.
Hey, Tim, thank you. And Kim, thank you both for sharing. Tim, I'm wondering about your vision, things that you've seen. For startups, there's a point where you start to generate some revenue. And that tends to kind of overlap with a point where investors become really interested because you have something that works and is ready to go to market. So I'm just wondering, are there things that you've seen kind of balancing between generating your own revenue and then taking external funds to accelerate that growth? Just anything you can share about kind of that space.
Well, the role of CEO in a startup, I've learned quickly, is what you just described, your question, that's a large part of the job. And it's staying in contact with your current investors. One, because they've made an investment. Second, is there a potential source for future investment? But it's also anticipating who your future investors are going to be and what stage of your kind of life, if you want to say, as a company, will they best fit? And this is the journey for me. If I were to say what's one of the biggest learnings for me in the short time I've been in this role, is literally looking to segment those investors. Have the discussion and don't try to force it if it's not where they're at. Some investors will have, I'm a growth investor, so I only do at this size of revenue. Okay, you know what? We'll be that in next year, middle of next year. So you start putting the strategy around that to a segmentation of investors. So I think a lot of people may think, well, an investor's an investor, but a key learning for me is they've got different criteria and they want to come in at different stages of the company. And for me, being a kind of a long-term commercial person, I would think of it and relate to it almost as a customer strategy, segmentation, customer segmentation. I think you have to do that with investors also. Segment your investors of what they want to get and where are you at in your journey as a company and when it'll match.
That was a great question, a great answer. One more?
Hey, Tim, Martha, thank you. Coming from a very corporate professional life, and now you're working with an entrepreneur. Mm-hmm. What do you see in an entrepreneur? First, to make that jump, and two, how do you adjust as you go? Because obviously, it's a different mentality.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to build on your question a little bit with what Kim asked. We have done a fair amount of keeping the early stage folks and then bringing some people in with larger company and trying to blend that. And I think a key word, and I told everybody I brought in that this is a really key word. This is a criteria to come into the company, curiosity. I think the folks coming in with a bigger company background have to be really curious of why did somebody want to start their career as an early stage? Because it's very different than their experience. Coming in, where's the policy? Well, we don't have one. What's the process? We don't have one. I mean, that kind of thing. But then on the other side, the early stage, wanting to know, why would you want to spend your time, your career in a big company? Because you're limited. We've got opportunities, such empowerment and autonomy to do things. And so those discussions occur a lot in our organization. And it goes really well when everybody comes with a spirit of curiosity. Has been my experience on this so far. And you learn from each other and you start to just understand the different perspectives. But I didn't see this to the extreme when I first started. And now if I'm bringing somebody in from a bigger company, it's kind of a personal Tim onboarding program to just help them understand what they're going to see and then recognize the why. And that's probably the thing that I would say can miss the most, and I don't know if we got time on this, but I'll give you a personal experience. I lived in China, and so early on in my time there, something wouldn't make sense. Just something would happen, and you go, I don't know why this is happening. And then maybe 2 months later, for whatever, you might be driving down the road, you're in a car or something, and you go, I get it. I understand now. It didn't make sense before. And I see the same thing when you're trying to blend the two backgrounds into a startup. It's not obvious, but then it comes to them later on when they get to know each other. So to me, that's a real key success factor for what we're trying to do.
That's probably an excellent place to end this. When you said curiosity and purpose, everybody back there got really quiet. Did you notice that? That was outstanding. That was influential. So thank you so much for your time and your insight. I appreciate it. It was a great
Thanks all.
conversation.
All right. Wow, it did get really quiet. Well, actually, I'm really glad it got really quiet out there because I think you're in for a treat right now. So we are very excited. And if we could advance to the next slide. Oh, I just noticed I have the clicker here. So for those of you who are familiar with the history of this event, for many years, we've had a prize that we've given out to an entrepreneur, and we will have that prize that we've given out for almost 7 years now as the next one. But this prize that we're going to give out right now actually got introduced last year. So as Chancellor Jones said, things that are valued move forward during a pandemic, and this is definitely one of those areas where we saw a unique opportunity to partner with another company in Central Illinois to recognize a different type of entrepreneur. So I'm going to call Carl Barnhart to the stage. Oh, he's here. There he is. So Carl is the Executive Vice President and Chief Marketing Officer of Brant, and he is here to give out the Glenn G.B. Brant Prize for Ag Entrepreneurism, which is actually from the Brant Foundation. So Carl, if you want to come on up.
We're actually going to give this out together, Laura. So, but I've.
Oh, you have the check.
We've got a big check. Okay. Who doesn't like to get a big check? So I've had this date on the calendar circled for a number of months because we are getting to hand out a big check, and you know that's cooler than selling fertilizer or anything that I have to do in my day job. So I want to take you back though. Before we hand out this check, I want to give you a little bit of why we're handing out this check. Take you back to 1953. 1953, our founder at Brant was just a young farm boy back from the Merchant Marines who was trying to figure out how to feed his family. And as we're talking about entrepreneurism, he was in a situation where he had to be entrepreneurial. He had to figure out how to feed his family because the farm wasn't going to be able to do it. And as he looked around and he looked for ideas and he thought about, well, how am I going to do this? There was this thing called anhydrous ammonia that was floating around, and he didn't know why. He didn't have a technology background, but you know, the farmers who applied this all of a sudden got much bigger yields than if they didn't. Back in 1953, I wasn't here, but I'm told the average yield was 50 bushels an acre. 50 bushels. Imagine that today. 50 bushels an acre. But if you use this anhydrous stuff, you could get 100 bushel. 100 bushel an acre. So Glenn, GB, you know, he's our GB. He put this little pitch together. Didn't know why, but if you use this stuff, you'll get 100 bushels an acre. And he was fervent in his belief, and he sold, and he sold, and he worked on supply, and he worked on his neighbors until he built a business out of it. A business that today is in 49 states, 80 countries around the world. We're on about 1.3 million acres here in Central Illinois, and we have 800 employees scattered around the world. That's entrepreneurism. Unfortunately, as most of you know, we lost GB a couple years ago during the middle of the pandemic. We lost him at 94 years old, and we miss him every single day. And we want to honor that legacy. We want to honor that guy when he was 26 years old out there trying to sell his neighbors on 100 bushel an acre for some magical reason. So we put together the GB Prize for ag entrepreneurism last year. We gave away $10,000 last year. We're going to give away this nice big fat $10,000 check this year. and we're going to do it again next year, and we'll just keep on doing it because we get to honor Glenn's legacy. So last year we gave it to Will Glazik, who is a wonderful farmer from just up the road, and he used it in his vodka business, which I know Glenn would absolutely love that idea, that we gave it away to a vodka farmer. Let's just call him a vodka farmer. So today we get to give it to somebody else. So Laura, do you want to do the honors, and I will do the check?
So we're really excited to announce the winner of the 2022 Glenn G.B. Brandt Prize for Ag Entrepreneurism is Matt Riggs of Riggs Brew Company. So Matt, I see you out there. Come on up. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
Here you go.
I've always wanted to hold a big check like this. This is like, that's so cool.
So for those of you who are from, how many of you have been to Riggs? Okay, lots of hands up. So many of you have been to Riggs and many of you have drank Riggs beer, but many of you not understand the actual story behind the company and the amount of energy that has gone into this product and actually its ag roots. And so I think that's really what we're here to celebrate is, yes, it's great to celebrate the wonderful facility that brings people together and is the source of many celebrations, but I think what we're really recognizing today is the ingenuity that you have brought to brewing and to ingredients that are going into your product. So Matt, please tell us a little bit about what you do and what brought you here today. Maybe a round of applause.
Thank you so much. And thanks to the Brandt Corporation, the foundation. I've already picked out, the farm's getting a new grain cleaner. It'll be an old grain cleaner, but it'll be new to us. It's something that we've contracted out for years. And we're going to be able to bring it in-house, and that's going to help us keep a little more margin and give us some more flexibility on processing our brewing grains that we grow. So for those of you who don't know, I was born and raised on a farm in the southeast corner of the county. My family's been farming down there since 1874. We're not a big farm. We farm 316 acres, which is why I needed to do something different rather than just chase scale. My brother and I had the idea over probably several beers in the machine shed many, many years ago that it'd be really cool to be able to vertically integrate what we can grow on our farm into all the way to the end consumer. And it's taken us a while to get there, but that's what we do at Riggs Beer. It's actually a very simple process. If you zoom out far enough, we still grow a lot of corn and beans for the commodity market, but we grow specialty corn, we grow wheat and barley. Those three crops we then vertically integrate into our beer, and then we sell the beer throughout central Illinois. Pretty basic idea, but if you can imagine technically when you zoom in, that's pretty challenging. Growing barley in Illinois is challenging by itself, but then having it be the quality that it needs to be to make a good beer. There's a reason why not a lot of people are doing it, because there's a lot of technical hurdles. I purposely didn't prepare any comments going into this morning because I kind of wanted to hear what everybody else was talking about, and it's fun because there are so many things that directly relate to my struggle to try to find opportunities in the world of challenges out there that line up with everybody else's. A couple of those real quick. Fertilizer costs. We talk about lowering inputs if we possibly can. Sometimes it helps to use your small scale to your advantage, and one way that a small family farm can do that is side dressing. That's a practice that's fallen out of favor by the big farms. Being a small guy, we can actually cover some acreage side dressing and cut costs a little bit that way, and especially in a year where we're seeing some pressure on that side, on the input side. Thinking outside the box, also, quick shout out to Professor Moose, who's somewhere here. His really neat low oil corn variety allows us to cut out an entire processing step that other brewers that want to use corn in brewing, they have to give away margin to somebody else who has to process that corn that'll give them a lower oil ingredient, because corn has fairly high oil. Well, one way you can capture some of that back, thinking outside the box, several years ago I just Googled low oil corn, and Professor Moose's lab was the first result in Google. There was no commercial use of this ultra low oil corn. They just kind of kept doing it as part of a very old experiment. And I thought, hey, why not give this a try so that we can get rid of the degerming process that I'd have to lose margin to, and we'll just vertically integrate that grain and rely on its natural low oil content oil can kind of damage beer in certain ways, so we want to keep that low. So that's another example of don't always attack the problem from the same, from one angle. Come around and hit it from the other side, and a lot of times the solution can be very intuitive, and it's very clear that, yeah, that's also a good way to do this. One other thing I wanted to mention real quick, we're here in Central Illinois, so many of you probably don't know this, but the U.S. had its smallest barley crop in the last century this year, in 2021. The smallest barley crop in 100 years. Down 40% from 2020, and that's due to having a lot of heat and dryness in the main barley growing region up in Montana and the areas around there. One thing that this changing climate is doing is that it's given us more terrible variability in weather. We know that, right? If you asked farmers 10 years ago, was climate change real? I asked farmers 10 years ago if they thought that, and most said no. I don't know a farmer today that will tell you that it's not. The last 10 years of having really wet years, year in and year out here, has changed everybody's mindset on that. Everybody knows it's happening. It's impossible to deny. The other thing, lost my train of thought here. The other thing that climate change is doing here locally is actually kind of a bit of an opportunity for me as a brewer and farmer. It's given us warmer weather, more warmth on the beginning and the end, and more moisture, more dependable moisture in the middle of the growing season, which has actually made it pretty. We've done this several years in a row now, where we've had small winter brewing grains that we get in October, get established. We actually can harvest those crops early enough that we get a double crop of soybeans in there. We get some moisture in July and August, more moisture than we used to in the past. Those soybean stands are really good. I'm getting double crop years now with wheat or barley and then soybeans afterwards that probably before climate change would fail much more often than what they're failing now. We've also, the farm's able to make a little bit more money because of that, that challenge. We're able to capitalize on that. And we've also got essentially, in a way, a cover crop down for a lot of the year. I've got winter wheat or winter barley that's holding nutrient and holding soil there. So maybe just a couple examples of how at Riggs Beer Company and my family's farm, we're able to kind of take some challenges and find a silver lining. And thanks again, everybody. And we'll put this to good use on a grain cleaner, I promise you. Yeah.
Thanks so much to the Brandt Foundation. Thank you, Carl, for your support of this award. Thank you so much to Matt and your family and for all that you do. We also want to thank our partners who helped to provide nominations for this award. So Adam Davis, I know I saw you earlier. There you are. So you're 2 for 2 now in nominations for this award. So if you want to get this award, talk to Adam. No, he just wrote a fabulous nomination. But really what this award also represents is collaboration. And I think a lot of us have talked about that earlier, is collaboration between industry, between academia, between growers, et cetera. And that's really what we're seeing, and the proof is in the pudding. So congratulations, and thank you very much to both of you.
So cheers to you, Matt. That's exciting. If you saw a theme there, it was vodka last year and beer this year. So if you're a farmer and you figured out some way for us to have festive merriment with adult beverages, you might be in line for this award. I don't think that's what the Brandt Prize originally was developed for, but there's definitely a trend. And if you haven't checked out Riggs Beer, if you're here in town visiting Champaign-Urbana, have some local craft beer while you're in town, and that super low oil corn does make tasty beer. So next, we're going to stay on the entrepreneurship theme. You heard a couple of entrepreneurs tell their story already, but we are supporting more in our community with the ability to have the Illinois AgTech Accelerator that I mentioned this morning, based here in Champaign. And it's led by Jack Mark, who will be leading this discussion, who both University of Illinois and Parkland alum. He worked at several of the local tech companies in town, including Nutrien, Agrable, Horizon Hobby before, has seen a lot of evolution that occurs within startups and is a wonderful mentor to future companies. And he will introduce Martha, who is one of the participants in the last Illinois AgTech cohort, and her company, Ag Tools. So please welcome Jack and Martha. Thank you.
Do you want us to use these mics underneath? Thank you for that, Laura. Martha, it's good to have you back in Champaign.
Thank you so much.
By way of introduction, I had asked Martha for some details to share with all of you, and in true Ag Tools form, it's a mountain of data. So I picked out a few things that I thought were particularly exciting. So Martha has almost 30 years of experience in the worldwide IT, telecommunications, food and agriculture, and supply chain. She's also served on the board of California Department of Food and Agriculture. As much as it pains me to admit, they do know a thing or two about growing food. I'm from Illinois, so it's a little bit of a tricky thing to admit, but it's true.
You need lettuce.
Yeah, it's true. We do need lettuce. Martha has also served on the board of the editorial board of the Institute of Food Technologists, the Worldwide Advisory Board of Women for Walmart, and the executive board of the United States Hispanic Chambers of Commerce. Like Laura mentioned, Martha currently serves as the CEO of Ag Tools, where she and her brothers won the Microsoft Machine Learning and Artificial Intelligence Award. Ag Tools covers 500 commodities, 29 years of historical data, more than 3 billion data points, and over 50 years of weather patterns worldwide. And I think you process how many billion transactions per second?
1 billion transactions per second.
1 billion transactions per second. So really exciting to have your insight on supply chain, I think. Coming out of the pandemic, which hopefully we are doing now, I think we've seen, particularly across the food supply chain, what was already a stressed ecosystem 3 years ago has now started to show several stress fractures around where that supply chain has been fragile. So I would love to get your thoughts, especially with some recent things we've talked about, the issue with avocados and the many factors that affect that viability, kind of what your perspectives are on the most significant pain points facing food supply chain.
Good morning. I think supply chain has never been out of stress, has always been on a stressful thin rope, and I have seen it throughout my years of careers around the world. It was always that minute there was something going to break. And it would break, but few of us in the United States will notice it because somehow it got delivered. But we had a lot of things. And I remember one, apartheid South Africa could be one example. And that was stressful for the agricultural industry, believe it or not. And so we are walking out of COVID-19, but we're walking into a war. And we have to remember that Ukraine has 25% of the dark soil in the world, and it was bumping up to be one of the leading farming regions for that world, that part of the world. And so now everything is going to shift again. And so you're going to start seeing new players in many commodities, whether it's sunflower, whether it's blueberries, whether it's soy or corn. So it is an ongoing issue. I think that it's going to take us at least 5 to 10 more years before everybody realizes that it is not just one issue, it's many issues that the supply chains are continuously stressed out.
So when you think about through the various layers of supply chain, and just to kind of enumerate a few, starting with the one that we're probably all most familiar with at the grocery store. So every time I pick up an avocado or a tomato or a head of lettuce, there's obviously many miles that it's traveled most likely to get there. And so you kind of think about from where it comes to me at a grocery store, from where it was produced out of the ground, what are some of the challenges with the handoff from each of the players, and maybe help us understand a little bit who the players even are to bring something like fresh produce to a grocery store?
Well, interesting enough, I remember being on a meeting with our Secretary of Agriculture today. By that time, he still was retired. Well, not retired, he was working with a company. And I mentioned to the audience that sustainability in this country means completely different than many other countries. And he grasped on it and said, yeah, there's a whole different world out there that means sustainability. And we just saw it with avocados. And I mentioned it that day, 3 years ago. I talked about drug dealers. And people kind of knew but didn't know. Well, the avocados were stopped, the shipments of avocados were stopped 3-4 weeks ago by the Department of Agriculture because the threat of USDA inspectors in Mexico. And that is sustainability. That means somebody has to continuously survive in our countries, on many countries overseas, to deliver to the main developed countries. So that's just one area to show you that how is it that a whole industry stops because of a threat. They negotiated for 5 days, literally embassies to embassies. Secretary of Agriculture and even the presidents got involved because we needed our avocados at the supermarket for our toast. In the meantime, what very few people know is that our countries have been plagued by these, unfortunately, citizens not desiring our countries who charge every single shipper, every single farmer, extra quota to even produce. So that is one of the issues that you have to think when you're doing supply chain around the world. Even on the inbound or the outbound will always be. So that's one extreme one. Another one could be exchange rate. Very few people understand the exchange rate movements in our industry because we come heavily from the row crops industry, but as we start moving into this more agile world, it's going to start impacting us more faster across. And I can start seeing it, I'm seeing it. Have dealt with the row crops from the overseas side of it, and I'm starting to see that all these little elements, we call it the 76 variables, are going to start impacting each one and every farmer across the world.
So one of the things that I think has come to my attention in particular most recently, but I'm sure several people have been sensitive to for a long time, is the availability of labor in agriculture. And so what insights do you have on kind of how that challenge has emerged, kind of ways that it's being mitigated, and other insights you might have on that?
This is going to be the biggest challenge. And it's not just in USA, it's worldwide. Philippines, I'm going to give you one simple example. Philippines is the largest producer of pineapples after Costa Rica, between Costa Rica and Philippines. And I was tasting it today. I love my pineapples. Kids are leaving the farms, no matter which country. They just don't want to work. It's too hard. It's a tough industry. And so the robotics, are we going to match faster robotic against the need of supply of labor? I'm not sure. I'll give you one example in my country. I'm from Colombia origin. Our workers used to be our workers. Now our workers are Venezuelan immigrants who had to immigrate, who had to leave the country. Over 3 million of them left the last couple, 3, 4, 5 years. And now the workers in Colombia happen to be Venezuelans in the coffee farms. So it tends to be the migrant immigrants tend to be the workers in the farms. But is that sustainable? Because that father who came doesn't want the kid to stay there. They want to move it out. And I have a couple good stories. Several of my Hispanic friends who actually were kids of farm workers,
the parent did everything possible to get him out of the farm, or her out of the farm. And they remember how beautiful, and I talked to them today, they're 50 or 60s, and they say, I wish I would have never left. But it was too late. The parents pushed them out because they thought it was hard. So just how do we train the young generation to think different about farming, and not only technology-wise, but sustainability of our earth and our food supply chain.
So when challenges like this come up, there are some things that are really hard to predict. I think we've witnessed 2 of them in the last 3 or 4 years. But some things, like the changes in labor patterns, are perhaps a little bit easier to predict. What makes it challenging for supply chain professionals throughout the various, throughout the supply chain, to identify quickly and respond to threats that are predictable, but then also some of the ones that are unpredictable? What makes that challenging?
COVID-19 was not unpredictable. It was going to happen. We knew it because we had a virus before. And it was challenging for us, some of us who were on the ground already. It was not it was going to happen, it was when it was going to happen. What we do is like what we do in our homes. We just are relaxed, we have a roof, we don't have to worry too much, we don't have to do maintenance. But you do have to do maintenance. I mean, how is it that the Port of California, the Long Beach or LA port, it's overwhelmed. It cannot receive anymore. That has been an ongoing thing for the last 15, 20 years. I've been part of that. But it exacerbated now. It happened to be shown all over the place now. And now there's money poured in. And now there's automatization that's going to happen. It's going to take 10 years, so we're going to suffer for a while. So everything that happens there have signs. They mentioned today there's signs that when he was driving in China and something happened 2 months later, he figured out. Same thing happens in this industry. And today I was giving a talk in overseas, and the signs are there. I used to collect newspaper clips and file them to make sure that I understand. When I used to ship, for example, a vessel of banana from Ecuador to St. Petersburg every week, I would collect the newspaper clips from Panama, from Russia, from Ecuador, from many countries, and divide them by segments, because that will give me the signs of what could have happened. So the signs are always there. It's just that we human beings tend to relax a little bit too much. I don't think we can afford anymore. And the good news is that technology is here to help us do this faster. Hopefully at 1 billion transactions per second.
Well, I think maybe then if you had to kind of project the challenges that we aren't paying attention to, I think most of us probably have thought more about where our food comes from in the last couple of years than we had before. But do you think that there are still some things that maybe aren't getting the attention that they should, and what would those things be?
I would say 10, 15 years ago, I remember working with the company you mentioned earlier, with W, about local sourcing. Local sourcing should be a growth area and must be. That's the 0 mile. The good news that we're starting to build these units even in the Midwest where you can get better lettuce, and I joke about it, but it is true. There are a lot of good fruits and vegetables that you still can grow locally, and our grandparents used to do it. They had peaches only 2 months of the year. They had lettuce only so many months of the year. Think about this. The peaches, now you go to the store and you have peaches year-round, right? But they don't taste as good as when Georgia and the southern states produce those, where there were like 3 months of the year that were like super delicious. We have made that availability year-round lose our taste buds. So now when the real Georgia peaches come out, there's not much demand because we have peaches in November which are coming from overseas that have no flavor. So the changing of the buds, and that's why I sit on the International Food Technologies, because food is related to what we grow, like the corn oil, so same thing. We have to be aware of growing more locally and starting to take a stand more on growing locally and eating locally only the times of the year that we have. And that will push back up, it will push up buyers to realize that. And I remember the project they were trying to do, but the consumers were not buying into it. I think that we're ready now, and young generations are ready for that.
So how much of that is a behavioral shift from the customer to demand locally grown produce, and how much of that is sort of an economic calculus on whether or not it can be profitable, whether or not it can be profitable at scale? How much of that do you think the consumer can influence versus a shift in the economic model?
Well, one of our customers buys for the military bases, and he uses our data. He knows that there's mangoes in Florida. He just doesn't know when, because every day he wakes up at 4 and he runs, and he just makes sure that trucks are coming in and the commissaries are filled in. But when he got the data, and not because it's our data, but just in general, I always have been about local sourcing, he looked into the fact that there are 8 weeks of the month mangoes from Florida. So he calls his shipper, who sells him mangoes, and say, hey, I want those 8 weeks of the year mangoes from Florida, for 2 reasons. Number one, personal for him, I'm helping my farmers locally. But number 2, because the flavor is much better. Anything that comes from overseas, every mango that comes from overseas is thrown into these huge heated waters that takes away all the sugar of the mango. And what you're eating here is like 1/10 of the flavor of a mango, because they need to take out the larva. And I have developed those plants overseas. While the local Florida mango is so tasty and so delicious. But guess what? The consumer said, ooh, this is so sweet. Again, the adjustment of the buds. But he already told his supplier, every year I want my mangoes those weeks from Florida. So it's also, buyers do understand, and they want to impact our communities.
So how would you suggest increasing the transparency of when the best time to buy a vegetable is? How do we get more of that information in front of consumers?
We could and we should and we will. It's going to take a little bit of time, but it's going to take buyers to keep. Right now, buyers are very concerned about food safety and obviously food supply. But it's up to us consumers to start demanding to see where things come from. One of my team members brings a story of a person who sells these sweaters that are tied to the ship that is in Australia or New Zealand, and they can see this, now they can track that ship for the rest of their lives, and then they can even buy more sweaters from that ship. I don't know whether it's profitable or not, but it sounds like a good idea. Maybe it's a very much of a boutique thinking, but still, you start growing and that's how you plant the seed, literally. And so hopefully that will keep growing, and I want to know who and what is grown and where it's grown. More important, because part of our food waste, which happens, yes, between farms and distribution centers, we lose over 4,900 truckloads per day, literally, that were farmed, ready to go, ready to be eaten, we throw them in the trash. Worldwide are 62,900, more or less. Well, what we also know is what we throw in the refrigerator. But it has to do with that traveling time, too. So hopefully we'll get there, hopefully in the next one decade or so, because technology is speeding it up faster.
So kind of shifting gears a little bit, we've talked about how produce can flow from a farm to a grocery store and some of the logistical challenges. But associated with that, I think one of the other things that people are paying more attention to is the data that follows that particular piece of produce or a truckload of produce or something like that. Can you help us understand how, to the extent that it does, how data flows from the producer, the grower, all the way through to the grocery store?
Yes, there was a mention about our beer gentleman that the farmers, that now we want to have more data, and we're looking at more data and where things are coming from. And the reality is that I remember when he was talking about that nobody believed in climate change, and now they see the climate change. Same thing happened to me. I would say 12 years ago, we were preparing to ship peaches and plums and stone fruit. And you just pass them on, clean them, and put them in a box. And they said, no, you have to start putting the sticker. And they said, no way, nobody can put a sticker like that. No, we have to start putting the sticker. And a lot of pushback by farmers because it was a unit that they had to buy now to put the sticker. Look at it, now every single lemon or any unit has a sticker. and now they have no choice because you have to trace back for food safety originally, but now because the consumer is saying, I want to know where this comes from. So we're starting to be able to do that. Not 100%, but the strawberry industry already has pushed for that, and so your UPC or your code will track back where it's coming from. So you're starting to be more engaged. And I think that's going to be good for all of us consumers to see, because we have been so disconnected of where the food comes from, that it comes from. And when I say food, it's not just food. I always mention that everything comes from nature. Even our Tesla has lithium, which is from nature. Everything comes from nature and everything gets impacted. So we want to trace back everything. And where is that lithium coming from? Oh, yes, somewhere in Africa where kids have to do this without feet, without the shoes, and they have to dig through the mud to pull out that element so we can drive our Tesla. Well, kids are starting to wonder about this too, right? So it's going to happen.
So when you think about the information that resides on a farm that would be useful to either a grocery marketer or a logistics coordinator or shipper, what information is still kind of siloed in these various handoffs where you get the bushel of tomatoes, but you don't get information about either when it was harvested or some other piece of information
or what
that
goes
would be
into the tomato, or what's on the ground.
Right.
Because at the end of the day, this whole GMO was an issue that I had to sit on the board to go through the whole process in California. And as you know, California gets a little bit trendy and leader in many things that then the country adopt, sometimes not. But what happened is that we are starting to understand that what goes in that soy, corn, tomato, I don't care where. Now we're starting to wonder, because at the end of the day, we remember now that our grandmothers used to know what to eat properly to be healthier. And then we went into this whole phase of forgetting that. Now we're starting to go back into it. So I have even farmers that have quinoa, for example, in California and somewhere in Wisconsin that are starting to plant quinoa with certain type of seeds that are in certain native regions that are, the environment is properly for that, so they don't have to put so many chemicals. It's not because about being organic. It's let's eat what is natural to that region and not what is not. And I mentioned that because coming from coffee farms, there's no way you can change the environment of the Colombian coffee region or the Brazilian or the Ethiopian. Those you can change. That coffee will behave completely different, like obviously the corn and the soy and all that, but having lived it with my grandpa, that's really what it is. It's unique. So we're going back to that, and I see that starting to happen much more.
So you think we're going to leave some time for questions? While the microphone kind of circulates, I'll ask one more around the value to the producer and other people where tracking this data is an additional effort. So is there value in that data? Do you think that in some way an end consumer or a wholesaler sees value in only buying from people who can provide the volume of data that they need to run efficiently?
I think that the biggest change that is happening in the next 5 to 10, 15 years is not data, is not technology, it's our brains. I myself didn't used to order an Uber in my whole life, and now I do it in 2 seconds, right? The brain has trained itself to be able to work with a phone for an Uber. I used to pick up the phone and call my taxi guy and stand in the front of the door to wait for my taxi, not anymore. That, I think, is the change, and we're seeing it in the farmers, the pushback on data originally because it was too much or it's too much. Why? Because I will still, until I die, will say that the farmer is an artist. The farmer takes that canvas, which is the ground, and makes a beautiful crop or paints a beautiful crop. Well, to focus on that, that's one brain. The other brain, the data brain, is numbers, and that's not what he or she is trained to. And so how do we start adjusting those brains backwards? And you didn't mention at the beginning, but I'm a cartoonist, right? So the brain of creative and the brain of numbers have to continuously start mixing from here on. And we're starting to see more leaders that play the guitar, that do technology. So we're starting to accept the fact that the creativity, which was mentioned earlier, and the business world is starting to work much closer. And I think that will help the brain evolve for us to grab data, for either the consumer to know where your product comes in 2 seconds, or for the farmer to be able to understand what he or she needs to do in order to make it business profitable or make a better decision for the consumer.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I have a quick question. I'm Sandy Delarba, professor here at the university. Thank you so much, Jack and Martha, for your insights. I have a question related to the fact that climate change is obviously a very big disruption into the food supply chain, right? So I wanted to hear from you, Martha, if you could give us some insights with respect to how do companies actually get prepared for it, in a sense that now places where crops are being grown might shift, right, 50 years from now, which also means that transportation costs might, in some cases, increase, in some cases, decrease compared to what we are looking at now. At the same time, new technologies are coming up. For instance, in engineering here, they're thinking about trucks that will move without a driver, a bit like the Tesla car you're discussing. So could you give us some insights as to how they foresee what's coming up in 30, 50 years from now?
So I wish I could, and I will one day, I hope, but not today. But I'll tell you what had happened. When I used to develop crops in the past, even when I was doing the soy program in Brazil, I could plan 10 years in advance. Literally, I would plan the whole program and plan 10 years in advance, and the whole financials would look like that. Banana programs, I don't care. It was always really in advance. And I always had what we call Plan A, Plan B, Plan C, and Plan D. Plan A, it never worked because obviously the first shipments never work very perfectly and there's a lot of hoopas happening and then you figure it out. Plan B, hopefully you figure it out and it's starting to go smooth, but maybe didn't write completely, didn't understand everything that you had to go through and you will, again, lose some money on level B. But level C, now you're really losing money if you haven't figured it out. And if you had to go to Plan D, you might as well shut down, right? That you do it in 3 to 5 years in the past, 10 years, not anymore. You literally have to do it by months now. And even when I had to do a processing plant for oranges in Central Valley, California, we used to think 7 years. Every 7 years, there's a cold weather, there's a this, and so you do your financials around that. Not anymore, it's literally every year. So the thinking process that I ask to change on farmers and on leaders is do it by the month and monitor every month your financials. And try to put away because it's going to happen faster than later and only so much you can go to the bank or only so much you can go to the government. But it's definitely changing 100%. And the other part that I'm getting concerned is how fast can we evolve on the new varieties, kind of like we did with the vaccine, that we figure out the vaccine faster because this whole scientific world got in and figured it out. But obviously not on our seed world, on our fertilizer world. Maybe they are, but that's what they need to. They need to accelerate the process. And the financials will be there for us. But as on the side of the farming side of it, you have to plan one. The same always the 7 years. You still do the 7 years, and that was taught to me by a lot of amazing leaders and mentors. You still do the 7 years, but now you're fixing it. You're monitoring every month, not every year. And that will adjust, and then look at the patterns. Today I said it, keep up with, write the patterns. What happened this year, what happened a year. No longer is, I think last year it happened. No, you should have written what happened somewhere and keep track of it because it's going to come back and hit you again.
Hey, Martha. Good morning, welcome to Champaign. Good to see you, Jack as well. Martha, I completely got what you were talking about taste bud. Every year, at least we as a family go apple picking in the fall. Then for the rest of the year, it's very hard for me to eat apple. So, but we also know agriculture production tend to cluster because it really depends on the growing environment. And the demand can be worldwide. There's a reason why those bananas, right, are going from Central America all the way to Russia. So my question is, how do we balance, right, that preserve our taste bud fresh to make sure we actually, there's more people in the world can enjoy certain products?
My first recommendation is that it's going to take us, like the brain, re-engineer our butts because we damage them literally, especially when you have the same food every single day of their life. I'll give you an example on avocados. Avocados were seasonable, or the flavor of it, very delicious, very juicy, very oily, very plummy. But the ones that we eat here is like a little thing. For me, it has no taste. But that's what I eat now. For me, when I go now to the country of origin to eat an avocado, like Dominican Republic, it takes me a little bit to adjust to the fact that that's the real original of an avocado, not an engineered avocado, okay? But then the second part of it is that we have to start consuming less of many things like salt and hot spices and stuff like that, because that has changed our butts. And I don't say that, the scientists will tell you that we have adjusted to just put a lot of things on it to get the flavor out of it. A flavor, but it's not the real flavor. And last but not least, I'll tell you, we went to Paris for the World Cup Soccer, Women World Cup Soccer, and I had gone before, and I was shocked to see that it used to be, you go to France and you had little portions and little things, portions and flavors. And all of a sudden, they were serving me these huge salads with this amount of dressings, huge portions. And I was shocked because that's not for me, France. France is petite. And that's how the whole world has changed. We all have been changing our world to be big and no flavory and stuff like that. So it's going to take a little bit to readjust our butts, and that will push back into production, believe it or not. We will push back, like the people are talking about quinoa. That quinoa is unique flavor in Indian tribes regions. And I'm telling you, you taste that quinoa versus a regular quinoa, and you taste the flavor immediately, but original from the region. Okay.
Thank you, Martha.
Thank you.
Thank you, Martha and Jack. Now I think we're all really hungry. I'm thinking about mangoes and avocados and peaches, and Herman tells me there are essentially locally sourced peaches available in southern Illinois, so something to look forward to. Look where your stickers are of where your produce comes from. We're going to keep talking about food, though, and I bet everybody in this room has had food that's been produced by Treehouse Foods, and you don't even know it. But we have a vice president here who's going to tell us more about that, and Herman is going to do the introduction of Patrick, who's an alum as well. And Treehouse Foods is based in the Chicago area. It's a great example of a leading food company in Chicago, and I think we've talked about the connectivity between our two communities of the growers and then the end products that we serve to consumers and our great state that produces both. So thank you, Herman, and Pat. Do you want to leave me? We're on.
Okay, great. Thank you, Laura. And thank you. We're in between us and lunch, so I guess makes us part of the supply chain too. So
at least it's not happy hour.
Yes. So Patrick, you're the Vice President of Crops, Commodities, and Ingredients at Treehouse Foods, but I want to let you introduce yourself and your journey that includes the University of Illinois. So tell us a little bit about you.
Sure. I grew up in Ashton, Illinois, which is northern Illinois, so it's a small town of 1,000 people. So I came to University of Illinois, graduated in '96, had a degree in animal science, so I'm using that well today. I started my career with Cargill, started at the Board of Trade as a simple runner, and spent 14 years with them doing grain merchandising, risk management. We spent a lot of time on risk management with farmers, so that developed into risk management with consumers as well. After 14 years with Cargill, I had an opportunity to go over to Treehouse Foods. I've been with Treehouse Foods for 11 years. As Herman mentioned before, Treehouse Foods is a company that you guys probably have not heard of. We are the private label manufacturer. We're one of the largest in the world. We deal directly with a lot of the main retailers that you're very familiar with. We have 42 plants across the United States, Canada, as well as 2 pasta plants in Italy. Just by show of hands, if you've ever gone to Costco and got pretzels that are filled with peanut butter, we make those. But we make anything shelf stable for the most part. So it's salad dressing, cookie dough, pretzels, crackers, non-dairy creamer, a lot of pasta, and we're continuing to grow.
Yeah, well, that was going to be my second question in terms of telling us a little bit more about private label foods, and I guess Treehouse is a big part of that. But you know, COVID has brought supply chains conversation now at every table, right? We all know about supply chains because of COVID and the disruptions that we have suffered, but we know very little bits and pieces about it. We don't know much about it, and you know, there was in our previous talk there was a little bit of conversations about that. Could you tell us a little bit about the essentials of supply chains, and especially related to your company and also related to technology in general?
So I think when COVID broke out, I don't think anyone knew how long it was going to last. I specifically remember us being sent home, and it was about 2 weeks later, after sitting in my basement at the poker room table and my poker chair, my back was killing me. I was like, I need to go get my monitors. I need to get my desk chair. I think I'm going to be here for a while. So 2 years later, we've kind of figured out how has COVID affected us as a company, but also us as an economy. I would say we literally hit the brakes on a car, which is the supply chain across the worldwide. And I think from that moment when we hit the brakes, everyone was reeling and trying to figure out how to get supplies from overseas to the United States, from the United States domestically, from plant to plant, and location to location. It was difficult. So people were not sure what consumers were going to do as far as eating. We were relying on data quite a bit as far as what we knew from the past, but now that everyone was working from home, we didn't know what people were going to do. But we started seeing some early trends early on. We started seeing people load up on pasta, easy meal to make. We saw people loading up on non-dairy creamer, which is just a simple powder, right? We found out later that people were doing that for bomb shelters, right? It was something that they could do to make milk, literally, for long term, if that was the case for COVID. But we saw a lot of shelf-stable items that were flying off the shelf, whether it's crackers, things like that. We make a lot of salad dressing, but our salad dressing sales started to drop. So to Martha's point earlier about fresh vegetable supply chain got jammed up pretty quick. So all of a sudden, we saw our salad dressing sales drop a little bit. So we had to kind of do some gut checks during COVID as far as what we perceived what the consumer might do. Now that we're kind of getting out of COVID, the supply chain's still having to kind of figure out things as well. We are still trying to figure out on the data analytics as far as what our customers want. So our customers might be a Walmart, Target, Costco, but we're trying to determine what they need and are requesting on a monthly basis because their data is not good as well. They're still trying to figure out what the consumer habits are going to be over the next few months. But also, outside of COVID, we're still dealing with supply chain issues. So we're dealing with a lot of things that we cannot get from overseas, so that's been difficult. A lot of the fresh vegetables. We're one of the biggest producers of pickles in the world. So you can imagine during COVID, when you have pickles being harvested in Mexico, once they're harvested, you have about 3 to 4 days to get them processed. So as they were getting harvested, we were getting reports from our 3 pickle plants that we don't have labor. We can't manufacture these pickles. We can't process them. So all of a sudden, we had fresh vegetables that needed to be processed in a certain time frame that are expensive in the first place, that we were having difficulty as far as with labor, with just the whole supply chain, and basically what we're trying to do is prevent as much, dollars being wasted more than anything in regards to the whole food supply chain.
That's an excellent point. I was puzzled by Martha's comment on our bud taste and the change in demand. And I was wondering, if you can give us your own insight about, your company being so broad around the world, and an opportunity to respond to that comment in terms of, do you see that evolving, the changes or the demands will continue to be, we're so used to get, maybe pasta from, at Costco from Italy, or this from, this particular coffee from Sumatra, stuff like that. Is that, how do you see that evolving in terms of the demand from this world, from all of these different products that come from all over?
So I'll kind of touch a little bit on private label and kind of evolved into the question. So when I first joined Treehouse, I didn't know what private label was, and they kind of explained it, and my response was, "Oh, you mean generic?" And I just about got fired the first day. So, but I remember when you go shopping with your parents as a kid, generic was the yellow packaging, bottom shelf, said sugar, said flour, right? Private label is a lot sexier now, right? You go to Walmart, it's their great value. You see their great value ranch dressing right next to Hidden Valley ranch dressing. You tried both of them, I bet you couldn't tell a difference, right? But you look at the label, one's $3, one's $1.50. Private label's cheaper. So that we replicate that across about 30 different brands across the whole storefront, across major areas. Europe is big into private label. So we are basically replicating what we see in Europe in the United States. So we see private label growing overall, and it's back to the consumer, right? So if you like Smucker's jelly versus a private label jelly, that's your preference, but there's also a difference or a delta between price. So a lot of that comes from, it's still the same ingredients, still the same supply chains, it might be a matter of marketing, things like that, as far as advertising, different margin expansion levels as well. So I still see private label growing as a whole. I think consumers are being more specific. They're eating healthier. They're demanding clean label. They're demanding, where's my food coming from as well. So we buy a lot of palm oil from Indonesia. So a lot of the questions we get is, the palm oil that you're buying, is it sustainable? And then the second question we usually get is, are there any concerns with child labor? So those kind of questions coming from our retailers are very concerning to us, because obviously a retailer does not want that bad press if a palm oil plantation were to have a labor issue in regards to the children. So we're conscious of that, and then overall we're very cognizant as far as what the consumer wants, what the retailer wants, and then it's our job to basically deliver that for them.
And along those issues that you mentioned, and there was a lot of conversation this morning about carbon, right, and being carbon neutral at some point. Are there any efforts in the supply chains, particularly in your company, to not only address issues of child labor or certain practices for growing crops, but in terms of certifying or giving value to your product through some sort of carbon neutral label?
Yeah, I think 10 years ago when I joined, sustainability came up, and it was not a big priority for Treehouse, I would say. Now, you cannot actually have a conversation with the retailer that doesn't bring up sustainability, doesn't bring up something around environmental as well. So we're hearing a lot more conversations about that. That's being driven directly from the consumer. So the retailers are thinking forward and thinking into the future as far as what the consumers are going to want from us. We are basically taking all of our 42 plants, and it's literally an overall internal audit. What items do we buy? So we buy a lot of soybean oil, we buy a lot of corn syrup, we buy a lot of wheat, durum, palm oil, coconut oil, and trying to determine what our carbon footprint is on all those commodities. It's not an easy task at all, right? So you're going all the way back to the farmer level, domestically, but also internationally as well. So we're determining the traceability, but also sustainability as well on that regard. We're also looking at the whole carbon footprint in regards to our plants, what we can do. Literally on the conference call yesterday about all the levels of different assessments on the scopes. So we are digging deep into it because we know that's what the consumer wants. If we don't do it as a company, someone else will do it and will take our spot. So we can't let that happen. So we have to make sure we keep up as far as what the retailers want, but also what the consumer wants as well.
So the consumer demands those characteristics, but we're also in the middle of inflation. Prices of food are going up. Supply chains. We're hopefully ending a pandemic, but war has started in Europe, and there are all these ingredients going there. So tell me about the effect of price and all of the things, and how the supply chains will affect the prices coming up for just the consumer here in the United States and around the world.
Yeah, so as I mentioned before, I mean, there's a difference between branded versus private label. So I'll tell you this, we have much smaller margins. So when we see an escalation in our input costs, whether it's in commodities, ingredients, in packaging, labor, we immediately have to go out and talk to our customers, and our customers being the retailers, about passing along that price. We're on our 4th round of doing that with a lot of our major retailers, and I know the consumers are probably starting to feel that pinch as well. You guys see it at the gas pump every day, especially this week, right? So that price is changing faster than what we see in food prices. But food inflation is obviously real. Will probably sustain for a while until commodity and ingredient prices come down. But I think what we're trying to do as a company, what customers are trying to do for them as well, are trying to reverse engineer. How do we avoid buying expensive items? How do we avoid buying customized ingredients that are expensive? How do we use less ingredients in order to help the consumer out as well? Because at the end of the day, if the consumer stops buying certain products, it hits the retailer comes back to us. So it is a domino effect. So at some point, we're going to have to do our part as far as trying to figure out how to re-engineer, how to make things cheaper, and still have good food quality, safe food, but also how do we pass that back down to the consumer as well?
So do you see, what are the parts of the supply chains that you think they will remain, or what are the things that could change to reduce prices or make it more efficient? And part of the question also, do you see technologies that are needed for that?
I think the biggest area of concern that we have is around logistics. So if we've got product available, it's hard to find a truck driver today to go from point A to point B as readily as it was probably 3 to 4 years ago. A lot of it has to do with the age of the truck drivers today. I think the average age is around close to 60 years old. A lot of truck drivers want to be at home. The government also instituted electronic logging, so truck drivers, for safety reasons, can only drive so many hours or so many miles in a day. So I think in regards to technology, I'm always looking at the driverless vehicles. It's hard to believe that can actually happen. But you think and talk about Amazon and what they've done with their supply chain. And I remember 3 to 4 years ago when they talked about having drones dropping off stuff at people's doorstep, and people laughed, right? And that's not that far off if it's not happening today. It's not uncommon to hear seeing people driving cars and they're not driving them, right? So it's a little bit like the Jetsons. So I think it's coming. It's going to be several years ahead. But I think technology like that can only help us, especially on the human aspect side. It's difficult to get people to work, as Martha mentioned before. We do a lot of fresh crop vegetables, and it's hard to get labor. And we depend on labor not only domestically, but also from overseas, or actually from Mexico as well, that they come up legally into Wisconsin and the Midwest during our pickle season to help with the crop. So that's hard work. We need to figure out different ways to make that easier, and it's going to have to be technology that has to lead that way.
So before we go to a question, just one more, that this is self-serving, but what would you tell current and future students that are in agriculture or want to get into food and agriculture, from your perspective, about the opportunities in the world food system?
I think agriculture is amazing because, I mean, if everyone eats, right? So everyone can be affected by agriculture in some way. So whether you're in the School of Ag or in business or in actuarial science. So there's a lot of opportunity whether you want to go into the food business or not. I guess my advice, and someone mentioned it before, but the food industry or the ag industry is a small industry. But my word of advice, I guess, to students that are trying to get jobs is the network. People do it all the time on Facebook, right? So if you're a friend of a friend, or on LinkedIn, you're a friend of a friend, having those connections go a long way. If you're out looking for a job, and I think we had talked about it before, you can't simply just drop a resume anymore. You've got to have an in. You've got to be able to have a network. You have to have a connection to somebody, but you also have to have a passion in order to get to that next step. So I think having the passion and also the networking goes a long way as far as finding your interest and finding a career in agriculture.
Thank you, Pat, very much. And I think we got time for a few questions.
Patrick Herman, thank you very much. Very interesting conversation. So one element you mentioned, Patrick, is that desire for more sustainable food, and it's obviously linked to the supply chain. But at the same time, we could argue that we are very far from very transparent eco-labeling, basically telling you, that piece of meat you're about to enjoy is based on that much quantity of water or that much CO2 was needed throughout the entire supply chain to make it happen. You could eventually compare that piece of meat, say red meat versus, chicken, and take your decision as a consumer. So my question is, what in your view is kind of, slowing us down towards making those environmental content of the food we eat very transparent? Is it the industry which is not so much for it, or is it because consumers do not realize we could actually get that information to them? What do you think?
It's a good question. Honestly, I think it's a long process. It's a long way to get there. I look at coffee. So we do single-serve coffee, Keurig machines. The way that people buy coffee specifically is they want to hear the story about the coffee, right? They want to see where it's coming from, the traceability of all the way back to Colombia. But they also want to know what area in Colombia that came from. But they also want to feel good about buying that coffee that came from Colombia that also might be helping the local farmer, right? Making sure that they're getting the right wages for their labor, that they're doing sustainable practices, things like that. So that's part of the marketing aspect of it. The other portion of it too is its cost as well. So there are certain areas where, and it doesn't sound like that would be expensive at all, but in regards to how do you tell that story, how do you convey that story to a consumer to make sure that they latch on and buy more of that specific SKU or that specific coffee, that gets to be the difficult aspect, because all of a sudden you're talking about changing all your labels, you can change your packaging, but then also you've got to have to tell a story. But what if that story comes up and it's not accurate, right? So they want to make sure that they have a full, solid story that won't come back on them as well. So I think part of it is time. I think it will come. There's a lot of work being done as far as, the traceability as far as where oils are coming from, where coconut oil, palm oil, but even domestically, where corn is being harvested from, what states, what's the carbon footprint on Joe Farmer's ground. And I think that's the differential for farmers as well, is how's a farmer going to differentiate themselves from their neighbor? And it's going to be through programs like that, working with suppliers that, hey, I use environmentally safe practices farming corn versus my neighbor. But part of that also is, how do I tell that story to my supplier? How does my supplier tell that story to a Walmart, right? That can kind of come full circle. And it's going to take time. It's going to take, resources as well.
There's a question right.
Yes. So, whatever happened to the RFID traceability technology?
On the Keurig?
RFIDs, the small little reading chips that were going to be put in food at the very beginning, or put with animals and be traced to the user?
Yeah, I'm not quite familiar with that. I'm sorry. I've heard of it, but I don't know where we're at as far as the status of it. Sorry.
Any other questions? Or we're all hungry, so. All right, thank you very much, Pat. Enjoy lunch. Great job. Thank you. Thank you.
So thank you, Pat and Herman. Welcome back to campus.
We talked about food, and now it's time for lunch. So please join us back in a half an hour at 12:45. We'll have our next speaker. Thanks so much. Okay, so I'm going to start my introduction, and I'm going to hope the power of AGCO is going to bring people into the room, hopefully, so that we can hear from our guest speaker, Mark. Before I introduce Mark, I guess I'll start with Dr. Susan Martinez. She is my boss, so an important person in my professional life and the guidance of the research park. She's also an amazing biochemist and leader of research on our campus. So Dr. Martinez is the Vice Chancellor for Research and Innovation and has a broad portfolio of leadership, not only of all the research on campus, the Interdisciplinary Research Institutes, which is a hallmark of what we do here at the University of Illinois, all the compliance, safety, things that make research possible, and then also the innovation side of her work with the Research Park, with Illinois Ventures, and trying to inspire new entrepreneurs that will commercialize the research coming from our campus. One of the ways that we work on innovation is with our corporate partnerships, and so she also has in her portfolio the Office of Corporate Relations, and corporate partnerships are really important to us as a campus. One of the companies that we've had the pleasure to work with is AGCO, and so Mark's going to tell you more about AGCO. And in front of me is a bunch of our friends from the AGCO Acceleration Center and other activities across AGCO. It is a Fortune 500 large agriculture company that some of you have maybe never heard of, but you might know their brands that they have, as it's a collection of different brands from Fendt to Fuse to GSI. You can find them across farms all across the world. And we are pleased to hear their global perspective today, and hopefully that'll come out in the conversation. So Susan and Mark, hopefully we have enough people back in the room so that they can hear your insights, and we'll get started.
No, I do not. Orange. Is this on? Okay.
Testing. Great. Well, welcome everybody. It's really great to see all your faces out there. It's been quite a time, and despite the time, we keep moving forward. It's really a pleasure to have you here today, Mark.
Happy to be here.
Yeah, thanks. And I know you did a little pinch hitting, but I think we're very fortunate to have you, especially with all your experiences. When we talk about the customer experience, can you just tell me a little bit, because we have a lot of students in the field, and I know we have some young professionals that might already be in the field, but how did you get to the place that you're at?
Purely by luck. No, I did not grow up in a farm. Actually, I grew up in New Jersey, outside of New York City. After graduate school, I started with a company called John Deere in a mergers and acquisitions type role, and just was very fortunate through a series of different assignments. Ended up in John Deere's precision ag business right at the time where precision ag was really taking off. And from that point on, I really was kind of hooked on the opportunity of driving technology, software applications into hard equipment, and doing that through a dealer channel, doing that on a global scale. And since then, I've had several opportunities, and now with AGCO, I'm in a very similar space of bringing technology to the farmer, with a focus on driving profitability, high user experience, and ultimately user satisfaction.
Can you tell me a little bit about the customer, the farmer? How do you drive that relationship? How do you figure out what's important to a farmer? Especially, I mean, do you show up in your suit and on the field? How do you get that information?
Yeah, I do not show up in my suit. The best way to get that knowledge is through field visits, and we're lucky that we have a group of what I call lead users. Corporate farms are very on the cutting edge of farming practices that we rely on their input. We also rely on our dealer channel. They, at the end of the day, are the relationships, have the primary relationships with the farmers. You know, they help us arrange tours. And one thing we really stress in all of our areas of AGCO is the opportunity to go out and visit a farmer, have a conversation, understand what their pain points are, understand what their challenges are, and see that in-field experience or process that we can hopefully bring a technology solution to enable to improve.
So what was your biggest surprise with the customer when you were first learning about this field and trying to understand? Or maybe it's a recent surprise with all the changes that we've seen in the world and in the industry.
Yeah, when I got my first opportunity to come into the agricultural space, I was amazed by the amount of technology that existed 10 years ago, almost 15 years ago now. As I look at that today, I'm even more amazed about the technology that continues to come out. as we kind of think about this digital transformation, the digital thread continues to get longer and longer. And when you create or solve for one problem, that just opens up an opportunity for another. And just to give you an example, 15 years ago, it was all about guidance, getting that infield machine to drive straight on a guidance line. From there, it moved to getting data off the tractor back to a dealer, back to an agronomist or ag service provider. And now it's all about taking that data analytics, creating that insight, and then driving prescriptions back into the tractor. So as this transformation has occurred, each step that you improve creates another opportunity to even take it further.
So it's a rapidly changing field. What do you predict 5, 10 years from now? How are you going to drive that customer experience with, and what technologies do we need to bring to the table?
So I think, this is my thought, obviously autonomy has been a very hot and important topic that all the OEMs are pushing on. But I really think we're going to point more around edge computing. That's actually the real-time decision-making through artificial intelligence to drive changes to those in-field conditions at that point in time. If you go back to 15 years ago, it was all about getting historical layering maps, looking at that drove a prescription. That's still going to be important, but I think more and more real-time in-field changes, because that placement of that seed relative to temperature, depth, compaction is so critical to get uniform emergence. I think that's where we're going to drive towards that we're going to get the most perfect seed placement, right spot and the right depth that's going to just continue to improve yields.
And how do you get the weather to cooperate?
We haven't figured that out yet, so that app has not been developed yet.
Maybe 10 years from now.
Yeah, maybe.
I have a little bit of background from where I was raised, not quite ag, but close, in the commercial salmon business. And I knew with a family-owned business how important those years were. But I also have some experience in the pharmaceutical industry, and I know we went through a lot of failures before we got the big win. In fact, I was told if you could go through your whole career in the pharmaceutical business and never have a success. So is this what it's like in ag, or how do you deal with that concept?
Well, it's so to put in some context, and many of you can appreciate this. A farmer typically only has 40 attempts to grow the most perfect crop, right? Maybe it's a little bit longer, a little bit shorter, but they only get one chance a year. So the pressure's on for that growing opportunity to really capitalize not on the seeding, but also all the steps that go through the ultimate harvest. And so it's knowing that when you bring technology to a farmer, understanding once you get kind of past some of the folks that are early adopters that can take some of the bumps, but when it goes into production, it's got to work and it's got to be supported. Because again, a farmer doesn't have many attempts throughout their life to get that perfect crop.
Yeah, so what do you think is the most important trait you can bring to the farmer? Like, how do you develop that trust that's so important?
Yeah, so I think I'll tell you a story, and I tend to connect that trust attribute in terms of importance, not only from a farmer but also a dealer. And I think it's one and the same because farmers rely on dealers, and dealers have strong relationships with farmers. Several years ago in a prior job, I was responsible for a software application that got launched. It was a very critical application. And the application's focus was providing service instructions to tractors. So kind of important if a tractor breaks. It was one of the most worst application launches probably in the history. And there's a few people who know exactly which application I'm talking about here, but it literally brought down dealerships. It brought down computers. It was horrible. A month after we released it, I had to stand up in front of 1,000 dealer personnel and say, hey, this is on me. It's all on me. It's not reflective of what we want to, of the quality standards I have for our organization or of the company. I'm going to fix this. 2 years later, I was in an advisory meeting, and some of the same dealer personnel were there. And I said, hey, listen, I'm going to charge you more money for an application. And I had a dealer come up to me and said, you know what? I can support you charging more money, because I had said how we're going to invest that money and where we're going to go and what the benefit you're going to see. He says, I'm going to support it because 2 years ago, you stood up and you said you were going to fix this mesh, and you did. So I believe you. I trust you. That's what you're asking for more, but you're going to deliver what you promise. And I think the point there is they remember. And they're also okay if you make mistakes, but own up to that mistake and correct it. And I think that's how you really establish and maintain that trust.
So owning it is
Yeah.
very, very important. You said it was a software application. Tell me about your experience in computer science and generating new softwares.
I'm very good at Excel modeling. So I know, but I do know enough to ask, I think, and I've learned a lot over the years through not asking, but I've also learned a lot through asking. And I learned by not asking to see the end result that would perhaps happen. So no, I don't have any type of software background at all. But I do know what we're trying to do is create applications to support a business process. And I think that's, as we think about the application space and new technologies, you gotta get real clear on what the problem is you're trying to solve and what's the expected outcome or value it's gonna deliver. And if you kind of start from that kind of framing, I think you can help guide software teams and development teams and really point them in the right direction.
On this campus, we have a lot of interdisciplinary research going on, and a lot of innovation comes out of that. We really value bringing together different disciplines to form these teams for convergent research. Can you talk about sort of the different disciplines that you bring together within your company, and maybe there's external stakeholders too that you bring to get the best product possible?
Yeah, I think a little bit of plug for AGCO, but I think one of the benefits of a large company, because our role in kind of the broader agricultural ecosystem is to bring products of scale, right? We want to bring good ideas globally to farmers that everyone can benefit regardless of the machine form or color that you have. Support that so when something does go wrong, back to my example, they own it, they fix it. But I think the benefit of a company like AGCO is is that multilayered discipline. It's the different perspectives. And it's having the opportunity to move from one role to a different functional role. And it's amazing what you can bring into a new position that you can carry forward and then you can apply in a different context. So we really kind of look for that in our people, and we expect that in our people because we think at the end of the day, that drives a better experience for the farmer.
So you've been in the industry for a while. How much has your job changed over that time?
It's changed a lot. I've had a lot of different functional roles, but I think the biggest change and it's really occurring right now, is the amount of change that happens literally daily. I mean, there is so many new ideas, and we spent a couple of days here and understanding what the university is doing in terms of their incubator programs, the venture capital opportunities. That was not around 10 plus years ago. There was not this level of ideas and investment. Literally weekly, I get an idea of a new startup, of a new technology, trying to solve a different problem in a different way. And so it's a great time to be in the industry.
So what are you looking for in our student graduates, our alumni?
First, obviously, Illinois is a very good school. It's hard for me to say that being an IU graduate, but I will say that. We're looking, so we put a lot of kind of credibility on the university to bring the right students in and get them to the right kind of academic training. But past that, what we're really looking for is attitude. Can you really articulate why you want to be part of AGCO, why you align with our purpose, what gets you excited every day to come to work? Because we can see that. And that kind of enthusiasm, commitment, passion to join, to support our strategies, our purpose, the broader team, that's what we're really looking for.
And you've had the opportunity to transition to AGCO really in the last year. When you transitioned, how did you jump in with both feet to understand your new role and really deliver to the customer?
Well, in one way, it was kind of easy because I think one of the approach that we have at AGCO is truly a farmer-first approach. So we start with the farmer and then work backwards. We don't care what kind of equipment you have. We'll sell you a tractor, planter, combine. What we're most important about is bringing the right technology solution to make you have a better experience and a better farming opportunity.
Thanks. I want to just take a little commercial break here because I have lots of questions still, but I don't want to dominate. Are there any questions out there that we'd like to ask Mark? I'd love to hear from a student too. And I've been in the classroom a lot, so I can sit up here a very long time and be very quiet until someone volunteers a question.
Do we have this? Hello. Okay. If you're too shy to come up to the microphone, you guys can also go to researchpark.illinois.edu. Go to our AgTech page. You can submit your questions online too.
I'll ask a quick question. Mark and I got to spend all day together yesterday, so now I can quiz him.
Catherine.
Hey, Mark, I'd love to hear your feedback on all the aspects of campus you saw yesterday. What was exciting to you? Where do you see opportunities to grow your partnership with Illinois?
Yeah, so I had an opportunity to come down here about 4 or 5 years ago, and it's absolutely fantastic to see the level of change and investment, from that period of time to now. But what I was most excited about is hear about the incubator approach, the VC funding that you have access to fund new ideas, because that's where we see as a path to bring innovation to the farmer market for the farmers. And so, I guess it's just the change, the continued investment, hearing about your future plans. I really could see Champaign being I call it a grown-up tech hub, right? Someone used the term yesterday, adult housing was the term. I forgot who used that, but I think that was a good way to kind of describe what's your vision. So I think that's really got us excited about the opportunities here.
Yeah, and we're really working hard under Laura's leadership and others to really grow that with some campus investments into entrepreneurship. And also, entrepreneurship may not be the path for everyone, where we're really working hard to develop and nurture those partnerships with the outside world and those corporations. We talk about this a lot, that at the University of Illinois, we can do all we want within our walls using our federally sponsored portfolio, but unless we get it out to the world, it's not going to have impact. So we value all the corporate people in the room because we need you to make sure that we have that impact. This last year, I had the opportunity to work with the National Science Foundation in anticipation of a new directorate that would really help with commercialization and translation. And the federal government's very interested in this and trying to be more nationally competitive. So one of the things that we talked about a lot was the tech push and the commercialization pull and the valley of death in between them. And we think about all those great innovations that are going on at the university. So picking up on some of the things you just said, how can you help us with the push-pull?
Yeah, so I think a couple of things. One thing is this investment in providing connectivity to rural America, because that is the infrastructure to deliver a lot of the technology to the farmer and to the kind of the broader ecosystem to support the farmer. So I think, and I've been involved in that, and AGCO as a company has been involved in that, and so that's one area. I think the other idea is just continue the partnership. I think if the more opportunities we can demonstrate success of taking an idea from an incubator to a VC to a corporation and then growing that, through our channels, I think that's another way.
We have about 850 students in our research park, and we're really proud of that. I think it's the largest number in the nation. And when we open up our center, our new centers, our new innovation centers in partnership, we often talk about the leg up that these companies give to our students and the product that we're helping develop in our students to deliver back to this industry. So I think that this is really important. So they know how to go out into those companies and help translate toward commercialization.
We think it's great, yeah. Keep feeding it to us.
Okay,
so.
we will. AGCO is global, yet we're sitting here in Champaign-Urbana. From a global perspective, how do you think about innovation, and what's the same elsewhere, and what's different? How can we help?
Yeah, so what's same is that all farmers have problems. What's different is they're all different problems, but they do center on some commonalities. One is around data flow, accuracy, guidance type of technology. But I visit farmers all over the world. There's a different problem set that you're trying to solve for in a farmer in Brazil who's got 10 combines running in parallel together versus a farmer in Iowa that's got a 2,000 acre field. Different problem set for a farmer in Europe that may rely on a contractor to do some of their farming operations versus an owner operator. So the key thing is to really visit those farmers, hear what they are where they need help, their pain points, and then bring the right technology. So what Illinois can do, you may want to have some extension campuses outside of Champaign, in all honesty, because farming is just so different. It's farming, but there's different complexities in different geographies of the world.
Thanks for that. Now, I just want to make sure, again, I'm not dominating the questions. Does anyone else have a question out there? And can you just introduce yourself briefly?
Yeah, I'm Avery Plody. I'm an undergraduate, in computer science and crop sciences. And so I was wondering, farmers are notoriously hard to, kind of sell new technology to. Anyway, farmers are notoriously hard to sell new technology to. So when you're developing your customer experience, how do you kind of weigh that to, convince them that the new stuff you're developing is worthwhile for them to take?
Yeah, I'll give a little bit of a company plug here. If you want to kind of see that in action, go to Precision Planning's YouTube videos, because they're all about teaching, right? It's not a sales approach, it's a teaching. Here's different things we've tried, here's different technologies you can bring to improve your planning performance, to ultimately improve your yield. And I think that's what I've seen. I've been directly involved with that for over 15 years, is called making the market. Because you're right, farmers can be skeptical. You have to demonstrate, you have to prove them several times. So it's out teaching, explaining, showing the value, and then once they actually try it, make sure that value that we've told them they're going to realize actually happens. Because if it doesn't, that's where you break the trust. But precision planning, that's one of their core competencies, is really kind of teaching the farmer about the attributes and the value that it can provide.
Any more questions? I have to tell you, I think our undergraduates are far more sophisticated than I ever was at your age, so thank you for that. That was a terrific question. So what type of disciplines are you recruiting for at AGCO? I think it's good for our young students, our young professionals, to really understand the diversity.
Yeah, I mean, so I think we're probably recruiting in all cross functions: finance, engineering, software development, probably supply management. We have no shortage of opportunities to front with the right candidate. So I think, again, if there's anyone out there that's interested in AGCO, please reach out, and we could talk about internship opportunities either here or at some of our locations. But I think that's one of the benefits of AGCO. There's multiple entry points, really based on what your academic training is.
And that's just an entry point.
That's right. That's a key thing to stress, because we're looking for the right person. And I think that's if you can develop your own career within a company like AGCO and get different types of experiences, cause different types of functions, and have a global slant to it as well.
Can you talk a little bit about your umbrella now, your umbrella of functionalities that you pull together and work with?
Yeah, so the kind of the role I'm in right now is really focused on looking at companies to buy or partner with. So when we go through this exercise, we're bringing in engineering, we're bringing in marketing, we're bringing support, because again, what we're trying to do is identify technologies to scale on a global basis. And to do that, we got a series of processes that they need to fit into. So it's a cross-functional, multi-geography team that's weighing in on assessing our opportunities and how we can really successfully grow that, to not lose that user, to maintain the user experience, but not to break that trust.
You just opened up a whole new door for us. So entrepreneurs, what do you want to tell our entrepreneurs that are working on their innovations and how they approach a company?
So I think if you're coming to us, what we want to know is what's the problem you're trying to solve, and what's the value you're going to provide. And to the extent you can quantify that, that really is helpful, because that drives the financials. And then we'll get into things like, what do you see, in terms of ongoing investment, what more investments need to take to market, positioning relative to other technologies, what type of IP you own, what type of IP you've got in process that are being filed, what limitations you may have related to your IP, but then we would dive really deeper into understanding the core fundamentals of the business.
Right. So how do they get in that door? How do they get that door open?
They can contact me.
Oh, there you go.
So
I'm
awfully a good contact point. So.
Okay, that's very good. I see Laura standing there. How much time do we have? Oh, 2 minutes.
I do have I'm standing behind the speaker, so I don't want to get feedback, but I do have a question that came in online, and now I just walked away from it. This comes from a master's student, and he would like to know, what's AGCO's pitch to students to work for you?
Our pitch is, again, we've got a very, I think...
now, there's other corporations in here.
Yeah.
You're going to give it away.
Well, no, but we've stated this publicly in our analyst reviews. I mean, we truly take a farmer-focused first approach, right? We're trying to solve the problems of a farmer. We're not bringing, you got to buy this machine to get the technology. We're trying to solve a set of complex problems that are very important in this world, around sustainability, limited resources, growing population. So our purpose, we think, is quite clear, and we need very smart people and dedicated people to help solve that.
Thanks. And I want to really thank everybody for being here. This is such a vibrant community, and each and every one of you are part of that, whether you're coming in from out of town or this is where your home is. So thank you very much. Laura?
Well, I'd like to thank Susan and Mark. We're going to transition to our next speaker.
Thank you.
So next, another person who has the pleasure of working with Susan, and I said interdisciplinary research is a hallmark on this campus. And Dr. Gene Robinson is the director of the Carl Woese Institute for Genomic Biology, but he is also an entomology faculty member, and he has the Swanlund Chair at the University of Illinois for his appointment, Department of Cell and Developmental Biology. And he's going to speak with us with Bill Hamer from Corteva, and they're going to talk about carbon strategies today in their fireside chat. So please join me in welcoming Gene. If you know something about bees or entomology or have curiosity, please ask Gene. He is the expert in bees.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Can you hear me okay? Yeah, there we go. Good. Yeah, so bees, yeah, but we're going to go focus mostly on the letter C today. So we'll keep to that, although happy to meet with you later on anything related to bees. So it's a pleasure to be here with you, Bill, and looking forward to our conversation on the carbon market. So why don't we just start at the beginning? Why don't you tell us a little bit about the carbon market and how that connects to agriculture?
Absolutely. So, we get this question a lot, where's all this demand coming from? And the way, you've all probably seen it. A lot of companies out there are making net zero claims or emissions reduction claims. The idea is that agricultural lands can be a big sink for carbon. Farmers can implement practices that increase their soil carbon sequestration. If they provide historical data and ongoing management data, the impact of those practices can be quantified, and that can be turned into a carbon credit, which can then be sold. And the buyers of these companies who are making these claims can use those against their emissions reduction goals to work towards that net zero, that carbon neutral aspirational targets they've set for themselves. Many in, even as soon as the 2030s.
Okay, well, you've packed a lot into that answer. Let's try to unpack some of that. So first of all, why Corteva? Why is Corteva in this space? You do so many other things. What's the connection there?
Absolutely. So these buyers are not looking to make small purchases of credits. To reach their goals, they're wanting to buy hundreds of thousands of tons of carbon. No one farmer is really positioned to be able to do that today. So with our network of customers and our reach, what we can do as Corteva is connect a bunch of fragmented supply and help enroll a large group of farmers in a program that can generate an amount of credits that can be sold to these buyers in the amounts that they're looking for. Now, when we think about what's most important to us is what we can do for our customers. This is a complex space, and it's one that is difficult to understand. It's difficult to find a source of truth. Things are changing every day. So as Corteva, we're thinking about how can we simplify the understanding of what's going on? How can we reduce barriers to participation in it through making the data entry experience for farmers more simple? And how can we be there like we are with our core products and services as an advisor, as someone who can help them implement the practice changes and help them with the agronomy behind what's required of them to participate? And that's I think our biggest, the thing we anchor to is it needs to make sense for the farmer. From an agronomic standpoint, and we're positioned with our reach and with our technology and our relationships to be able to help them through that.
Great. So you mentioned agronomy, and that sort of leads to a question of, is there something particularly good about farmland that suggests that this is a really productive exchange?
Well, yeah, and Chris this morning did a great job of talking about how it's an opportunity today to make an impact from a climate standpoint. A lot of these, the companies that are making emissions reductions claims need to first and foremost be investing in technologies that reduce emissions from their own operations and supply chains. But all this land in the U.S. that what we're talking about now can be a sink for it today, and the practices that do that are known. Obviously, there's challenges that come with implementing them, but it's attractive because it's a way to help companies make an impact now from a climate standpoint and bring new revenue and new dollars into the ag industry and to farmers.
So maybe it would be good just to spell out exactly what the market is, supply and demand. Who are both sides of this equation?
Right, so when we think about in the context of ag carbon markets, supply really comes from programs like ours, like others who are rounding up and enrolling farmers and generating large amounts of tons of carbon credits in ag lands that are then purchased by buyers from inside and outside of the ag industry. A lot of the buyers are motivated because ag is within their supply shed. So by making these investments, they're able to reduce the carbon footprint of their direct supply chain. Then you have companies from outside of the ag industry, like airlines, who are looking to buy offsets to go against the unavoidable emissions of doing business for them. So for the context of this conversation, it's farmers in ag systems, and buyers could be from within the ag industry or from outside of it.
Thank you. So as always, if anyone has any questions, please feel free to raise your hand. We've got plenty of time for questions. So if this is a new topic for you or a new possible source of income, please feel free to stand up and be counted. And while you're thinking about that, so we've got the supply and demand side that you laid out so nicely. Where does Corteva fit in? What's the business model for Corteva in this?
Absolutely. So I mentioned all the ways that we think it allows us to be another, we're supporting farmers, through the practice adoption, through the education on the practice changes themselves from an agronomic standpoint, and through just deepening the relationship with our customers. But when we think about how we structure our programs, we position ourselves to be sitting on the same side of the table as the farmer. Our programs are outcomes based. So the success of the farmer dictates how, with their practice implementation, dictates the success and how much carbon revenue they can generate. We tie ourselves to the success of the farmer. So the idea is that right now a farmer generates carbon credits. Those are sold and revenue. The lion's share of the revenue goes to the farmer. Corteva retains a small portion of that to cover program fees today. With the hope that as the carbon market develops, prices increase, we're able to capture some of that upside with the farmer as well. Question?
Yeah. Does someone have a microphone? There we go.
Thanks. Alex Sheeline, UIUC. So if there's balance between supply and demand, prices are stable. If there's more demand, the prices go up, and of course the reverse. So from where you see it right now, are carbon credits in surplus, or is there more demand for carbon credits than farmers can currently fulfill? Where is that looking?
Today, demand is greatly outpacing supply. There is if anyone paying attention to the space are seeing new carbon programs being stood up from new entrants to the ag industry or some of the historical players. That's in response to how much demand there is for these. Like I mentioned, it's because it's something that corporations can invest in today to improve their emissions reductions claims. So there's a lot of demand for it, but the programs that a lot of them have begun, none of them are that far into it to where we're churning out a large quantity of ag carbon credits yet. So today, way more demand than supply, which gives us, tailwinds and hope that it's looking good that prices will be favorable in the years to come. But yeah.
So Alex, that's good news for the group here then, right? Okay.
So the question I have is, you said there are many companies, Chris spoke this morning, and there are many companies in this carbon market, and there are different techniques or technologies that farmers can implement to sequester carbon. So what is a carbon credit? Is it uniform across all those companies? So when you buy a carbon credit from a farmer, what is it that you're actually buying? Is it, if you introduce cover crops for under no-till this many years, is it the same in Corteva that it is for other companies? And again, could you elaborate a little bit about what is the carbon credit?
Sure. So for a registry verified carbon offset, that's going to be 1 metric ton of carbon dioxide equivalent. The reason that everything is carbon dioxide equivalent is there's more than just carbon dioxide as a greenhouse gas that can be accounted for, quantified, and turned into credits. They all have different greenhouse gas and warming properties and impacts to the climate. But if we're talking a program that measures both carbon, methane, and nitrous oxide, that methane and nitrous oxide impact would be converted to a carbon dioxide equivalent so that we're one standard unit or one standard product, which is a carbon credit. So that's for carbon offsets that are registry verified.
Other questions?
Is every country in the world going to be held to the same standards and the same output levels? And how did this originate, and where is all this money coming from to pay people for all of these credits?
I'm not sure that there will be any requirements or standards for companies to adhere to globally. It's going to depend on the country, the continent, and whatever policy is in place there. In the EU, you tend to see, or there are countries that do have more of a compliance, carbon or emissions compliance for companies within them. But in the U.S., what we're seeing is it looks like it's going to be a voluntary emissions reduction approach. But regardless of the system, I think there's promise that for the foreseeable future, demand will continue to buy carbon offsets. And for ag, it's a new opportunity, but offsets are not a new thing. So I think, with the focus on climate change and how governments and organizations are looking to reduce emissions, it bodes well for this market being a near-term solution. But not able to say about regulations or required participation in them.
Other questions?
Hello, my name is Dr. Bianca Bailey, and I'm the founder of AgriWater. We are building a mobile wastewater treatment system that turns animal wastewater into profit, clean water, organic fertilizer, and carbon credits. So I guess my question to you is, have you seen carbon offsets or carbon credits associated with reducing the amount of methane and CO2 emissions from agricultural wastewater?
Yeah, so our program today primarily focuses on reduction in tillage and cover crops as the eligible practices to participate. But there's a suite of other practices that, in theory, you could stack with those types of things that continue to make an impact. And the key will be, we know of a lot of things, as an industry, like you mentioned, that can have a positive impact on emissions. But the key question is, can you measure that? Can you verify the impact it's making? If you can do those things, then you can model and measure for it and generate credits. From my vantage point, not being an expert in the space, the models that are in play here, like the one that Chris mentioned this morning and the other carbon programs use, don't have as much historical data to be able to model for those. So I think credits for water quality or impacts on emissions from improvements there, like you're talking about, are further out due to the maturity of the data sets available. Any of these models, in order to measure the outcome there, need to have peer-reviewed research and long-term studies to be able to say what those outcomes are going to be within the context of that system.
There we go. Carrie Bones, Sound Agriculture. I'm curious what you see as drivers for adoption by growers. I'm aware that when programs initially started rolling out, and there probably still is a lot of confusion, hesitancy, much like any change, a lot of people sitting on the sidelines waiting to know if it's really worth getting in. So are there new drivers that are causing farmers to get through that curve? Is, fertilizer prices have anything to do with it, macro trends like that? Or will it come from proof of concept with growers getting payouts in their area? What do you see as the likely drivers of adoption?
One of the things when we get in the conversation with farmers about adoption of the practice, in the context of a carbon conversation, is that the farmer needs to believe in the agronomy and the impact it's going to make on their operation, and that within the context of their farm, it will work and it will be no regrets work. That if the carbon market is there or not, they aren't going to regret reducing their tillage or implementing cover crops, because we try to talk through how do you define ROI? What are your goals for implementing these practices? If it's, they shouldn't be chasing the carbon dollars for it. Now, carbon does provide an opportunity to offset some of the cost of doing those practices, but with where payments are today, different for every farmer, so can't really say specifically, but they aren't at the levels where they're going to offset those costs. So we think carbon can be a tool in the toolbox to ease the adoption of practices, but we're also seeing activity from the USDA that looks like there's going to be money coming in for sustainable practice adoption. And that's something to keep a lookout for. So when you combine potential carbon revenue, potential opportunities for USDA-funded programs, and then any other local initiatives, I know university extensions are generally pioneers in their area for adoption of these types of things. So it kind of takes a village to tip the needle there, but with carbon being a piece there.
I had a quick question for you. With sort of the issue that the supply of carbon credits aren't where the demand is at, and looking at ways to increase, do you see wetlands or other areas coming on board as new means of creating carbon credits and the policies around that?
Could you clarify what you mean by creating carbon credits in wetlands?
Using wetlands for sequestering carbon so that the credits can come off of the wetlands.
I'm not too familiar with what practices would be in play there, or the practice change that one would make when managing those lands to create a carbon credit. But if you can prove, like what Chris mentioned this morning, that it's real, that it's additional, and that it's permanent, those are kind of and that you have data that can prove the change you're making is going to have that outcome, then that's kind of the formula to being able to generate a credit. So it's all dependent on, are you going to have uptake? Is it a change that farmers or land managers in that system are willing to make? And can you prove it?
As the large companies are sort of hiring battalions of folks to go out and help farmers fill out the paperwork, how do multiple companies What's the mechanism for one farmer, one credit, or one program, one credit? Why would couldn't a farmer get triple the credits by just working with 3 different companies? How does that work?
So any agreement that a farmer signs to participate here is going to come with their signature that they're not going to use that acre for an equivalent, a different carbon program. It's not permissible to stack it's not permissible to enroll the same acre in 2 carbon programs. So you would have the farmer attestation if they enrolled in one of them that they're not doing that. And then, eventually we aren't there today, but eventually there should be mechanisms in place that can track those assets back to and trace them to ensure there's no double counting. So today, if a farmer were to make that decision to try to do that, they'd be essentially, it'd be fraudulent activity on their part. And I don't know many that would take that risk at this point today for in pursuit of carbon revenue.
The lawyer says here it's a legal issue.
Yeah, and if it really came down to it, a farmer does specify with a shapefile or a boundary the fields they've enrolled. They do. And so that creates an audit trail that both programs in this scenario would have and be able to find that eventually.
All right. Yep. Eric Barnard with Farmers Risk. My question was actually prompted by Dr. Scott Irwin's Twitter thread a couple days ago, where he was posing the question of, with the rising corn and soy markets right now, the conflict in Ukraine, the question around supply, should we take acres out of CRP to meet that demand need? And my question really is, are you seeing with some of these incredible prices that we're seeing in the cash markets and the futures markets right now, any decline in interest in carbon? Is that something that farmers may not be seeing as such an interesting thing to investigate right now, given some of the prices that we're seeing?
Yeah, I mean, with recent events, it's hard to predict how as that reverberates through what effect that's going to have on it. But when we're engaging with customers, again, we're talking about practice changes that are changing the way they farm, and that their motivation should be there to be doing that with carbon as kind of a cherry on top or gravy. So we're more or less capturing and working with farmers who are already thinking about making this investment in their soil and in their land, and connecting them with a carbon opportunity that can connect them with more revenue on top of that. So I think it's less often that we find someone who hears carbon, sprints towards the opportunity, and then learns about and then decides, okay, I'm going to implement these practices. They're generally already implemented or they're already interested in making that investment. And to me, that interest, just Bill speaking right now, seems like it wouldn't be as sensitive to the events you're referencing.
Hello, Nathan Wells from Accenture. I was just curious about the supply and demand, and what's the outlook on governance of the supply side of carbon credits? Because entire value chains, emissions are going to be audited, and I see a conundrum down the road if plots, as the woman mentioned earlier, are going to be appended to a particular supply of credits. So if we have seeds that are moving on a train, and then or a farmer's plow moving, the energy demand for that and the emissions appended to that, how is the supply going to be governed when every part of the value chain is audited?
So climate accounting in general, I think, is making efforts to account for ag's inclusion in that. We're at the point where the tracking needs to be all the way up the supply chain, and for both raw materials and for carbon in this case. So we're not where we need to be today from an accounting standpoint and a traceability standpoint. The GHG protocol is historically been one that's looked to spell out these types of rules, but even those types of bodies are issuing new guidance as it relates to ag carbon and companies' scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions tracking. I think ag as a piece of scope 3 emissions tracking is a tricky one. There's work being done to firm that up. When you think about an offset credit, though, that is generally a unique asset that is purchased and retired. So in an offset level carbon situation, there's a little bit more rigor in the offset market today.
Okay, we've reached the end of our time. Bill, thank you very much for a very informative chat. It's a new area, a lot of moving parts, and I think you really helped clarify a lot of this for many of us here. So we thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we like big checks, so we're going to move to the next part of the program for an entrepreneur that enabled this next award to be given. Ed Moore is here today, and Ed Moore is one of the entrepreneurs in residence at the Research Park and Enterprise Works Incubator. He helps out at IGB, you just heard from Gene Robinson, and other places on campus to guide our entrepreneurs. We heard discussion of the need for that type of coaching and how it's important to have somebody who's done it before, and he's done a great job. But I actually first met Ed Moore because he had a philanthropic idea. He grew up with a father and grandfather that had farmed, and they had farmland, and they had used innovation in their farming practices. A history of going to the University of Illinois probably helped with that as well. And when the family farm sold, Ed Moore had the good idea with his siblings that perhaps they could pay it forward to others that were thinking about innovation for the future. And so at the University of Illinois Research Park, we've had the real pleasure of giving out this award since 2016. And I just would like to name, and if any of them are here, feel free to stand or maybe wave your hand if you're here, if you're one of the past Moore winners, because there's been a great legacy. So the first award, some of the history of our award has included soil diagnostics, and one of their entrepreneurs that was in that would later go on to become part of EarthSense, which won the next award. I know we've got Angela Green-Miller from Telltale here. Angela's in the back. She was our speaker on Monday. And Aspiring Universe, which is now Habitaire, was then awarded, which is Caillou Guan's company, really fabulous, and actually doing some accountability around carbon credits. And Epivara, which came out of VetMed, which just won a Phase 2 NSF SBIR award. And maybe speaking of that, we're going to be recognizing another new entrepreneurial company that just got Phase 2 NSF funding. But first, I'd like to welcome Ed up to the stage. And I think Laura's going to help me with another big check that's going out today to our winner. Ed, before we announce our winner, do you want to add any other comments on behalf of the Moore family and your gift?
Well, you did a great job, but I guess just to add, my grandfather was a University of Illinois graduate in the College of Agriculture, and that was in the early 1920s. And he persuaded his father to purchase a farm, which my grandfather then started farming. And when he went to the farm, he took things that he learned from the university, innovations that he learned from the university. And believe it or not, 100 years ago, many farmers were still farming with horses. And when he started farming, he built this machine shed, and all of his neighbors said, "Are you crazy? What are you going to do with all that space that you're building?" Well, he said, "Well, I'm going to fill it with machines and tractors and so on." And they said, "You're crazy." Obviously, we know how that all turned out. But my earliest memory of this was the early 1950s, was that my dad and my grandfather were shelling corn in the field. Nobody did that. They, took ears of corn and they put it in a bin and let it dry. But no, they had a combine that would shell in the field, and they made their own dryer because there weren't any commercial dryers that were available for farms at that point in time. And so that was another innovation. I'm sure there were more before that. But then there was also a milking parlor. When everybody was using stanchions, they had a milking parlor. And when I was in high school, I helped them convert a building over for confinement hog setup. Again, that was pretty novel for that time, which was the mid-60s, 1960s. So it's just a whole series of innovations, and it seemed like when these funds were available, the natural thing to do was to create an endowment that helped teams like you've heard Laura talk about some of the previous winners. I think all fabulous opportunities and awards, and today's winner is no exception to that as well. So we hope this continues, and we continue to find new ag entrepreneur innovations, companies who are meritorious of this award, and continue to support and encourage entrepreneurship at the University of Illinois for the benefit of companies that want to help agriculture to be more productive and provide better food supplies for all of us. So it's an honor to be able to participate in this, and I appreciate the opportunity when Laura and Judd Taylor and I think it was Roger Vanoy suggested this as a way to use this endowment along with the COZAD program. I can't be more grateful than what you've provided for that. So thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to stand on the side?
Sure.
So without further ado, I'd first, of course, thank you to the Moore family. Thank you to Ed personally. But this year's winner is Frost Defense, and I'm going to welcome up to the stage Gabriel and Manfredo. I'll tell you a little bit about their business. I'm chuckling a little bit because we had the Brandt Prize that went 1 year to a company turning corn into vodka, then they were turning corn into beer, and now we're talking wine. So fun subjects for us today. Frost Defense EnviroTech is helping both vineyards, and so those making wine, and those that are fruit producers, which we heard more about fruit and produce production as well, to have an environmentally friendly solution to address frost that can happen and kill crops. And I'm sure they will tell you more about that. It is funded with SBIR funding, and they are working tirelessly. I'll say, I see them in the building all the time, and I always say my best check of who's going to do best is those that are working the hardest. And so they've been at it and just done a fabulous job, and I hope they tell you more about the work they're doing in places like on the West Coast in Washington, and in Mendoza in Argentina, and in Southern Illinois. So they're impacting different real farmers with their new technology. So I will let Gabriel and Manfredo tell you about their company. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So, thank you so much for this honor. We are thrilled to receive it and honored to receive it. So, as you say, I'm Manfredo Solfrica, and the president and founder of the Frost Defense EnviroTech. And I'm hello?
There we go. All right. So I'm Dr. Gabriel Burks, Vice President and Head of Research and Development for Frost Defense EnviroTech.
So first, let us give us some perspective of what this frost deal is. So as the planet warms, that is really, we cannot think that the frost risks increase. So this is a map that a group of scientists all over the world has been put it on frost risk in viticulture and fruticulture in general. So as you can see, there is a scale, but most of the fruticulture, viticulture areas in the world, they are under extreme frost risk. Some of them, they already experience this risk. Many places in Europe and, for example, in France, that they already declared a state of emergency. But this, and this, what is happening is this already losses about $10 billion globally on just in grape-related frosts. So you see that some of the solutions that there are, you have there was in France last spring with burners just to try to counteract this devastating frost. This is in what you see, this is a burner that has been used in Mendoza for frost. Also in California, sometimes they are banned frost, but they have to use water. And water, they are in the 1,000 years drought. So they are very restricted, and all these things do not even sometimes protect. And also the problem is that trying to solve a problem, these solutions create more problems because they produce a lot of carbon. So,
yeah, so that's kind of where we stepped in. So we traveled all around the country talking to farmers and listening to the problems that they have. And these are two quotes that we got as we were doing our field research. And a lot of times one of the themes was that we realized that farmers in a way feel very helpless when it comes to fighting against Mother Nature. They have very few solutions for frost in general. And so as the quote on the left says, like they have some solutions to protect them from hail. But when it comes to frost, a lot of times, they're powerless when it comes to fighting against it. And so that kind of became the crux and the driving motivation for the things that we try to do at Frost Defense. Our mission is really to give that power back to the farmers and empower these viticulturists and fruit growers through sustainable frost mitigation solutions.
So at Frost Defense, we have developed this package, this technology that has two components. The first component is this physical product that is able, that we put on the grapes. And this is able to reduce or delay bud break up to 14 days. But it has been tried several times to do this, but this product that has tried before, they are inconsistent. They do inhibitory on the metabolic pathway. But this is totally non-inhibitory, non-toxic, 100% biodegradable. But also the other factor is that this product also maintains an increased cold hardiness, meaning this lower the killing point of the unbroken buds. Because when they come a frost, they don't broke, they said, oh, this is okay, but they is still vulnerable. So they are the meristem, floral meristem, that they are more vulnerable to freeze, that nobody see it. But at the end of the season, you will see problems with less bunches, so reduction in production. So the other part is that because now it's possible to manage growth development, and with some algorithm that we have developed, we can tell growers, especially with this labor shortage that previous speaker comment, so they're trying to mechanize. So, but they have just a little bit of time to do some practices like a shoot removal. So with this, we will be able to increase this, the window of opportunity to do labor, mechanization labor, or even to look for people. So, and then the other is we can reduce, not only we can reduce 80% of early spring frost risk, but also we will reduce more than 50% of the carbon emissions that are used to mitigate frost. So,
Trying to get to go backwards.
Go back.
Yeah, just keep going forward.
You go.
Yeah, here we go. Perfect. And so the complementary part of our technology to the spray that we apply to these vines is our predictive analytics technology. And so what you see here is supposed to be a video. It's not playing, so past it. So in essence, that map is our product where you can see the bud break activity of a given crop in a field. And as you move through the different locations of a vineyard, the activity of the bud break prediction of that particular crop is going to change with the topography. There it is. So as you move through the vineyard, you're going to get different bud break activity and different probabilities for frost risk. And so by marrying these together, we can give farmers a more localized ideal about where different risks are going to happen in their farm. And so when they have different frost management solutions already, they can use information like this to localize where they deploy those resources. And so in the case where a lot of these frost mitigation solutions make the problem worse as far as carbon emissions and burning these fossil fuels, if you know only my bottom sector of my field has the highest probability of frost risk, then you can localize and say, hey, I'm only going to use this resource there, and that gives us an opportunity to have a more efficient use of resources for the farmer in general. And so to solve this very complex problem, we have a very diverse team of experts. And, we want to thank them all here. And so there are many others who aren't listed here. But we have a team of people who work on our encapsulation technology, another team who works on our decision support system, this analytics problem. We have a lot of behind-the-scenes people who have experience in business and who've been helping us grow as entrepreneurs and leaders in the space, regulatory, and you name it. Everyone here has played a critical role in our development as a company.
So, and also we cannot do it without the help of our partners. So we have our key partners are growers and wineries in different parts of the United States and also abroad.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. All right. So, so those growers, big thing. So right now we're actually in the middle of field trials. We'll be flying out tomorrow to go to our vineyard here in Lost Draw and with the Texas A&M AgriLife Extension. All of these partners are super critical because without them taking a risk on us, believing that our product could actually work, we wouldn't have the opportunity to prove to everyone that this product is going to be viable. So we have partners, like you said, in Southern Illinois at Eckerd's, Red Wine Empire Vineyard Management. Redwood is out in California. Bodega Silencing, we work with them in Argentina, so we'll be there this summer. And then Mercer and St. Michelle out in Washington, and we'll go there later in the month as well. And so we have research partners as well.
Yeah, and then we have our biggest supporter is the research part that we have received incredible support in all aspects. But one of the most important that we receive is the encouragement, the everyday support, that this make a huge impact because sometimes things are not going where we think, but we always say, okay, Manfredo, let's go, let's do it. So it is incredible, and we just thank you so much. And we have some also in the academia. We have Texas A&M, Georgia Tech, Washington State. So we have great support, and we thank you, everyone.
And like to end our presentation today, we're just going to give you all a little overview, a little timeline of kind of the future of frost defense, where we are now, what we're looking forward to for the next couple of years.
So now we are very excited because we have been lucky to be selected to the 8 companies that they are going to be on the Latin American Insurance Development for Agriculture. So they select this company that they can have a big impact on the agriculture, also having in mind the climate change. So we will be able to, we are going to join this meeting and we are going to present there. And so we are very excited for this opportunity. Also, we are actively engaging with the EPA for all our regulations. We are non-toxic, but we are also working on all these labels and all the stuff that they are very important for our product in the future.
Yeah, and we recognized pretty early on about this CO2 and different emissions that can be problematic for the environment. And because we have environmentally sustainable solutions, we thought it'd be a very synergistic partnership to work with the International Wineries for Climate Change. So there's a consortium of wineries and growers who are dedicated to reducing their CO2 emissions over time. And so we're engaging with them to hopefully integrate some of our solutions into farmer processes to reduce that. And then as we end our NSF Phase 2 SBR grant, within that second year, we're going to be engaging with investors more about our strategies for growth after we end that program. And so in general, just for that first round, we'll be looking for like a Series A, 3 to 5 million. So if you have that in your pockets and you want to just give it to us, feel free. But at this moment.
Yeah, and then again, thank you so much to the Edwin Moore family. We are really honored to receive this, and this recognition means a lot to us. Thank you so much.
Big time. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Burks. Thanks, Manfredo. We're so proud of you, so thank you. We all get a little break, so come talk to them. And then one of our previous winners, EarthSense, which is one of our growth stage companies, will be up next. Thanks. And I do So I'll say one of our most exciting startup companies at the research park that gets press all the time. They get a lot of love because they have robots that are out wandering around, which everybody wants to photograph. And they've been really instrumental in setting the future of what's going to happen in AI and farming on campus from a research standpoint. Garesh is a leader as a faculty member who has both appointments with engineering and with the College of Agriculture and has been part of the driver of the Center for Digital Ag and the AI Farms Initiative. But EarthSense is a company that came out of the incubator. Enterprise Works was their home. We saw them every day building a company, and they were working tirelessly to get their products not only to customers that were buying them, research environments, but also thinking about new ways to pivot into new markets as they saw opportunities. One of those became in the last year around cover crops, and that meant also that they had new robots to build that were bigger than our building could hold. So the company was building a bigger team. They were getting more money, more customers, and more traction meant we graduated them this year, this past end of the year of 2021, and now they have a larger space and remain in the research park, and we couldn't be more proud to have them as part of our research park and AgTech family. And I'll let Garesh tell you an update on EarthSense. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Laura. Yeah. It's so nice to be back in person. I actually see a number of people that I thought only existed as postcards. So very exciting to be back here. So I'm going to give you an update on what's been going on at EarthSense. So EarthSense is a startup here at the university. And we work on what we call agricultural intelligence, which is applications of AI and advancement of AI for the purpose of agriculture. We are, at this point, about 25 full-time people. We have an office here at the Atkins building, which is just across the street. And we also have an office in India and field locations over there. And EarthSense was founded by myself and Chinmay Soman. Both of us have roots at the University of Illinois. So at our heart, when Chinmay and I started thinking about this company, we wanted to create robots that could transform landscapes, right? So we wanted to create robots that would basically terraform worlds. And we wanted to go to Mars. We were like, Elon Musk is making the rocket, so we'll just put our robots on there, right, and go to Mars. But we said that, we thought that the right place to start is on Earth, where there's a lot of challenges that we're facing in agriculture, and how can we bring this technology to bear in agriculture? So we believe that robotics and AI will make agriculture more sustainable and more profitable, and we believe that this will happen because robotics and AI will create new options for farmers that will help them become fundamentally more sustainable. And our secret master plan is we start with crop breeding, a number of great firms out there who are really working at the foundation of agriculture, build up our technology, really create value, and then from there move on into more and more different types of cropping systems. And we're so fortunate for the kind of support that we've seen at the University of Illinois and the research park, right? Right from 2018 when we had these funny-looking 3D printed robots that broke all the time and barely survived field conditions, to now that I'll show you some of our new robots that we have that are really rugged and have been field validated. So first I'm going to talk about our TerraSentia robot, which is probably something that everybody here has heard about or has encountered. And this is a robot that we've been building over 3 years now, and to date we have deployed 140 of these robots. Last year we made almost 100 of these robots. And this is a purpose-built robot, and that's one of the key things that we do at EarthSense. We build robots that are driven by a purpose. We're not a generic platform robotics company. Each of our robots have a purpose, and it does that job. So TerraSentia is designed to collect phenotypic data in fields. And it's designed to be portable, it's designed to be rugged, and it's designed to be taken on an airplane so that breeders, and these could be large companies or specialty university breeders, can access their fields and scan their fields in a lot more profound way than they were able to do before, right? So we believe that this robot gets them 100 times more data with 10 times less of the effort. And one of the the things that we're really glad that everybody believed us in was that these little robots can actually survive the rigors of the field. So here's an example of this robot trying to do cool things. And we like to have fun with our robots, and one of the big bias that people have, and I'll bring some of these robots at the AgTech showcase, is that people think that small is weak, right? That little is not powerful. But there's been so much advances now in battery technologies and in motor technology, especially brushless DC motors, that these robots that we have actually have a lot of pull. So here's one of our engineers sitting on the robot, and then the robot is pulling a John Deere R-Series tractor. It's just something that we found that was big and heavy. So we've been deploying this for crop breeding. And again, like I said, it's a purpose-driven robot. It's compact. It's designed to fit through the rows of corn and access the crops from a different viewpoint than what drones and satellites can do. And so we've deployed a number of these robots. I'll show you quickly how this all works. So the robots go into the field. They're autonomous. They can verify data. And they're going through these breeding plots, collecting phenotypic data in a fully autonomous manner. And over, I think, many thousands of plots, we have verified some of these autonomy and AI technologies, and also made sure that the data that these robots collect is verified and guaranteed by us. Here's a very exciting trait that we delivered on last year. This is the corn ear height trait. So the robot is driving through the field, it's looking up, it's identifying ears of corn, and then it's estimating the height of those ears. And we do this over thousands of plots, and then deliver this data at large scale. And here's an example with Steve Moose here at UIUC of how our data actually correlates back with what humans are measuring. And there's a pretty strong, there's a pretty promising results here that show that this data can really be the future of breeding. And this is just the beginning. More recently, since last year, we've been getting more into commercial agriculture. So one of the first things that we're doing is bringing this technology, which is fundamentally low cost, right? Because these robots cost a lot less to make, and they're more or less autonomous. So 5 robots can cover 80 acres in about 5 hours. So that creates options such as under canopy cover crop seeding. So here's our robot that has 120 pounds of payload, and it can deliver cover crop planting at $5 an acre compared to $15 an acre. So we did this last year, and the idea again is that we can get into the crop in June and July when the crop is still standing. The robot drives from under the canopy. It's a team of robots that are driving together, and they broadcast seed or use other methods of deploying this seed. So we've done 100 acres last year, and looking forward to do quite a bit more this year. And then finally, today is our soft reveal day. Thank you, Laura, for something bigger, something that we were waiting on to do. And this is our TerraMax, our new robot with 2,000-pound payload that we're looking to now commercialize and bring to market. So thank you very much. We'll be around in the evening. You're more than welcome to come visit our office in the Atkins building, where you can see some robots and meet our people. And I'll take any questions later.
Questions from the audience for Garesh and EarthSense? I want to know more about the big bot, because you didn't say a lot about it. So what does the big bot, the Max, do differently than TerraSentia does?
Just has a lot more payload. Yeah, so we can deploy it in areas and crops which need more payload. So there's some interesting applications that we're thinking of. We're not ready to do a proper reveal yet, but
Top secret. We'll find out more later. Martha's got a question.
Thank you. I saw you when I came last time, gorgeous. How many hours can...
The battery? Yeah.
The battery, and then with weight.
Yeah.
How much?
Yeah.
I imagine there's
so,
different batteries, right?
Yeah, like I said, so battery technology has come really a long way. So Terra Sentia, 3 hours battery life, and we haven't really optimized it. On Terra Preta, the cover crop robot, it has 2 large batteries. We get 6 hours or so. And then on Terra Max, we're expecting a full day of battery.
And on the little one to recharge, how long to recharge?
We swap the battery out, so it's immediate, swapping. There's a swapping mechanism. It's a hot swap, so you change the battery without losing power. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. I know we're actually out of time, so sorry, Garesh. I'm hoping you'll stick around, and tonight come visit if you'd like to see EarthSense. I think we're stopping by tomorrow with some guests as well, so we love showing off the bots. Thanks for giving us an update about EarthSense.
Thank you.
Okay, next I'm going to welcome up to this stage Brendan McGinty from the Center for Digital Ag. So I'd mentioned that Garesh and the work at EarthSense had been very instrumental in the early iterations of CDA and what they were envisioning for the future of ag and computing. And today we're going to hear more. Brendan's going to introduce our guest. Matt is from Google Earth and Earth Engine, and they're going to talk about the art of possible, I think, in ag. And computing has been driving, as I'd said, everything from photosynthesis to better powering robots to getting better insights to be able to do trading of crops. So let's hear more about what's possible in the future. Brendan, I'll let you introduce Matt from Google.
Thanks, Laura. And thanks for giving us a chance to be live again. Wear shoes. It's just an amazing experience, isn't it? It's great. So thank you so much. It is an honor to be here representing our Center for Digital Agriculture at Illinois. And I'm just so pleased to welcome Matt Hancher from Google. So let me do an introduction of him, and then we will get started. Matt Hancher is an engineering lead at Google, overseeing Google Earth, Earth Engine, and other projects at the intersection of geospatial data and sustainability. He co-founded the Earth Engine team in 2009 to bring Google's computing power to bear on global challenges in earth science and related fields. In addition to managing these teams, he works in application areas ranging from deforestation monitoring to global public health. Matt spent his early years as a researcher at MIT Media Lab, and prior to joining Google, he spent 5 years at the NASA Ames Research Center, where he designed robots and wrote software to process Moon and Mars satellite imagery to prepare for future exploration missions. I assume that Matt is with us, and he is. Matt, good to see you.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
We can. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here. I'm going to start just by opening it up to you to talk about what you and your team are doing at Google these days.
Sure, yeah, thank you so much. I'm sorry I couldn't be with you in person, but I'm very happy to be able to join you all virtually. I'm originally from Minneapolis. I grew up around the ag campus there, and my wife went to school at the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign, so I feel right at home even though I'm not there with you today. As you mentioned, my deeper background is in robotics, and it was super fun to hear from the previous speaker about some of the amazing work going on at the intersection of robotics and ag. But as you mentioned, for the last 15 years or so, I've been focused on the remote sensing and Earth imagery side of things. And there are 3 different projects within my engineering team at Google, and maybe I'll introduce them briefly in chronological order. We really got started in this space through Google Earth about 15 years ago, really right before I came to Google with the acquisition of the company Keyhole that had built the first prototype of what would become Google Earth. And Google scaled that up and made it available to the world, and was working with people from the media to scientists and government users to take advantage of this new technology to be able to see changes in the landscape and tell stories about our changing planet and make better decisions through satellite imagery. And it was through that work that we started hearing the consistent feedback that, hey, it was great that we could see all this imagery, but we really needed help scaling the computational capability to make sense of this growing flood of data that was coming online from particularly government-funded Earth imaging spacecraft, huge quantities of data. The scientific community knew what to do with the data, but not really how to scale it up, because earth scientists, even computational earth scientists, tended not to be the same people as computer scientists who were adept at dealing with large-scale data. And so that was what got us interested at that intersection and led to the formation of the Earth Engine cloud computing product going back originally in its inception, 2009. We've been growing that in the intervening decade, first supporting a small number of researchers and then growing it up to supporting tens of thousands of researchers around the world in academic and government settings especially, and then now scaling that up to bring it to commercial market as well, so that we can bring the scientific techniques out of the lab and put them into the hands of the explosion of amazing AgTech startups and other companies rising to the challenge of this sort of moment in climate change. And speaking of climate change, the last piece of my portfolio is specifically focused on city-level carbon footprints, helping cities understand their carbon footprint and take climate action by looking at the transportation network and the energy grid and so forth. So those are the three projects in my arena.
So Matt, what about the tools that you're working on, your team is working on, especially as it pertains to this event, AgTech Summit in agriculture?
Absolutely. And this has been really exciting to see because, in fact, we did not originally seek out to build tools for agriculture. We were building tools to address a number of kind of adjacent problem areas. Within the Earth Engine domain, so our cloud computing tools for remote sensing, our first focus there was in deforestation and building better tools for monitoring change in the rainforests around the world. And we started kind of growing incrementally from there as people realized that those tools were also useful in adjacent areas. So we started bringing in more feeds of data and adding more computational capabilities to meet those needs. And then it just sort of has been growing incrementally into more and more areas. And in recent years, we've been seeing a real uptick in usage specifically within agriculture, AgTech companies trying to make use of large-scale remote sensing data for a whole range of applications. So a lot of the early applications were focused on precision ag of one sort or another, how to make more precise decisions about how to apply additives, manage water resources on the farm, detect crops, particularly when you were dealing with a large scale of farm, and you can really take advantage of that unhealthy, space-based view to understand what's happening in the fields. And then also because of our origins in deforestation, working with the public sector and policy, we've had a lot of great success applying similar techniques to the larger scale policy problems that come up around agriculture, questions like how to manage scarce water resources on a very large scale. One example project that we've been really excited about is called the Open ET project. So ET is evapotranspiration, so looking at the release of water from farmlands up to the atmosphere. And we've been scaling that out all across the Western states with a whole community of scientists who are using the platform as a way to explore a variety of techniques and intercompare and build ensemble models to really come to grips with this problem of how to manage our scarce water resources, first in the Western US, but then of course that's going to be a global problem, particularly as climate change continues to take hold.
One of the hottest topics here right now, not only in agriculture, but everywhere, is supply chain. We hear about it here today. Talk about these technologies as it pertains to supply chains.
Yeah, this has been a particularly exciting area for us in the last couple of years as we've started to work more and more with commercial companies. Because the lever that they're looking to pull is typically rooted in some supply chain somewhere. And we've been seeing a growing interest in the private sector, for example, in consumer packaged goods companies, in really understanding the environmental impact of their full supply chain. And they're responding to consumer pressures, they're responding to regulatory pressures, they're responding to rational self-interest as they see that we all have to kind of do our part in helping stop the acceleration of climate change. And so the tools in our toolkit have been particularly useful. Like the first great example was in palm oil. So in the supply chain of a large manufacturer like Unilever, has been one of our early partners in this space. They are very concerned when they source palm oil that they're not sourcing it from plantations that are recently deforested or are helping drive deforestation in contexts like Indonesia, And so the ability to monitor, first of all, areas that are on that front of deforestation and really understand where are they properly enforcing the front, where is illegal deforestation perhaps happening, and then tracing that back through the supply chain so that they can make confident buying decisions has been an early piece of the puzzle. Those core technologies are useful, of course, across a wide range of agricultural modes, not just palm oil. We've had a great collaboration with actually an Australian company called NGIS, who've been building a solution called TraceMark that takes some of those techniques powered by our Earth Engine platform and makes them available to a wider range of ag supply chain stakeholders.
Hey, Matt, I understand that there's a regenerative agriculture working group at Google. What is that all about?
Yeah, so this is it began as essentially my side gig at Google. I guess a little backstory here. We have this portfolio of projects that are a little unusual in that our primary concern with them is putting them in the hands of decision makers around the world to make better decisions about the environment. So this is a little different than the conventional corporate model where you can measure profit, for example, as your primary concern. And so we needed to develop a different framework for understanding how to prioritize where to invest our energies within this space. And so 2 years ago, we did a big analysis of all of the different, basically environmental drivers and looking for areas where we thought we had some unique opportunity to bring tools to bear, but we weren't yet investing. And out of that analysis, regenerative agriculture just popped off the page as an area of tremendous potential, both from a carbon sequestration perspective, potentially. The science is complicated there, and helping advance the science is one of the things we're interested in doing, but also the many co-benefits in terms of improved water infiltration or reduction in fertilizer use and so forth. And so we formed this group within Google, and it's just started out as an interest group, really, where we began, because we're software engineers, first and foremost. We're not experts in any of those topics, so we had to begin by just educating ourselves for a while, giving ourselves a kind of impromptu seminar in the topic until we felt that we could at least start talking to an actual expert and not immediately embarrass ourselves. And then once we got to that point, we began engaging with actual experts to help us understand where a company like Google could help. And now we're playing a role supporting the growing number of ag-related projects around Google. So you'll have heard of some of these. Our mineral team that came out of Google X, also using robots in an ag context, combined with remote sensing, looking to help optimize food production at a global scale. But we're also running, for example, our research project in India, where we're really trying to understand there how to help them manage their very scarce water resources, and regenerative techniques, shifts in land management are one part of that to make sure that they're making optimal use of every drop of water that they have in some of those water-limited environments. So we're really we're in a learning phase right now, and that's part of why I'm excited to come talk to groups like this one, because we're trying to understand how a technology company like Google can actually be most useful to you all in helping you solve your tech-driven problems in this space.
We love hearing that, of course, and you're not covering much ground here. But as a kind of final question before questions, talk about more broadly. You're at Google, technology trends. What should we be paying attention to, generally speaking? And then if you want to dig a little deeper on any of that, we're in pretty good time-wise. Sure.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think there are a few trends that dominate everything that we do. I alluded to one of them that started us off on this journey 10, 12 years ago that is still absolutely playing out today, which is the continuing explosion of raw remote sensing data of various kinds. For us, that began with the USGS decision to make the Landsat data available without an individual per scene cost. That made it cost prohibitive for anyone to do really large-scale analysis back in the day. And so suddenly the community had access to an unprecedented archive, and the question of, all right, how do we actually make use of that computationally was a real limiting factor. Today, the modern versions of that are things like companies like Planet making higher resolution and daily imagery. They recently made 8-band multispectral data at that 3-meter resolution available. We're just learning. I mean, it's the absolute beginning as an industry of understanding how to make use of a data set with that much spectral and temporal and spatial depth. And it's just the beginning. There are more and more companies looking at using small spacecraft, especially as a way to cheaply put lots of instruments in space. And then drones are, of course, changing the game for the ability to collect data in situ at even higher resolution. So, expect that to continue, that trend. The flip side of that coin, and the other technology that drives everything we do at Google these days, is machine learning as a way to get on top of that problem of data. This is an area that we had originally had to help advance from within Google to solve a slightly different set of problems related to just how we map the world. So, my part of Google sits within the same arena as Google Maps. And in order to make Google Maps, we had to take huge amounts of imagery and make sense of it. Satellite and aerial imagery, street view imagery, and in order to turn that into maps that we can keep fresh around the world, we've had to push on machine learning. So that was part of what powered the early revolutions in deep learning for understanding images. Those techniques are similar to what we need in an agricultural or remote sensing space, but they're all actually somewhat different. The satellite images that you get of a farm from a government sensor like Landsat or Sentinel-2, those are not the same thing as camera point images. And the techniques that you need to understand them are a little different. And again, we're just at the beginning of understanding what are the right structures for a neural network to make sense of that data. How do we take those best practices and make them available to large audiences so that not everyone has to become a neural network expert themselves, because that's not going to happen, obviously. So I think both of those trends, the explosion of data and the refinement and explosion of machine learning tools or artificial intelligence tools to make sense of that data, those are going to continue, and it's going to make things really interesting over the next 5 or 10 years in this space.
Oh, I wish we had time to talk about, you said a couple of times, only the beginning, right? We're only in the beginning, and it couldn't be more true. What that looks like, you would be a great person to ideate around that. But we're going to open up for questions in the interest of time right now, and maybe we can fill in some of those blanks as well. So, questions in the audience, and Matt, bear with us. When we have one, you'll hear it over the AV.
Sounds great.
Not a problem. So Matt, oh, you have one?
Yes, I do. Yes, I have a question that came in online that I wanted to make sure we asked Matt. This comes from Ellickson Companies. And it's kind of twofold. So the first part of it is, how do you keep the shareholders or investors excited while you're developing an AgTech product and also learning from the customers? And the second part of that is understanding that it might take a long time to find the product market fit. How do you keep the funds flowing for that product development?
Yeah, great questions. And I also imagine that there's potentially two lenses we could take to that. I'm not sure whether you were asking specifically, how do we think about those problems at Google versus how do we see our customers, who are typically startups, thinking about those problems? And the answers are probably different. At Google, we have the advantage of, tremendous existing resources that we can use to take a long view. That's something that the founders of Google wrote right into the charter of the company from the beginning, that we were going to do that. And our investors have known that that's a part of our strategy since the beginning. So that has helped us create the space for projects like Earth Engine, beginning in its early days as a research project. It actually started out originally within the organization that we call Google.org, which is our philanthropic organization. It's not literally a separate entity, but it's a space within Google for doing explicitly philanthropic work. And then as it became clear that this was really multi-use technology, we kind of folded it into the core of our geospatial arm of the company and have been growing it from there. But even then we had the freedom, thanks to Google's resources and support, to take it slow, to focus on developing the underlying techniques with research partners and so forth, and really understand what the world needed before we thought about how to move it into a commercial market. And so we were in the sort of unusual position of really the commercial users coming to us saying, will you please let us buy it, rather than us having to go to them saying, will you please buy this from us? Within the AgTech startup world in particular, actually, the thing that I've seen most recently is just tremendous interest and appetite in that space writ large. I think getting investors interested in AgTech in the first place, is probably a lot easier than getting investors interested in a lot of other areas of technology these days. And the trends that we see related to the climate, which I mentioned several times, are just going to push things in that direction. I think you can articulate the long-term reason why this is going to be an ever more important growth area. Feeding a growing population in the face of increasing challenges on the ground due to climate change, and ideally doing so in a way that can reduce the impact of ag on the climate, or even use ag as a climate solution. Those are all growth areas, and I think that story is thankfully not too hard to tell.
It fits so much of our audience here in all sorts of pieces, Matt. Excellent. Other questions? We have time for one, maybe two more, but maybe just one.
Are your analytics only land-based, or are you also monitoring water bodies? And if so, what kind of monitoring can you do from water-based systems, bodies?
Yeah. I think this is a great example of the kind of gradual growth of our platforms into adjacent areas that we've seen. We very much started focusing on land use originally, and land cover, and then have slowly grown to touch on some areas of water, but I think we actually have a lot of more room to grow there. So some of our early work has been focused on things like just mapping surface water extent and the change in surface water extent over time to help with protecting surface water in areas where it's at risk. That you can view as a kind of land use or land cover change, actually. It's the loss of water as the primary land cover type. From there, our users started looking at things like understanding water quality from space, in surface water contexts in particular, which of course is related to questions of runoff from agriculture in many parts of the world. And then more recently, we've just started working with more people who are using our tools to understand ocean water and its relationship to the larger climate system, because of course 2/3 of the surface of the earth is water, and you can't really understand what's going on with the climate without deeply understanding water. The area where our particular tools are strongest is anything that's sort of at the surface, or another way to put it more from more of a sort of data structures perspective is we're a 2.5D system. If your stuff is spread out in space in longitude and latitude, then that's fantastic. If you need a true full 3D modeling environment, that's not what our tool is about. And so deep water work we don't see as much of as a result. But water as a component of surface systems, absolutely.
We have time for one more quick question if anyone has one. All right, seeing none. Matt, you just made a great day even greater. Thank you so much for your time today. We really appreciate it. Look forward to the next time with you.
Very happy to be here. Thank you so much. And everyone have a great summit.
Thank you again.
Thank you, Brendan, and thank you to Matt, and for marrying well to an Illini. Happy to hear that connection. We have two new guests that are going to join us up on the stage, and they're two people that I've had the good fortune to work with for many years. Carly McCrory is just an awesome partner to us at the Research Park. She's the executive director of the Champaign County Economic Development Corporation. I've been able to be on that board for a long time, and our community is just an amazingly tight-knit place. Say, for those of you who don't live here, just our connections between government, industry, the university, Parkland College, and many other ways that we work together are helped by people like Carly, who bring us together in commonality. And one of those areas has been the growth of AgTech, and she's been helping us make AgTech Week possible, different connections throughout the community, as I'd said. And then Dennis Beard is with Sarah Ventures. Sarah Ventures started in the Research Park. They've been one of the most prolific investors in our companies, and they started to develop a real national reputation for knowing AgTech, which he'll tell you more about. So Dennis not only helps as an investor, he's also an entrepreneur in residence, helping coach many of the companies that come out of the University of Illinois. And he's been on the Chancellor's Economic Development Council, helping us with leadership of where should we go in the future of AgTech as a job growth creator in our community. He's going to talk to you about their new fund, I'm sure, and perhaps his role that he's had propelling our AgTech accelerator. So thanks, Dennis and Carly, for sharing your wisdom with us.
Hello, everyone. Thanks, Laura, for the warm introduction. Happy Champaign-Urbana AgTech Week. As Laura mentioned, there's a week-long celebration of a lot of amazing events, something we started 3 years ago, and this summit is really our flagship event in the week, so it's been nice to engage and learn with everyone today, and if you can't tell, us here in Champaign-Urbana, we get pretty excited over AgTech, so it's been really fun, and I'm very excited to be here with Dennis Beard to talk about AgTech investment just sort of in general, which is a very hot topic, but one that we're particularly interested in here in the Champaign-Urbana area as well. So Dennis, Laura already sort of gave you a warm introduction, but if you don't mind, just tell us a little bit more about yourself and your role at Sarah Ventures.
Okay, welcome everybody. This is great. Isn't this just awesome? I'm so happy to be here. So I'm Dennis Beard. I grew up about an hour west of here in farm country in Christian County and went to Milliken and ended up in Champaign to work for a tech company as its controller. I have a financial background, then went back to University of Illinois for a master's degree in business and bought a company and had blessed to have some success with that and had some friends that started a firm that some of you may have heard of that's headquartered right down the road called Open Prairie Ventures. And I started out as an advisor and then worked for Open Prairie for a few years and still have a relationship with them. And their latest fund does only ag investments, so we work pretty closely in a few things together. That firm's based in Effingham. But Open Prairie made an early investment in a company in the Research Park, thanks to Laura Frericks, called Eyesight. And Tim Hare and Gary Durick had started that company, so we made an investment with that. And struck a little lightning there with that, and within 18 months had a nice exit and some money in our hip pocket. And without going through all the details, it was all in the positive, but I ended up partnering with Tim to start doing some consulting in the firm Tim started, Sarah Ventures. And a lot of people we went to see if they could use our help. What they really needed help with was finding money. And so we would go around to the investors that were in Eyesight, Tim and Gary's old company, or people that I knew, and we formed our first little fund, which we called Sarah Capital One. $5 million. If you know anything about the venture world, that's not a micro VC. That's tiny, ultra micro VC, nano VC. There's a new term for you. And we invested almost entirely in University of Illinois developed technologies. So people that were either licensing technologies or were working at the university or students that were fresh out of the programs. And we have had a nice little run with that fund. It's actually still alive. I think there are 5 companies left in it, and a couple of them are doing really well. So we're excited about that. But along the way, we've grown and we've added more partners and more employees and what we call venture partners, which is sort of a term in our industry for part-time partners. Got a couple of great venture partners in our firm as well. So I think if you count everybody up, I think we're at 11 people right now, and we have an office in Chicago. We're still headquartered here. We also have a presence in Southern California and in Utah now, and we're getting some pretty good recognition around the country. So it's a really nice thing. And then just most recently, through kind of a little bit of cajoling from a couple of our investors who were very interested in ag, had approached us about helping them make some ag investments. And after all these discussions, finally decided, let's just do an ag fund and you invest in the ag fund, which they did. And we got the message out to some others. And we finished raising just recently what's a little more than $45 million in money for early stage ag companies. And we've started investing as we were raising the money we were investing. So I think we have 11 companies in that portfolio right now, and really exciting, good stuff.
So you had previously invested in some AgTech companies at
Right.
Sarah, but what made you sort of take the jump to focus on the Sarah venture and start the actual AgTech fund?
Well, there were 2 things, Carly. One was that we had a couple of our existing investors that were wanting to concentrate more into ag and were asking us for help. They understood a lot of the technologies in the markets, but they didn't understand the investing process and due diligence and the things that we do, where we get to know the entrepreneurs and try to understand the company and whether this is going to be a maybe lower than average risk, et cetera. That helped a lot. The other thing is, as we were thinking about forming the fund, we went back and looked at the 11 ag companies we had invested in, many of which were right here in this community. And we said, if this were turned into a hypothetical pro forma portfolio, this would be a very good portfolio. We'd had a couple of really nice exits out of it. We had minimal losses, and we had a ton of potential left in the companies that were going, and that is still the case. We've had one nice exit since then. It was a company that originally launched in St. Louis and moved to Chicago called Label Insight, and they were data on consumer products. I think you could, I think they had the capability to track about 10,000 attributes of one consumer packaged good. Where it came from, what the ingredients are, whether the soybeans were grown organically that are in this mayonnaise, that kind of thing. In fact, I say that because Hellmann's mayonnaise was one of the first products that came on to try that product. So we had some really nice success and thought, okay, we've got a track record that we can show. Programmable was one I spent a lot of time with that was right here in the research product, which was nice for all of us. And they were purchased by Nutrien 4 years ago, 3.5 years ago.
So maybe for some of the startups in the room or those watching online, let's talk a few specifics about the fund.
About the fund.
So what sort of companies are you looking for?
Right.
And tell us about maybe like the general stages of those companies and some of the attributes that you would consider.
Okay, I'll start with the second question first because that's a little easier for me. We are doing something a little different than the earlier funds, that we've reserved a pretty good sized chunk of the fund for what you might call Series A companies. So these are companies that have revenue typically at a pretty serious level, often $1 million a year or more. And we can write a pretty big check to come into those. We know they're more valuable at that stage. They're going to have a higher valuation, and we're prepared to put more money into those companies and prepared to follow on as they raise future money. So that's something we haven't done a lot of in our previous funds. We still earmarked a fair chunk of the fund for about 10 or 12 early stage companies at the seed stage and seed plus stage, where we can write a check as say a $250,000 check to get in, and we might earmark another $500,000 or maybe even more to do follow-on rounds. Whereas coming in the A, we might write an initial check anywhere from $500,000 to $1.5 million for that first check. So it can get pretty big. Then on top of that, and we can explore this more a little later, we're also a big funding source into the Illinois AgTech Accelerator. And in fact, we're the largest investor in that fund, and that's doing quite a few seed and even pre-seed and pure startup companies are coming through that program. That's based here, actually in the research park, run by Jack Mark, a former Programmable Nutrien. You met Jack earlier. And so we're getting our foot in the door in a lot of well-vetted early-stage companies. I don't know if Jack's been able to tout this, but I'm going to steal a little bit of his thunder. We've got an upcoming cohort. We're going to have 5 companies in that cohort. We had over 300 companies apply for that slot. So it's a really cool thing to have that many good, interesting tech startups applying to come into that. So Sarah AgTech Fund is a part of all those. By virtue of participating in that partnership, we actually get equity in all those companies.
Well, I was going to talk about it later, but let's just talk about it now.
Okay.
So yeah, three years ago, actually, for our first AgTech Week, we were making the announcement about the accelerator. So all of the partners that have been involved working directly with Generator are pretty excited about what's happened to date and what the potential for the future is. So you were very involved in helping bring the Illinois AgTech Accelerator to fruition here in our community. So can you tell us a little bit about that process, why it worked, and also why you thought it would be successful here in Champaign-Urbana?
Well, most people in this room know that this is pretty natural eco-center for ag technology, not just row crops, but all kinds of things. A lot of it has to do with the University of Illinois, but a lot of companies that are located in the area, in the research park, in Champaign-Urbana area, in Decatur, in Bloomington. We've got a lot of depth of skill set here. We've got an educated workforce. We've got Parkland College, which was recently ranked the #2 ag school in the community colleges in the country. We've got a ton of depth here. I saw Professor Bruce Sherritt give a talk to our breakfast meeting here about a year and a half, 2 years ago, and he had these heat maps showing all these important factors about ag. And the hottest spot in the world was this Illinois-Iowa band that we're right in the middle of. And I came away from that thinking, we're right in the space for ag. We need to do more in this area. And we had been talking at Sarah about participating more into an AgTech accelerator. I think with the incubator program in the research park, I mean, we feel like, we love this world. We ought to get an AgTech accelerator. So we started talking to some of the big accelerator programs in the country, like TechStars and Generator. And there are over 300 programs, and we had invested in companies that graduated from several of these accelerator programs, and we seemed to really click with the people at Generator out of Wisconsin, and they were not backing an AgTech program. And when we brought that up to Troy Vossler, one of the founders, he was all over it, and off we went.
And we like to be the first. So.
And we got to be the first. We like to be the first. It's pretty exciting. So that company, they hired Jack, and they're running it. We're an investor in it along with others. And what's happening is they run a couple programs a year based right here, where one is for super early stage companies and startups, and we're going to try to have a little more local emphasis on that. Not necessarily University of Illinois, but I think it'll be heavy with University of Illinois, but really downstate Illinois type companies. And then we have the flagship program. The first one's a 7-week program. The flagship program's a 12-week program. So companies are selected to come in. They network, they find mentors, they meet investors. They just get opportunities to learn about whatever it is that's they're trying to get past at this stage of the company, whether that's get their first sales or master their technology, something like that. And in the 12-week program, the accelerator fund puts $100,000 into each company. If they're raising a round, it goes under those terms. If they're not raising a round, we lend them the money on a convertible note, which will convert into the next round that they do. So we like to participate in that because we get a piece of equity, but we really like to participate in it because we're staying on top of the technology that's happening and what's hot and meeting really awesome teams. So imagine Jack and his team are boiling down from over 300 applicants to 5 here in the next few days. This next group's going to kick off at the end of March, and we try to help where we can, and it's a little bit overwhelming. When you get down to 25, you can just throw a dart. You're going to get a really good company out of that group of 300. There are a lot of strong companies. I wanted to add, I wanted to go back on that earlier question about what kind of companies we're looking for, and this also impacts the accelerator. We identified when we were putting our thesis together for the Sarah Fund, what's driving ag tech investment right now. It's up nationwide, worldwide, and 10 years ago, it wasn't even much of a category for venture firms to invest in ag. It was happening, but it wasn't happening at the scale that we're seeing it today. But one of the things that we noticed, we'd gotten a couple of calls in the office from coastal VC firms. If you don't know venture very well, there's a huge concentration of the venture money comes out of the Bay Area in California and another big pocket in the Boston area. So the coasts are where most of the money is. In Illinois, in the Midwest, we have 20% of the population, 20% of the patents filed, and about 5% of the venture capital money. So it's underserved here, and we've always felt like this was a good place for us to be. But then we were getting calls from coastal VC firms. I mean, this is not, I'm not kidding. One of the questions was, do you know any farmers? Because we'd like to talk to them and ask some questions. We're looking at this ag thing. And we thought, maybe we ought to do more in this area. And so we come up with a thesis, and a lot of it has to do with these factors. A lot of technology has been around, and ag in some sense has been slow to adopt some of the technologies. Ag's been out in front in things like genetics for quite a while, but other areas like some of the data sciences, it's been a little behind other industries in adopting it. And then you take the millennial generation, which is a big bulge in the population, and millennials love them or hate them, and I love a lot of millennials, don't get the wrong impression, that's right. They're getting a little pickier about their consumer choices in a good way. I mean, they're wanting healthy foods, they're wanting information, they don't want to tear up the earth in the process. And so there's this pressure to solve these problems and still provide affordable food, tasty, healthy, clean food. And we think that's important. And then you throw in the impact of climate change, which is a bigger impact than I would have imagined just a few short years ago on what's going on in our industry here. Aaron, who's going to be your next panelist, and I were over at the Genomic Biology Institute yesterday looking at some of the research they're doing and the impact on crops by global climate change is fascinating to me. And so we're thinking about that when we look at these companies, and then marrying them with all these concepts. Then we had COVID come in, which forced a lot of people to rethink how they live their lives, and all this has sort of juiced this whole industry. And so we've got these forces on the one hand, and then we have all these new technologies like artificial intelligence and machine learning and imaging technologies that are really way ahead of where they were just a few years ago, and autonomous vehicles on air and in the ground, and bright people, and you've met some of them today, are starting to put these things together, and all of a sudden neat things are going to happen because of that. So we're looking, those things I just described are what you would read if you read our pitch deck to our investors on what kind of companies we're looking for. If they bring this kind of information and these methods of new technologies together to help solve these forces that are coming to play. And I think it's going to be a winner.
So all of those things, and then a lot of what's been discussed on different panels today is really driving this momentum, and it increases by a lot of billions each year. Mm-hmm. So do you think that momentum is going to continue? And also, what do you think are some of the spaces that we're going to see that maybe aren't as focused on right now?
Ooh. Yeah, that's a great question. Do I think it'll continue? I think it will continue. I think we're still catching up in the ag and food world to some other industries like just generally data, some of the biopharma, biotech stuff, and some of the healthcare. But I think eventually we're going to hit some area where we're going to come and go in cycles like those others tend to do. I've had a lot of experience working in the healthcare side, and it kind of ebbs and flows in favor of the investment community, and different forces come to play. Regulatory has an impact on that as well. And maybe we'll settle down a little bit, but I see it growing because, I mean, we all know the needs. When I was in healthcare, we used to talk about the aging of the population, and by the year 2050, there are going to be all these old people. I'll be one of them, hopefully, and you can't argue with that trend. And here we talk about how much food we're going to need by the year 2050. That's still there, but all of a sudden things are really shaking up, and I think awareness of the impact on the climate, the COVID pandemic, and all these new technologies have just brought it to life. But I think it's going to grow. So what's going to be big in the future? Moving things cheaper, moving things without harming the environment is really big in our eyes in the near term. And by cheaper, I'm talking about some of the logistics things and tracking information that just make it easier to get from the field to the grocery store, or to the restaurant, or to your kitchen. I don't know. Maybe that's too simplistic.
You see a lot of companies or a lot of pitches come across your desk, right, in your role at Sarah. Now, of course, with the Sarah AgTech Fund, your engagement with the Illinois AgTech Accelerator. So what are some of the things that really stand out to you about the companies coming across your desk? And also, what can a company do right to grab your attention right out of the gate?
Oh, that's a really good question that we could write a paper on that together. A couple things that really grab my attention when I'm looking at a company's first pitch. A lot of times people approach us, usually from a referral from somebody that knows us, and they send along a pitch deck, and we'll flip through that and then set up a Zoom call and get to know them. If it looks like we might be the right stage and they might be the right stage, and then we'll set up a meeting so they meet all of our team, and we can fling questions at them really hard for an hour and a half, and then see where it goes after that. If we're seeing teams that have been through incubators and accelerators, sometimes multiple times through accelerators. That's really big. That shows, if nothing else, that they're hungry to get out there and keep learning and improving their business. So we like that. It's not a requirement, but we like that. We like teams that are, I've been saying this story for a long time, and it's still absolutely, totally true. Teams that are okay with working with other investors coming into the firm, and they either have a really solid team that's balanced and can work together, and they've got that good high energy vibe, and they believe in what they're doing, or at a minimum, they're the kind of people that are really willing to build that team around them. So sometimes we get in early enough, it might be a couple of professors or engineers, and they don't have anybody with sales or maybe finance experience or anything like that. It's okay, as long as you can tell that they're willing to move in on that. A big magic thing for me, and I know this is hard to hear if you're an early stage company, is if you've got some sales to customers who are paying real money and aren't related to you, by by marriage or anything. That's important. I love seeing customer adoption. It's really rare at the early stage that you've got your model perfectly figured out. So I don't usually expect that sales model to be worked out, and you tinker with it, and you change your pricing, or you change, we're going to give away the razor and start charging for the razor blades kind of thing. But if they have revenues and customers that really want it, I like to see businesses that were born of a need rather than I invented this and now I need to find somebody that might want to buy it.
So not to put you on the spot with like a community pitch or anything like that, but you probably have a lot of interesting conversations given, you're seeing companies that are global startups. So you also mentioned you get calls from the coasts about, do you know any farmers? So what do you tell people about, Illinois in particular in this area, and why it makes sense to come here and do it here or build your company here?
Well, I think this applies for sure to row crops and some of the animal sciences, but I think it goes beyond that. We've got a great workforce here. We've got a wonderful lifestyle here, and it's a very affordable community to live in. And if you need help with the technology, if you need help with finance, you're not very far from some first-rate help. And keep in mind, St. Louis and Chicago are nearby, and those are also hubs in the finance industry. This really is a stacked ecosystem. And people that have not been here before, we've had this experience with a few people in the accelerator. They come in from out of town for meetings in the accelerator program, and they think, wow, this is really happening here. Early on, when I was doing some advisory work for Open Prairie Ventures, we were looking at a crop protection program from another state, and we needed some technology help. There's just no way any one technical person, and I'm not a technical person on finance, could understand all the technologies that we see. If you're a physicist who also managed to get a master's degree in biology and chemistry and mathematics and crop science, you could go down. You're just not going to know all this stuff, so you outreach. And we did a little outreach to get some help looking at this crop protection program, and ended up getting some absolutely fabulous first-rate advisors who jumped in and helped us get that. So I tell entrepreneurs, you don't have to worry about getting technical help. But Jack at the incubator, or at the accelerator, has said this, University of Illinois is the only university that has a top 5 computer science and top 5 ag school in the country. So talking about depth of technology help, we've got it here in spades. So, and the lifestyle ain't bad here either.
It's not.
We
No.
got some good restaurants.
And good beer,
Enjoy
right?
one tonight. And good beer.
Yep. All right. Well, there's certainly been a lot accomplished. There's a lot of potential. And so, I look forward to working with you, Dennis, and others here in this room on advancing our ag tech sector here in the community. And I think you'll be hearing some exciting announcements coming up in the next few weeks, I think, right?
I think so.
All right. We'll just leave that out there at that. And then I think we'll open it up for questions now.
There's one over here on the right. My right.
Eric Barner with Farmers Risk.
Yeah, Rick.
Wait a second. Okay, there you go.
Eric Barner with Farmers Risk.
Laura, here, you can use mine.
Sorry, Eric, want to make sure you're live.
Eric Barnard with Farmers Risk. You mentioned earlier that you really like to see companies who are at a revenue stage or they have taken checks from real customers. Say you're at a seed plus kind of phase.
Mm-hmm.
You're talking with potential customers and you're at a position where they are actually potentially interested in becoming an early stage investor versus a customer or maybe an advisory board member.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any advice as to which way you'd like to see that go?
To partnering with somebody who might be an investor or might be an advisor or might even be a customer. We have seen that in several of our deals, and the pluses are sort of obvious. I mean, if you can get somebody who's that enthusiastic about your product that they'd like to put money in as well. I'm working on a deal. It's a legacy deal I have from about 4 years ago. That's a healthcare deal, and we're pitching a big system to a hospital chain. And they came back and said, "We'd like to invest $2 million in your firm." So we're thinking, how could we go wrong? And in that case, I don't think it's a bad thing. But you also need to watch out that you don't have a conflict of interest when it comes time to say an exit plan, or if having them closely involved might keep you from getting sales to others. So you have to ask yourself that question. One other little tidbit. I was on the board of a company one time that was a highly complex medical device system. And we had 2 customers who had invested significant money in our company, and by virtue of that, they got observation rights to come to the board meetings. And we had to start having meetings the night before the board meeting to talk about our quality control problems because we didn't want our customers to know that the machine was having some breakdown issues. We got those solved pretty quickly, but we just didn't feel comfortable talking about some of these problems in front of our customers. But yeah, I think it's not a bad thing. And in fact, I think you can wave that flag a little bit if you have said, hey, they liked our product well enough that they wanted to invest. Yeah, thanks, Eric.
Eric, I'm going to go back to you for a second. You have a new company that
Yeah.
you're founding. Give us a 30-second pitch.
So I think what we're doing at Farmers Risk, so much of what we've talked about at summits like this has been focused on production ag, securing bushels and making sure that those bushels are predictable year in, year out. Well, we're focused on the price side of that. You know, if revenue is really bushels times price, we're trying to ensure that farmers can manage, secure, and predict what that price side of that equation is going to be. So I can go into more, but we'll save that for the happy hour. So.
Okay,
Thanks.
talk to Eric later. I'll also say Eric's question reminded me that Dennis is an entrepreneur in residence, so for anybody who's in our Champaign-Urbana community, or if you're a client of the FAST Center working on SBIR awards, or you're at Enterprise Works, you can come ask for time with Dennis, and he's just a wealth of information, one of the most trustworthy and humble guys you can get advice from, so take him up on that, and it's a great program that we have. Any other questions in the audience? I know we have startups out there that might be looking for investments, so that's a good chance to ask Dennis on his fund too. Shy group. Hopefully, think of it if you don't have it. I got one over here, and I'll say if you don't have a question for Dennis now, think about it for Aaron on the next one for S2G.
Yeah.
You made a comment about wanting to see companies born of a need, not just something cool they built that they want to try to sell.
Right.
Is there anything that is glaring to you right now where there's a need that you would be super excited to see someone be innovating to address it?
I'm going to cheat on this one and tell you that a company came to us looking for funding that is addressing something that was really bugging me. Right or wrong, I like my hamburgers. And this whole climate change thing is a bit troubling if you look at the source of carbon and the beef industry and the dairy industry. And Open Prairie Ventures, our friends down the street, I don't know if anybody, if Jason or Jim, I know Jim's not here, he's in Chicago today, but down the road in Effingham, they were looking at a company in Kansas City that's doing some work using modern genetics and genomics and in vitro fertilization to reduce the carbon footprint of dairy cattle and beef cattle. And I was knocked out at how dedicated this management team is doing it right, and they're doing it now. This is the company that's the furthest along of anybody I'd ever invested in. $12 million in revenues this last year. I think it's okay for me to say that, and going big. We've looked at a lot of alternative proteins, really cool stuff. I mean, how many of you would think that duckweed that's growing out in your pond, duckweed can double every 48 hours in the right growing conditions, and there are some folks that are turning duckweed into protein to supplement some of the burgers and things that are out there. I think that was a big one for me personally, and I grabbed it. I'd welcome more opportunities that are similar to that. You have to be a little bit passionate about certain things to be successful at it, and so I'm trying to look at things that get me excited. The good news at Sarah is there are really 5 partners when you throw in Karen. Karen O'Connor is our venture partner in Chicago. She's on the faculty at Kellogg, U of I alum, and she's really a partner, but she's splitting her time between us and teaching. So you hit one of the partners, and we all have different passions that all fit within that umbrella, but that's one of mine is this carbon footprint and the earth damage by the beef industry, and I think it's going to get better. I think they're coming up with some really good ideas.
Okay, raise your hand if you've got any other questions, or put them in. We're good? Okay, any parting wisdom, Dennis, as I guess you've been helping companies here in our community for a long time. What would you tell them to do if they're starting from scratch, they're commercializing research or some other university founder? What are a couple of things you commonly advise?
Well, first of all, take advantage of the resources that are available. If you're in the Champaign-Urbana area, take advantage of the accelerator programs that we have. And there are various programs, not just our Illinois AgTech Accelerator, but some of the other programs through engineering school, the University of Illinois, some of the community programs. Take advantage of the incubator, Enterprise Works, if you can qualify for that. Take advantage of the networks around here, and just try to keep grabbing advice. One thing I love, and we talk about this openly, we're assessing management teams when they're pitching to us. And let's face it, you got to be a little bit crazy to be an entrepreneur, and I can say that having been one. You got to be a little bit crazy to do that. You've got to be kind of obsessed, but you also have to be a little bit humble and realize that no matter how good you are, you do not have all the answers, and you're constantly trying to seek this advice. So we've got a great community for taking advantage of that here, and so that's a big deal to me. Try to grab that.
Okay, thank you, Carly. Thank you, Dennis. Appreciate your advice, and congratulations on your new AgTech fund. All right, I see Tom coming. And Aaron? All right, I'm going to introduce Tom Parkinson, and he, I think, is going to introduce Aaron Rudberg from S2G Ventures. I'm going to hand you this one, and hopefully get our microphones back in check here. Okay, before I introduce Tom, and he'll tell you more about Aaron, I think, Aaron, you were one of the first guests we asked to be a speaker, so thank you for making it work, and even though you got asked months ago, for making the trip to Champaign and sharing your advice from S2G, which is really
We're very fortunate to have such a firm in the Midwest and in Illinois. Out of Chicago, it's one of the biggest ag tech investors in the country. So Aaron has great wisdom to share, and he's been here before, so this is not his first trip. Tom is one of these people who is kind of like the dad venture capitalist in our building, and I mean that with all kindness, Tom. Tom meets with lots and lots of students, lots of faculty, and always has sage and patient advice for them. And he's been in the investor space for a long time. He was in Evanston and helping many Northwestern companies. He's been an adjunct faculty member in a few different capacities, and he can explain things that are complicated to people. But he also plays a really important role with Illinois Ventures. So many of you may know Nancy Sullivan's here too. Illinois Ventures was started at the same time as our incubator. So back in 2003, making it what we believe is the longest running university venture capital firm in the country, and it has a mission to serve our Illinois companies. So they've been really good at helping us be a champion behind student, alumni, and faculty startups. And we really appreciate all the advice you give, Tom, and make those long journeys possible for many of those that are coming out of the university. So thanks for joining us, and I'll let you tell more about Aaron and ask him questions.
Thanks so much, Laura. This is the part of the program you guys are all familiar with where the speaker says, I understand that we are the last thing standing in the way between you and the drinks, and so we're going to try to be brief and all that, and that usually turns out to be a lie. But we'll do our best. I think we're right on time, and so I think we'll be able to stick to that schedule. I will say just a couple things about Illinois Ventures. One of the things that makes us, I think, pretty unique is that we're actually part of the university. We're part of the university system office, so that includes UIC in Chicago, as well as University of Illinois at Springfield, and, of course, Champaign-Urbana. And so our mission is to commercialize stuff that's coming right off the campus. That's our whole job. That's faculty entrepreneurs, that's licensed technologies, that's student ventures. And then we also have a separate fund. We've actually raised a series of funds over the years that invest in alumni ventures and things like that. So if there's a university connection, we try to see what we can do to be part of that financing strategy. We can't do it all our own, but we try to bring what resources we can to bear to help people get that first round of financing put together. And with that, I want to just say a couple words. I was talking with Aaron about how I was going to introduce him, and you looked like you might be a little bit embarrassed. So I'm not going to go through his whole bio. It's in your book. But I do want to say that one of the things I think is fascinating about his resume is that he's been a venture capitalist, he's been an operator, he's been a fund of funds manager, and if you don't know what that is, that matters in our business. And he's even been a government policy maker. I think that gives you a pretty sort of a unique way to look at the whole ecosystem that the investors are really just a piece of when it comes to trying to bring new technologies and new innovations to the market. He's also been a great friend to Illinois Ventures. It was Aaron that actually originally introduced us to Mike Liang, who was on our board for many years. So I'm just really honored to have a chance to sit here with Aaron and give him a chance to talk about S2G Ventures and what he's up to. And I'm just going to start with a question right away. Yes. Or we could do
this one.
So the first question is that, hey, S2G Ventures looks like you're all about food and agriculture and ag technology, and what is it about this ag tech, food, what made you decide that is the right sector to be going into at this time?
Well, first, Tom, thank you for the introduction, and it's good to be here. I am an alumni of University of Illinois, and so just being in person, given what we've all kind of gone through for the last 2 years, is actually, it's a little surreal, actually, to be honest with you, but it's good to see everyone. So S2G, maybe a little bit of background on the firm. We were founded about 9 years ago, focused on food and ag, so the entire supply chain. So still today, we invest in everything from ag inputs actually farmland, ag inputs, processors, ingredient companies, brands, as well as fast casual restaurants. And our view is that system or value chain kind of perspective gives us unique insights. It allows us to understand what consumers think and how that applies upstream, as well as what farmers and producers are dealing with, their challenges, and how that can be maybe employed downstream from them. And then we can look at innovation and try to invest behind that, because ultimately we'll have a better sense of, we hope, of what maybe the channel needs or their constraints are, as well as what they're willing to pay for. Because I think as Dennis noted and others have said, ag is a large, and food are large TAMs, large markets, but difficult in terms of making venture-type returns. And S2G was founded about 9 years ago by Lucas Walton and two of my partners. Lucas is a third-generation member of the Walton family, only child. Sam was his grandfather. And Lucas had a very strong affinity for food and agriculture, given the Walmart history. The Walton family is still very involved in Walmart and are the big owners, not involved in the operations, but big long-term patient owners. And as Lucas looked at what was going on in food and agriculture, he realized that there were really two food systems. There's sort of the food systems for the worried well, and there is a food system that is sort of everyone else. And what he was looking at is how can you use innovation, entrepreneurship to drive down the cost of innovation of healthy food, sustainable food. And so lucky for me, he chose venture capital as the way to do that. And so we set up a fund in 2013, 14, a first fund of $120 million. We then raised, we still only have one investor. Lucas is our only investor, but we're set up as a typical fund. We set up a second fund in 2017, 18 of $280 million, and then most recently closed a $550 million fund. And continue to do the same strategy of early and growth stage investing, checks as small as $500,000 and as large as $30 to $40 million as we help a company scale.
I just spent some time looking at your portfolio on your website, and you and I talked a little bit about your sort of strategy and what you used the word themes. You said you like to follow three basic themes when you're investing in this space. One of them was biologics, another was digital agriculture, and the third was food traceability. I wonder if you would speak a little bit about why you chose those three, and maybe you can give us an example of a portfolio company in each of these that will give the audience a sense of, what really sets an opportunity apart so much that you really want to roll up your sleeves and get involved with it.
Sure. So we tend to, there's so many opportunities in this space these days, and I think on the upstream ag side, across the supply chain, we tend to think of things as themes or clusters of opportunities. They tend to have similar dynamics of, how they're working with the channel, how they're thinking about a margin, how they, think about pricing, et cetera. And so when three of those themes are digital ag, biologics, and traceability, I'll maybe start with traceability because I think that is the biggest challenge for us in a sense. We see, as Dennis I think even noted, we see a demand from consumers where they want to understand where their products are coming from. This is, again, I'm specifically talking about food traceability here. This is also true.
And I assume we're mostly talking about, to tie back your last, this is the worried well you're probably talking about.
Today, although when you ask consumers today, particularly younger consumers, 75% of all consumers say they want to understand where their food has come from in the supply chain. Consumers are reading ingredient labels a lot more than they were before. Many products now have scanners where you can look at who is the producer on your product. You can find that on your General Mills product, on Cheerios, on your mac and cheese from Annie's, things like that. And so it's starting there, but they are starting to essentially commoditize that and drive that cost down. The challenge in traceability is cost. Who's going to pay for that? It's a lot of work for the producer if they need to track these products, for the supply chain that don't have a lot of margin. And if General Mills, Kraft, Kellogg, or the consumer's not willing to pay for it, ultimately those products fail.
Right.
But I will say today, given all the supply chain risks, logistics challenges, there continues to be, I think, a demand for understanding where your products are in the supply chain, and we put that in the category of sort of traceability. There's also aspects of the Paris Agreement that we're hearing from the Nestle's of the world and others that I've mentioned, where they're saying we've signed up for certain carbon commitments because of, or climate commitments because of Paris, and to execute on those and show Wall Street that we have done what we said we were going to do. The biggest challenge is Scope 3 emissions. And right now, they don't understand or don't have visibility through their supply chain to be able to track that. And that sort of ties into the digital ag side. It's sort of in both traceability and digital ag. One company on the traceability side that I really like in our portfolio is a company called Safe Traces. And they essentially have an edible DNA tag that costs pennies or fractions of a penny that you can put on a product, and it will be traceable throughout the supply chain. It doesn't degrade through heat or any sort of pressure on the product. What I like about that company is they have been working on that technology. They've had a number of pilots, but had some challenges when COVID struck because innovation basically got shut down by a lot of these big companies. And so what they did is they took that same technology and they realized that actually they could use that functionality in building systems, HVAC systems, to track the flow of air, to check for particulates in the air, to actually working with another university, they found that they could track for COVID in the air as well. And their largest customer was Google that signed up for them. And they've now started to scale that product. Not as much food anymore in ag, which is a little bit of a disappointment to us. But I liked how an entrepreneur was faced with a crisis and thought, I've got a platform here. How do I use this in a different way? Who do I know in my network that I can try this and go from there? On the digital ag side, we've heard a number of companies and talked about this increase in data that's happening in agriculture. We talk about sort of data poor to data rich, if not data saturated now. I think the challenge is there is not, at least as we've seen, sort of a single solution or a set of platform solutions for entrepreneurs today, or for producers, I should say, farmers today. Deere gets close to that, but all of these digital tools that are being developed, that are being started by entrepreneurs, many of them are point solutions. And if you're a producer, you can't have a contract here and another contract here and another, and then you've got to think about how do I integrate this, and then does it help me make real-time decisions for in my field? Does the pricing model work? Many companies that we talk to have pricing models that just don't scale. Maybe they're fine for 100-acre farm, but they're not, or 160, but they're not fine for 3,000 acres. Because that same producer's doesn't want to spend $5 or $10 or $20 an acre. It gets very expensive. And so that's an area that we like a lot, but we think that there's real opportunity for potential consolidation there. We think that there is a chance for real scale to build a company with 25, 50, 100 million of ARR that a Microsoft or Google or some of the big tech companies will want to get into this space. Today, they're sort of, in many ways, they want you to buy their cloud services, and they like the data, but they're not necessarily willing to commit from an M&A perspective, or even for a company to go IPO. One company that I like in that space is a company called Earth Optics. They are out of the East Coast and have a sensor that they put on existing deer and CNH equipment that is fairly cheap, and it provides for helping a farmer understand compaction and moisture in their soil. Okay. And so that's and it's fairly cheap. On the biologic side, that's an area that's growing quite a bit. You generally, from a regulatory perspective, have a much shorter time to market than you do if you're working with a chemical, pesticide or fungicide. The EPA generally will give you about half the time that you can come to market. The challenge there is, efficacy, consistency, stability. These products are challenging, and so there's a lot of innovation happening there to try to solve those challenges. And one company that I like there is a company called SoundAg. Again, probably an interesting story where an entrepreneur had a bigger vision. They started with a product called Source that is mainly for corn and soy, and they are working on nitrogen and phosphorus, essentially building that in the soil using microbes. And that is, in many ways, a loss leader for them. They're making money from it, but it's funding what is a bigger idea that they're working around on epigenetics and genetic manipulation of seeds. And so as an investor, they sort of sold us the bigger vision, but said, in the meantime, we're going to be working on this technology. We've got sales, we've got channel partners, and we're going to market with that, but we've also got a bigger vision here too, which is exciting, but it also sometimes can be challenging because, we always talk about focus, focus, focus.
Right.
So there's trade-offs that you're making when you invest behind an entrepreneur like that.
I've got just really kind of one more question that's really, really interesting to me as an early stage investor, and then we'll open it up to some questions from the audience. But I find that AgTech is a challenging area for early stage investing, especially when the companies are developing technologies and the market is growers or producers. Yeah. Because if your product or your technology is going to involve some sort of pilot period before you can actually really scale it out to the world, you can only do that once a year because you're tied to growing seasons, and it means that iterating in a company like that is a lot slower than it is for a lot of other technology companies in other sectors that you're also looking at as a venture capital. And so that's their competition for your money. So what advice do you have for an ag tech entrepreneur that's in that sort of a situation about how they should think about raising money, where they should raise money, what they can do to really position their company so that it's more scalable in the early going, so that a firm like yours can see that you can get the return you need to get?
This is a hard one because I think the promise of agriculture and just the whole food system, as I mentioned earlier, large addressable market, but yet and that has, continues to grow, but has been that way for 50 years. Yet the amount of venture money that's come into ag tech has been relatively small until most recently. And there's a reason for that, right? I mean, markets tend to be fairly efficient, I believe, and so the reason money was not flowing into that market is because investors didn't see the opportunity to make money there, despite the fact that it was a huge addressable market. I think part of that is because the adoption cycles are really long. And so if you're an entrepreneur, I think recognizing that is important. Us as investors, we have certain milestones we have to hit for our investors. Everyone's got sort of a boss, if you will, in the food chain. And so our investors are looking to us and saying, typically the 10-year life can be extended. I don't think I've ever seen a venture fund actually finish in 10 years. Typically they take 15 or longer years. But
it's good to know that we're not alone in that.
Yeah. In fact, actually early on in my career, Bon French, who is sort of renowned in the investment business, founded a firm called Adam Street Partners, told me he had a 36-year-old venture fund in his portfolio, which I don't know, I always remember that, like it can't be that bad. But I think understanding, if you're an entrepreneur and you're engaging an investment firm, understanding where they are in their fund cycle, how many years they have left, talking with other entrepreneurs that are in their portfolio, I think is critical. You are in partnership with these investors. And so knowing what their reputation is like, what they do, how they handle themselves when things go wrong, because things are going to go wrong. You're going to lose customers, you're going to lose talent, you're going to, deal with an outcome that you weren't expecting, and understanding how we react to that is important. Hopefully you hear positive things, but sometimes, things in the boardroom or in a discussion, there's, strong debates and positions, and that's good. I mean, that's healthy. That's what you want. You want a partner that makes you better, that makes you sort of figure things out in the trenches. And I think understanding that is important. But part of that could be other pressures that investor is feeling, whether it's, if they're in year 8 of their fund and they've got 2 years left, theoretically, they may saying like, let's sell the company. That may not be the best decision for the company. And it may be, but I think that's something to understand, and understanding their motivations, what's driving their behavior is important. That doesn't mean that every investor is making decisions for the wrong motivations, but it's like everybody. We all have our own motivations for what we decide to do. And so I think it's, it's sort of the cycle. It's, can they write, is this a one-time check? Is it over several rounds of capital? There's nothing right or wrong about either of those models, but just understanding that, because if they typically write a check each additional round, but in your company they don't, that's a bad signaling to the market. And so if they have done that in other companies, it may be fine, but I think if you see that, you should know, and then ask the investor before they come into your company, help me understand why you didn't participate in that investment, because it maybe sent a bad signal to the market. Those are things I think you've got to do diligence on the investment firm you partner with.
I think that's really strong advice, and it actually brings me back to, Laura, you mentioned this a little bit earlier when you were talking about some of the nice things about the research park here, and one of those is that this ecosystem is so good at helping entrepreneurs get non-dilutive grant funding, whether it's SBIRs or STTRs or things like that. And being able to tap into a pot of money at in those early years, when you're doing that, iterating and trying to make sure that you actually have a product market fit, and not doing it while the clock is ticking with a venture capital investor, I think is really a benefit. So let's open it up. I'm seeing we got 5 minutes left. So who has some questions for Aaron about early stage, or even maybe not so early stage, ag technology and food investing? Anybody? Dennis Beard has already answered all of your questions.
Shy group.
I was a little bit worried about that. Okay, I'm not seeing any questions. I'm just going to ask one more, and that is, what is the single best piece of advice that you can give to somebody about how they can go about impressing you or your colleagues at a firm like S2G and kind of get that fundraising conversation started on the right foot? What wows you when somebody comes in to talk to you for the first time?
That's a tough one. I think in many ways it's mindset. We're obviously listening to the innovation. We're trying to understand the company, but ultimately we're going to be signing up for a 7 to 10 year partnership. And so we have a culture pillar in our organization called Beginner's Mindset. It's not necessarily unique, but we try to hold ourselves accountable for always being in a room with smarter people than us, and ask lots of questions. Ask questions first, and just try to learn. Constantly trying to learn. And I think if we can find entrepreneurs, or if we're in a meeting with an entrepreneur and they come across as a know-it-all and they have all the answers, and you're asked, because many times the first meeting, you're really just trying to understand. And a lot of times there's a lot of buzzwords, and you're trying to cut through that and really, and if that entrepreneur is pushing back and sort of just abrasive, many times we'll get off the phone and be like, that's really interesting, but not for us. We don't want to be a partner with them. And I think it's a subtle thing, but it's just being, I don't know, I say normal, but don't be arrogant. You got to have an ego and be somewhat crazy, because you're an entrepreneur. You're starting a company. Like, that is, all your friends are probably telling you this is a crazy idea. What are you doing? But I think it's more of the mindset of wanting to learn, wanting to get better, wanting to improve, and then hire people around you as well. That's the other thing we look for, is if you've hired people around you that are more talented than you or more connected or what, that's a good sign for us.
It reminds me of, in my class, I always bring in early on in the class a gentleman named Nathan Gold as a speaker on pitching to investors early on in the class. And he says it's all about likability. And I think that's a great way to think about it. It's not likability like, oh, you're so nice and so kind. It's really, is this an entrepreneur that I want to work with for the next 5 or 10 years? Because not only are we going to make a lot of money, but we're going to have fun while we're doing it. And even flinty-eyed venture capitalists like to be able to enjoy their jobs. So I think that's how I would follow up on what you were describing is make sure that you're, you have to be an expert. You have to know your stuff, but you also have to be able to communicate that you're somebody that your stakeholders are going to really, really, really enjoy working with. And I think that's one way to set yourself apart from the competition. All right, I think that we are out of time. Is that right?
Tom, I was going to go to Sophie on Teams and
Oh, go ahead.
recruitment.
Sorry.
Hi, I'm Sophie. I'm a recruiter, and I'm wondering what you see as the VC role in helping your companies build their teams, and if you've seen any common threads in successful talent hired.
So we've just actually in our team, not for recruiting, but we've hired a head of people to help our companies sort of figure this out. I think in many ways it's understanding your culture. As an entrepreneur, we try to stress to them that they are in charge of, particularly the CEO or the founder is in charge of that culture, and you got to be thinking about it. It's one more thing to think about, in terms of you've got investors, customers, the product. We think culture is just as important because when you're recruiting, and today, you could tell me it's a tight labor market. It is incredibly competitive out there for our companies trying to recruit talent. And we think if you have the right culture, these tend to be small circles of relationships, and that stuff matters and can make a difference when you're on the edge. And so you've got to be, you got to offer a competitive salary, obviously. You got to offer equity in the company typically, but really having a strong culture, I think, can make a difference today. And that's something. That would be what I would say. I don't know if that
What are
answers
you
your
able
question.
to do as a VC investor, as a board member, to really help your entrepreneurs recruit?
Yeah, so we have, we do small things like we list, all of our companies have listings of jobs on our website. So we have, I think, I looked at it last week, it was like 460 jobs across their companies. We promote every week. One of us is assigned on our team to promote on LinkedIn 5 or 6 of those jobs out to our network. We typically we're working on kind of C-level and board member hires. So we've got a couple of recruiters that we work with that have just been rock stars for us. And one in particular has probably hired 17 of our C-level executives across our companies and probably 8 board members that we've used. And we've negotiated a rate so that our entrepreneurs don't have to go and try to, nickel and dime back and forth. They can just say, okay, I know I'm going to get at least vetted service. And then they've got a couple of groups that we've vetted on that. We can't do the work for them, but if we meet really interesting people, we try to refer them. Again, maybe if we have a minute, I'll just tell an interesting Illinois story as well, because I think that so much of, we find the connections are people that you don't really realize maybe you're talking to, or, just the relationship network and sort of how that ecosystem develops. So one of our advisors is a guy named Walter Robb. He's the former CEO of Whole Foods. He joined Whole Foods when there were 2 stores and then grew it with John Mackey and was co-CEO of the company when they sold it to Amazon. And we work closely with Walter, and Walter's been a great mentor to us and working with our entrepreneurs. The Illinois connection is that Walter is spent actually quite a bit of time here at Illinois because his grandfather was an All-American football and an All-American basketball player back in the 1920s, I think, or 1918. He's actually hanging, his jersey is hanging on the, in State Farm Center as well as in this stadium. And, Walter, I found when I'm with him, he doesn't go around and talk about who he is, but I've seen people be really rude to him as well as people being very nice, not even knowing who he is. And, he clearly wants to work with people who are nice and helpful. And if you're an entrepreneur that meets him and you're incredible, he will go out of his way to be like, what do you need? Who can I introduce you to? And Walter's Rolodex is incredible. And for us, I think in recruiting and trying to get top talent, so much of it sometimes is just access to the right person at the right time that you need. and getting a little nudge from them to, take a risk on this company, I think can make a difference. So that would be my other advice, is just like always, be thinking about not necessarily what can this person help me with, but, who you're meeting, just being kind, as you were saying, or friendly, can go a long way.
Okay, are we, any last questions? Do we have time for any more? Anybody else? I think we've exhausted everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you both for being incredibly kind and part of our ecosystem here. So that's going to be a wrap from our formal programming, but it's not the end of our event. We hope that you'll enjoy some beverages and snacks with us as we have a closing out reception and talk with companies about their technology. There's a showcase in the back. And this is not the end of AgTech Week. So we have other activities. If you're still in town, please let us know, and we want to get you involved in other things we're doing for the next 2 days and tonight. So please let us know if you're able to partake in more things and see more companies. We also have a showcase that's happening at Parkland College in the Midwest Center for Precision Agriculture. And we already have our date for next year, so we hope you enjoyed the program this year. Next year, it's going to be on Tuesday, March 7th, 2023. And a big thank you to all our sponsors. We really can't do it without you. I'm going to point out John Deere in the back because they were not a speaker today, but they are one of our continued partners in the Research Park, and so thankful to them and all the other sponsors that made this event possible. Thanks for our friends from Chicago coming down to make this possible with us, with World Business Chicago as well. And thank you for being here and learning more about AgTech and being part of our ecosystem. So have a great night.